Dark he fights, Jolly Roger overhead, compass made of ancient lore. He seeks treasure never dead, truth hidden in the core. Golden heart, oh fearless guide, through the fog he cuts so bold. Sea and sky this pirate rides, with a heart spun out of gold. Sirens sing their haunting song, galaxies in waves unfold. Deep in caverns dark and long, jewels and secrets hold. Knots drawn in celestial lake lead to worlds unknown and wild. In his chest a portal links dreams and stars of a trial. Golden heart, oh fearless guide, through the fog he cuts so bold. Sea and sky this pirate rides, with a heart spun out of gold.
Nope. That one. Yep, that one. Oh, in the face, Traycon! Or not Traycon, it's not Traycon, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, it's Vapor! Vapor, my bad, Traycon, my bad. I don't mean to insult, sir, please don't hurt me. Don't hurt me, man, I didn't mean it. I swear to God, I didn't mean it. Don't hurt me. Alright, we're just gonna move down here.
Understood.
Safe position taken.
So, and there we go. Greetings and salutations, my friends. How are you this evening? This morning? Today? At some point today? We're gonna... always with the technical difficulties. I can't help it. Something always happens. So greetings and salutations, my friends. How are you this most amazing morning? So we've got some great things to talk about today, and we're gonna get right into it right after the most amazing and stimulating thing in your entire day. It's called the simultaneous sip, and all you gotta do, my dudes, is grab that cup or mug or glass. Perhaps you have a tankard, chalice, or a stein, maybe a canteen, jug, a flask, a vessel of any kind. You fill it with your favorite fluid. Well, I like my morning coffee deliciously, magnificently Tango made. Enjoy me now, friends, for the gloriousness, the stupendosity, the absolute awesome sauces. It is the simultaneous sip. It's happening right freaking now. Go! There we go. You say I'm muted, but I see the... That's not what OBS says. Yeah, my mic, it says my mic's working. Did you not hear the simultaneous sip at all? That's the Joker. How you doing, buddy? It's good to see you. Am I not coming through? All right. There is no way. You silly man. Silly man. You got me though. You totally got me. I'm like, this is the best part. This is the best part. Is that the reason I immediately believed you instead of thinking it was a you problem is because so many times when I start the stream, like I literally verify everything's working before it starts. I click the play button to put me on screen and something fucks up. Oh, Joker. It's okay, buddy. So, cheers, mate. That's good stuff. Okay, so we've got some great news. No problem whatsoever, dude. No problem whatsoever. Yeah, we're just gonna jump right into the news. That's what we're gonna do. Let me change that. There we go, so you can see what's going on. Okay, so the Supreme Court has decided that the Maryland man, Kilmar Garcia, must be brought back to the U.S., which probably a good thing. Let me see. The application is granted in part and denied in part, subject to the direction of this order due to the administrative stay issued by Chief Justice. The deadline imposed by the district court is now passed. Okay, that's about the deadline. The United States removed Garcia from the United States to El Salvador, where he is currently being detained in the Center for Terrorism and Confinement. The United States acknowledges that Garcia was subject to a withholding order forbidding his removal to El Salvador, and that the removal to El Salvador was therefore illegal. The United States represents that the removal to El Salvador was the result of an administrative error. The United States alleges, however, that Garcia has been found to be a member of the MS-13, the gang MS-13, a designated foreign terrorist organization, and that his return to the United States would pose a threat to the public. Garcia responds that he is not a member of MS-13 and that he lived in the safely in the United States with his family for a decade and has never been charged with a crime. On Friday, the United States Court, District of Maryland, entered an order directing the government to facilitate an effective return of Garcia to the United States, blah, 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 on the morning, the Chief Justice, what the, why would you not? You failed me, Katie. You absolutely failed me. Only upheld the facilitate part. Ah, I see. So I am completely. Indeed, they explicitly state that the trial's court order exceeds its authority. Wait, what? Are you kidding me? I got fucking got. I got got. Like everybody's been talking about this. Did I get got? God damn, son. Can we? I seriously thought it would convert it to Spanish. I'm just saying. Anyway, is there any way to make this not bright as fuck? How long is this thing? 4 pages. The application is granted. Duty administration issued. The deadline imposed by the district court is now passed. To that extent, the government's emergency application is effectively granted, in part, and a deadline in the challenge order is no longer effective. The rest of the district court's order remains in effect, but requires clarification on remand. The order properly requires the government to facilitate Garcia's release from the custody of El Salvador and to ensure that his case is handled as it would have been had he not been improperly sent to El Salvador. The intended scope of the term effective in the district court's order, however, is unclear and may exceed the district court's authority. So yeah, that's exactly what it sounds like. The district court should clarify its directive with due regard for the deference owed. Did I fuck it up? I'm on page 3. Sorry, I was trying to make it bigger. The deference owed to the executive branch and conduct of foreign affairs. For this part, the government should be prepared to share what it can concerning the steps it has taken to prosecute further steps. And the prospect of further steps, excuse me. The order heretofore entered by the Chief Justice is vacated. Join respecting the court's decision of the application. They arrested him in Maryland and flew him to the Terrorism Confinement Center in El Salvador, where he was detained for 26 days and counting. To this day, the government has cited no basis in law for his warrantless arrest. I mean, did they not? Is he not an illegal? Is that not grounds to deport his ass? I'm just saying. Like they say they didn't, but if he's an illegal, isn't that grounds to deport him? I don't understand. The government remains bound by an immigration judge's 2019 order to expressly prohibiting Abrigo Garcia's removal to El Salvador because he faced a clear probability of future persecution there and demonstrated that El Salvador's authorities were and would be unable and unwilling to protect him. That's not the pictures I saw of that prison. But okay. The government has not challenged the validity of that order. Instead of hastening to correct its egregious error, the government dismissed it as an oversight, yada, yada, yada. Nevertheless, I agree with the court's order. Properly remedy must comply with the obligation. Statement by Sotomayor. So it appears that is correct. So they agreed that they should facilitate his return, but that's about it. Okay. I guess I'm just going to be confused. I guess that's what we're going to be. Because I actually thought this would be there. Oh, here we go. Okay, now it's actually big enough for my horrible eyes to see it. Can I not get rid of this? There we go. Fucking boomer moment, man. The district court's order remains in effect, but requires clarification on remand. So I guess that means they agreed with the lower court that he should be returned, but how that should be handled is how it should be done. The court overstepped its authority, most likely. So that's what I'm taking away from this, is that they agreed he should be returned, and that but the court's order to force the government to do it by a certain deadline was incorrect, and it appears it went beyond their power, and that's what this is doing. And honestly, here's my thing. Innocent people who are affected by our government should be who are affected badly by our justice system or our government in some way. So like an innocent man goes to jail, or in this case, a man who should not have been deported to El Salvador was deported to El Salvador. Then what should happen is that we should correct the problem, and then we should give him recompense. The form of recompense for this individual, however, I don't know what form. Normally, it would be a monetary value for false imprisonment. If you were an innocent man who was found guilty for whatever reason. So I don't know what they're going to do. There may be nothing, considering it was like only a month, and if he only spends like less than a month there, I don't know what they'll do. And I don't necessarily know what would be fair either. Because there was an order for him to not be deported, true, which the government violated, which I would assume they would say the enemy's alien act. The Enemy Alien Act? Is that what the fuck it is? Okay. It is the Alien Enemies Act. And blah, 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 propaganda. I find and declare. Okay. I was hoping it would actually give me... Is this what it is? 1798. So, here is the thing that I thought the law was supposed to do. It was supposed to allow the president to deport enemies of the state, essentially, without judicial review. Of course, it's like, I love this. This is the problem I have with Wikipedia today, is I came here to learn about this bill, right? And literally within the third paragraph, no. Is it right here? Yeah. So 1, 2, 3, one sentence. So essentially the fourth paragraph mentions Donald fucking Trump. Lovely. I guess I'm looking too much into that, because this is like a summary of events up until today. So fair enough. I don't care about the history. Granting the government additional powers to regulate non-citizens that would take effect in times of war. Under this law, the president could authorize the arrest, relocation, and deportation of any male over 14 who hails from a foreign enemy country. It also provides some legal protections for those subject to the law. Unlike other acts, this act was largely unopposed by Democrat Republicans. The Alien Enemies Act was not allowed to expire as the other Alien and Sedition Acts, and remain in effect. Okay. So but it's one of those things. It's like I just want to see what the fucking thing says. That's really what I want. Break of war with France, blah, 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 blah. And I don't want to have to read this. That's kind of what I was getting at. Delivering him a copy and leaving... shall depart, shall be found large in the United States. That every master or commander of any ship or vessel. Man, you know... Oh. Master or commander of a ship or vessel. That's great. Vessel. Oh, vessel. Okay. Be further enact the president, whenever he's deemed necessary for public safety or order, to remove out of the territory thereof any alien who may or shall be in prison or in pursuance of this act, and to cause to be arrested and sent out of the United States, such of those aliens as shall have been ordered to depart therefrom and shall not have obtained a license as aforesaid, in all cases where, in the opinion of the president, the public safety requires speedy removal. It will be lawful for the president to remove, wherever may deem necessary for public to order to remove out of the territory any. So it shall be lawful for the president of the United States, whenever he deem it necessary, to order to be removed out of the territory thereof any alien who may or shall. I don't know why. Why the fuck is that word there? Is that that's not a typo, dude? Maybe it meant different in this. Shall be any alien who shall be in prison in pursuit of this act, and to cause to be arrested or sent out of the United States, such of those aliens as shall have been ordered them to depart therefrom. So if they've been ordered to depart, if they're in prison and have not obtained a license, so I'm assuming that's like a green card, in the opinion of the president, public safety requires speedy removal. And if any alien so removed or sent out of the United States by the president shall voluntarily return thereto, unless by permission of the president of the United States, such an alien on conviction thereof shall be imprisoned so long as the opinion of the president and the public safety may require. So such an alien on conviction thereof. Okay, so that actually that's due process right there. And to be further acted, every master commander of vessel shall deport. Okay, I'm assuming this has to do with Navy. Shall respectively have all crimes and offenses of this act, the marshals. So this is just aliens. Okay, this is alien enemies. Be it enacted by the Senate or House of Representatives of the United States of America and Congress assembled that whenever there shall be a declared war between the United States and any foreign nation or government, or any invasion or predatory incursion shall be perpetrated, attempted, or threatened against the territory of the United States by... Can I make this any larger? Yes, I can. Here we go. Okay. By any foreign nation or government, the President of the United States shall make public proclamation of the event. All natives, citizens, denizens, or subjects of the hostile nation or government, being males of the age of 14 years and upwards, shall be within the United States, and not actually naturalized, shall be liable to be apprehended, restrained. Okay, so all natives, citizens, denizens, or subjects of the hostile nation or government, being males of age 14 years or upward, so 14 years and older, and is a native, citizen, denizen, or subject of the hostile nation, who shall be within the United States and not naturalized, shall be liable to be apprehended, restrained, secured, and removed as alien enemies. The President of the United States shall be, and he is hereby authorized in any event, as aforesaid, by his proclamation thereof, or the public act, to direct the conduct to be observed on part of the United States toward the aliens who shall become liable. Okay, that was just a bunch of bull. Okay. So basically, it says he's authorized to do this. The manner and decree of the restraint to which they shall be subject, and in what cases, and upon what security their residence shall be permitted, and to provide for the removal of those who, not being permitted to reside in the United States, shall refuse or neglect to depart therefrom, and to establish any other regulations which shall be found necessary in the premises of public safety, provided that aliens resident within the United States shall become liable as enemies in the manner aforesaid, and who shall not be chargeable with actual hostility or other crime against public safety shall be allowed for the recovery, disposal, and removal of their goods and effects, and for their departure, the full time in which, or shall be stipulated by any treaty where any shall have between the United States and the hostile nation or government, of which they shall be native, citizens, denizens, and there are no such treaties shall have existed. The President of the United States shall ascertain and declare such reasonable time as may be consistent with public safety according to the dictates of humanity and the national hospitality. Okay. So, President is authorized and directed as part of the United States toward these aliens the manner and decree of restraint in which they shall be subject, and in what cases, upon what security and residence shall be permitted. And to remove them for not being permitted to reside in the United States. If given orders, they can be removed, and to establish any other regulations found necessary in the premises of public safety. Wow, that is fucking broad right there. And to like the president is basically authorized to establish any other regulations which shall be found necessary in the premises and for public safety. That's kind of broad. Provided that alien residents within the United States who shall become liable as enemies and who shall not be charged with actual hostility or any other crime against public safety shall be allowed for their recovery, disposal, and removal of their goods and effects, and for their departure in the full time in which, or shall be stipulated by any treaty. Okay, so basically this gives them some protection that they should be allowed to at least evacuate their property. But it is given to it looks to me like this gives the president the ability to say, you have this much time. As long as it's not stipulated by any treaty that we have. President may ascertain and declare such reasonable time as may be consistent with public safety. So yeah, he can basically determine whatever the fuck he wants based on public safety. And be it further enacted that after any proclamation shall be made as... God, I hate that fucking word. It shall be the duty of several courts in the United States and of each state having criminal jurisdiction and several judges and justices in the courts of the United States, and they shall be and hereby respectively authorized upon complaint against any alien or alien enemies who shall be I'm not saying that fucking word no more. Who shall be resident at large within the jurisdiction, danger to public safety, contrary to the tenor or intent of such proclamation, or any other regulations the President of the United States shall and may establish in the premises, cause such aliens to be duly apprehended and convened before a court, or such court, judge, or justice, and after a full examination hearing on such complaint. Okay, that goes against exactly what I said earlier, where it did not appear that they needed to give them normal like judicial review and due process in that way. Apparently, I am 100% wrong. Yeah. So let me continue to go through this. And after full examination, hearing and complaint, and sufficient cause, therefore appearing, shall and may order alien or aliens to be removed out of the territory of the United States, or give sureties of their good behavior, or to be otherwise restrained comfortably to the proclamation regulations which shall and may be established. Not saying that one in, and may imprison or otherwise secure such aliens until the order which shall be made shall be performed. Okay, so that after the proclamation is made, it's the duty of the courts and of the states having criminal jurisdiction. They are authorized upon complaint against any alien or alien enemies to cause the alien or aliens to be duly apprehended and convened before such court, judge, or justice, and only and after full examination and hearing on such a complaint. So yes, this explicitly states in Section 2 of Alien Enemies that the courts are authorized to apprehend these individuals and give them judgment. That's what it says, I think. And be it further enacted that it shall be the duty of the marshal of the district in which the alien enemy shall be apprehended, or by the court or judge or aforesaid, fuck, I said I wouldn't say it, shall be required to depart and they are removed, and to provide therefore to execute such an order by himself or his deputy or other discreet persons to be employed by him in causing the removal of such an alien out of the territory of the United States. And for such removal, the marshal shall have been warned of. Okay, so that just basically gives the president the, I believe that it gives the president the ability to assign people to do this. Held in the state of Philadelphia, in the state of Pennsylvania on Monday, the 13th of November. An act in addition to the act entitled An Act for Punishment of Certain Crimes Against the United States. If any person shall unlawfully combine or conspire together with the intent to oppose any measure or measure of the government in the United States, which shall be blah, 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 or to impede the operation of any law of the United States. To impede the operation of any law of the United States. That sounds overly broad. Or to intimidate or prevent any person holding a place or office under the government of the United States from undertaking, performing, or executing its trust or duties, or in any persons or persons with intent shall counsel or advise an attempt pure insurrection, riot. Okay. That has to do with what we're talking about. So apparently all the people who said that this doesn't require judicial review are either lying or wrong, and I was totally wrong. I was totally wrong. About being prosecuted. Okay, yeah. I mean, it pretty much says it right here in Section 2. That after the proclamation, it shall be the duty of the courts of the United States and of each state, because they have jurisdiction, that these judges and justices of the courts of the United States, they shall be authorized upon this complaint against any alien or alien enemy who shall be the resident and at large within such jurisdiction of that court or justice to blah, 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 contrary to the other regulations shall, yeah, yes, okay. So basically, this charges the courts that upon complaint that an alien has that an alien enemy has been identified and must be deported. If I'm reading this correctly, this explicitly gives jurisdiction for the courts. Right? It says it has to have some type of judicial review. Right? Because if they are residing within an area where that district or judge or whatever or court is, then they have to go to that place. So when the Supreme Court sent that shit back to Texas, this is why. Because they did it in DC. And contrary to the tenor of intent of such proclamation or other regulations which the President of the United States shall make to cause an alien, yeah, so they shall be hereby respectfully authorized upon complaint. So once the complaint has been authorized, once a complaint has been made, the court is authorized to cause such aliens to be duly apprehended and convened before such a court. This right here. Bam. Right here. That right there. Judge or justices, and after a full examination and hearing on such complaint. So, I mean, that seems pretty explicit to me. That they are absolutely violating the law. If they're not giving these guys at least some type of judicial review. Insufficient cause, and therefore hearing shall may order the alien to be removed. I love, or give sureties of their good behavior. What? Man, they were wild back in the day. You got to admit that, right? I mean, to be fair, they didn't have internet. They didn't have cameras. You know, this is all just You know, hey, you know what? If you're gonna wander off into the wilderness and not fuck with nobody, you know what? You can just go the fuck ahead, right? That's kind of what they're saying there. Also, it must be comfortable, apparently. I'm just talking shit. So, and sufficient cause therefore appearing may order the aliens or aliens to be removed. So once they've had their court date, they can be removed, restrained, imprisoned, or otherwise secured. Okay. All right. Well, there you go. So I could still be wrong. I could be completely misinterpreting what's going on, but it does appear that they are absolutely like not doing it right. That is 100% where that's going. And if that's the case, yeah, I'm not really okay with it. Not at all. Well, what? What do you mean? How, what? Like this is like this is just a random fucko on Twitter. But here's something that I gotta state for the record. Okay. President of the United States sent a man to El Salvador to a prison. Get the man back. All the president has to do, or have one of his lackeys do this, is call up the president of El Salvador or his lackeys and be like, yo, motherfucker. Yeah, that motherfucker we sent you? Yeah, send that motherfucker back. Put him on we'll send a plane. You put him on it. We'll take care of the rest. Like, what? Come on now. Go fuck yourself. The court holds an order to effecate a return. Yes, I am literally going to look this word up because I have no fucking clue what it means. The transit, okay, a transitive verb. To cause, to be the cause of something. To bring about something or the effect.
Effectuate.
Effectuate, okay, thank you. A return to the U.S. goes too far. SCOTUS order makes clear that entry to the U.S. is not appropriate remedy either. All right, we're going to read it again. Because apparently, my reading comprehension skills are atrocious. We're just going to keep doing it until we understand it. Oh. Okay. He's currently detained. The United States acknowledges was subject to withholding and that the removal was therefore illegal. So it literally says here that his removal was illegal. The error. Maryland, okay. The application is granted in part and denied in part, subject to the direction of this order. Due to the administrative stay issued by the Chief Justice, the deadline imposed has now passed. To that extent, the government emergency application is effectively granted in part, and the deadline in the challenged order is no longer effective. Okay, so to the extent the government's emergency application is effectively granted, and the challenge to the order about the deadline is no longer effective. Deadline in the challenged order is no longer effective. Okay. So the government filed an emergency application for them to see this, and they threw out the deadline. The rest of the district court's order remains in effect but requires clarification on remand. The order properly requires the government to facilitate his release from custody in El Salvador and to ensure that his case is handled as it would have been had he not been improperly sent to El Salvador. I don't know what that means exactly. Does that mean that he has to see a judge now in the United States for this for him to be redeported? The intended scope of the term effectuate in the district court's order is, however, unclear and may exceed the district court's authority. The district court should clarify its directive with due regard for the deference owed to the executive branch and conduct of foreign affairs. So this right here is literally the court stating that it needs to clarify what the fuck it meant because the executive branch has power over foreign affairs, and if this is and this may exceed that power. For its part, the government should be prepared to share what it can concerning the steps it has taken and the prospect of further steps. The order entered by the Chief Justice is vacated. Statement. For its part, the government should be prepared to share what it can concerning the steps it has taken and the prospect of further steps. The order heretofore entered by the Chief Justice is vacated. Wait. So I'm not. Chief Justice entered an administrative stay and subsequently referred the application to. I'm trying to understand exactly what's going on here. Crap. Oh, there's no wonder. I was like, what the fuck is Chief Justice? What the fuck is going on with that? I was like, I thought they were referring to the district court judge, and because he's like, I don't know. But it's literally just the title of the presiding judge of the Supreme Court. And the highest ranking officer of the federal judiciary. So the Chief Justice entered an administrative stay. Okay, the application granted. Okay, and down here when it says that's page 2. In part. Okay, here we go. The order heretofore entered by the Chief Justice is vacated. So his stay has been vacated. The part of the deadline was thrown out, and they said that the government does have to facilitate his release from custody, but the term effectuate, it may go beyond the judicial power when it concerns the balance of power between the executive and the judicial. It's a really wordy way of saying the court may have overstepped its power in the language that it used. And that this part right here just means that the stay of the order from the lower court judge has now been vacated. So the lower court judge's order is technically still in effect, but it has to go back to that lower court so that they can define effectuate and make sure that it's within the bounds of the power of the thing, of the courts. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what that is. So Sotomayor, Kagan, and Jackson. So they're basically just telling the story. Government has not challenged the validity of that order. Leave. Doesn't matter if he's a husband and father. Like, that's bullshit. Like, why are you putting that in there? Oh, because it pulls on heartstrings. This is a goddamn court document. The only people who read it are fucking retard nerds like me. Like, these are supposed... It doesn't matter. I mean, it's one of those things. It's like, because I know for a fact that the people that both left and right, and no matter which team you're on, they all do this stupid shit. I fucking hate it. Like, this part, like the criminal record part is absolutely... You notice I didn't say anything about that? That's because that's actually a good thing to point out. He doesn't have a criminal record. He's been here for how fucking long? And he's had like a couple traffic tickets, I think. I still don't understand. I still don't
get the thing about the MS-13 because this is the thing is that another court found that he was probably an MS-13 gang member or that he was an MS-13 gang member. So as far as the courts determining that he was a MS-13 gang member, that was yes, he was. But they also gave him an order of protection, probably because they were going to kill him if he went back. And then the question you have is that do you give a single about a former gang member who basically may have done some stupid shit to his own gang and now faces retaliation? I mean, unless he like turned state's evidence, it's like I have a hard time feeling sympathy for a gang member who betrayed his gang and they want to fucking kill him. I feel for his family, that's for sure. I definitely feel sympathetic for them. And I'm going to say this, if he were smart, he would go to a place where gun laws are far more in the realm of protecting citizens over criminals. Just for that. One of the reasons I still live in Tennessee, other than it's my home, it's like I don't pay income tax. I mean, I wouldn't pay income tax anyway, but that's irrelevant. And there's a bunch of other reasons, including the fact of Second Amendment protection, self-defense protections, all that shit. Doesn't mean it's perfect. Our education system here is absolute shit, which is why I homeschool. West, that the United States cannot grant relief once a deported crosses the border is plainly wrong. Yeah, that's a bullshit excuse. But I mean, all governments make bullshit excuses. To like for the justices these justices to act so indignant about it is like And if I were to pour back through the things when Democrats were president and they were doing shit they shouldn't do, I'm sure you had the exact fucking opposite opinion on many occasions. Because that's what activist judges are. That is, if they're the case. But I seriously doubt that they would... Anyway. I probably shouldn't have said anything about that. Because it's one of those things where I absolutely... Like, Sotomayor, I absolutely respect. Because she said a lot of things. While I disagree the fact that she's a fucking... I disagree with a lot of things that she says. One of the things that really hit me, I was like, that is some really good stuff right there, is the day she came out and was like, she was like, I respect Justice Thomas, and, he's a kind of, pull yourself up by your bootstraps kind of guy. My only contention with that is that some people don't even have bootstraps. And I'm like, I like that. I like that a lot. Because that really hits home to where things like welfare is actually a social good. In the fact that there are some people who are so low, they literally do not have the ability to pull themselves up by their bootstraps. And because of that, because they don't have the bootstraps per se, if you can just give them enough to where they can, it's like on the pull-up bar, right? Where you're helping a dude and you're just barely putting like 5, maybe 10 pounds of pressure just so he can help, just so he can get up over that bar, right? So he can actually do the thing and get those muscles working. That's kind of how I view the pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Some people don't have bootstraps, so we should probably help them achieve, we should probably help them with finding those bootstraps. The government argument, moreover, implies that it could deport and incarcerate any person, including a U.S. citizen, without legal consequence, so long as it is done before the court can intervene. Okay. I agree with the court's order that proper to remedy is to provide with all process to which he would have been entitled to had he not been unlawfully removed. I can agree with that. That means the government must comply with its obligation to provide with due process of law, including notice, and an opportunity to be heard in further proceedings. Convention against torture. Why did you bring up Convention Against Torture? There's a bunch of just cases governing the detention of Prince. Is she basically saying that sending him to the maximum security gang prison in El Salvador, you know, the one that's possibly the most transparent prison on the planet, that prison, it's torture? I mean, if that's the case, then most of our prisons in the United States would be considered torture, wouldn't they? Because they are far worse than that. From everything I've seen of that prison, it is orderly, clean, and they don't fuck with each other. They're all... What else are they going to do? Like, 'cause I mean, when you see... Like, think about it like this. They're all wearing white. So if there was a bunch of shit going on that was really bad, would their clothes be bright white? Would they not be dirty? Perhaps bloodstained? Would they not be in tatters? This is the kind of thing, is like, would the facility not be dirty itself if it were not well maintained? Right? These are things, it's just like little clues. Because when you look at some of the prisons in the United States, they look like shit, right? I've seen pictures of Rikers Island. I was like, God, that's horrible. Like, why are we putting people in these conditions? And it's... So, and to be fair, these are not actual reasons as to why they're not torturing them or cruel and inhuman or degrading treatment and punishment. So, that's not an argument against that. It's just, these are clues that you look for when you're looking for these things, right? How well is the prison maintained? How is order kept? Right? Do they breed prisoners to maintain order, or do they just use overwhelming psychological force? Overwhelming force and psychological manipulation to make compliance. These are two different things. But I am just talking out of my ass because I don't, you know, I'm not an expert in any of this shit. This is simply my opinion. Okay. And I still maintain the argument that, like I made a couple days ago on my stream, where in times of great strife, we here, and in the West in general, often do suspend civil liberties for security. And I know the quote about Benjamin Franklin. I'm not talking about like 9/11 and all that shit. What I'm talking about is during the Civil War, Abraham Lincoln suspended habeas corpus, arrested journalists, arrested his political rivals, went to Maryland and arrested like half of the fucking state legislature, you know, shit like that. You know, created a secret police to go out and arrest people, shut down newspapers, all that kind of shit, right? Hold people without charge for years on end. Charge, you know what I'm saying? And so, and everybody views him as like the savior of the nation, right? How, I mean, when we look at FDR, everybody bitches about the internment camps, but FDR was a good president, right? I hate to say this, but dude, the internment camps were not, how should I put this? They were bad in the fact that they disenfranchised so many people who didn't need to be disenfranchised. They weren't good. I'm not going to say that, but they may have been necessary, right? Because I mean, this is here, just if it's potential that literal foreign Nazis are coming into our country and subverting our rule of law, they're over here to spy for whatever fucking government they work for, right? Are we just not allowed to like do anything about that? Especially when we're at war with these nations? And it sucks because what that means is that you have to punish essentially like all Germans and all the Japanese and all the Italians, which is kind of bullshit. I will absolutely admit that. And it's one of those decisions where it's like, did you agree with Abraham Lincoln, what he was doing? But you don't agree with what FDR did, but FDR was still a good president, right? How do we square that circle? A good president who made a bad decision? Or a good president who had like 5 shitty choices and he chose the best one that he could think of? That's really what it boils down to. And so the reason I'm bringing all this up is because the amount of criminal aliens that have crossed our border is insane. Like, some people are throwing around like 30 million, 20 million. I have no idea if it's that much. I just know it is too much. That's as simple as, right? And it's been going on for decades. That's one of the biggest issues, is that it's not just the recent surge of them. It's the fact that before even Trump took office, our border was essentially porous. The gangs, the cartels, the Mexican mafia, they essentially controlled the area around certain areas around our border as if they were their own fucking states. And so when you have an emergency like this, it is absolutely 100% within the realm of possibility that you can and should, in some cases, suspend civil rights of these individuals. These civil rights of these individuals. Because think about it like this: if every single criminal alien who's here today is required to be apprehended, taken before a court, and seen, think about how logistically we do that if the number is anywhere near 20 or 30 million people. That is what you call undue burden. Let me see if I'm talking out of my ass. Undue burden. Undue burden. All right, let's see if I'm talking out of my ass. Undue burden refers to a situation where a requirement or regulation imposes a significant difficulty or expense, often used in legal contexts to assess the constitutionality of laws and regulations, particularly those affecting fundamental rights such as abortion access. It is also applied in the context of Americans with Disabilities Act to determine if providing accommodations would cause significant difficulty or expense to a business or state or local government. So this is this right here, the Disabilities Act one. I actually understand this one, mainly because I've had to deal with it a little bit. And it's essentially like, imagine you have a historical building that's multiple stories, right? It's like, let's say it's a 400-year-old cottage, or not a cottage, a mansion or some shit that was owned by some fucko, long ago, and it's a historical site now. But it's multiple stories, so there are stairs. But the Americans with Disabilities Act requires you to put shit like elevators and stuff like that into these places so that people who are in wheelchairs or who can't walk good or walk upstairs can access it, right? But this might be an undue burden upon this place because it is a historical site, so you don't want to destroy the site just to put in an elevator, right? That would fuck it up historically, and it may be an undue burden. It may be overly expensive to install some kind of like outside thing, which would also disrupt it historically. So there could be a reason why you could not have to abide by the Americans with Disabilities Act for historical purposes, because it may just cost too fucking much. Like, imagine if the place is like out in the middle of nowhere and it would cost millions of dollars to install some kind of fucking thing so that, wheelchair bound people can access the top floor, right? It's like, it would be cool, but until we invent like transporters or a more easy way to do this, it's not feasible for a business and or historical site or both to do such a thing, right? This is just a random example I pull off the top of my ass, right? And there are plenty of places like this where I think it's also in New York. There are a few things like this where they have historical buildings that don't have elevators, and they're not required to get them because it would literally require them to tear the fucking building down, right? In the middle of New York City and then rebuild it. Like that. That's not going to happen. Again, I could be talking out of my ass, but this is what I'm talking about when it's like, if you've got, let's just say it's 10 million. Let's just cut it in half at the lower number that I said, and let's just say it's 10 million in the recent thing. That's 10 million people scattered across the United States that you now have to spend money to not only apprehend, but hold so that until a court can see them, and that means you have to pay the judges and all the judicial stuff has to be paid for. So they are so not only did they enter the country illegally and become a criminal in the process, they are now costing us untold millions of dollars in tax money for their due process, which is normally fine, right? Normally, everybody would be like, yeah, sure, you know, everybody deserves due process, including fucking terrorists that bomb shit, sure. But now, because of the volume, it could become an undue burden upon the entirety of the United States justice system to do this. I don't know if that's a way you can interpret that law. I don't know if you can apply it to this. I don't even know that, right? Because it's one of those things where this is me talking from an extreme layman and from an extreme layman position, and I don't really, you know, understand how it could be applicable. But it seems like it would be, considering how, like, if you wanted to get all of them out, and you had to abide by this process, then it would take you for fucking ever, right? It's not only the amount of money, but it's also the time in which they all get to stay here, right? So for me, it's like I'm waffling between these two, because it's like they absolutely deserve due process. There's no question about that, right? Not only is it legal, it's the humane thing to do, just hands down, right? It's legal, it's moral, it's humane, all those good things. But then on the other side of that, you have the fact that the victim of these people is the United States of America and its people. And we are being victimized by these people, by them breaking our laws. And so, is it an undue burden upon the victim, which is the United States and its people, to ensure that all of these individuals, even if we have overwhelming evidence that they are like enemy gang members and all this other stuff, that they should be given due process? And again, one of the biggest reasons I waffle is exactly what Justice Sotomayor said. Can I search? Whatever. Apparently not. Basically, she said that the excuse they give would allow them to apprehend and deport citizens. And that's bad. That is actually bad. So, yeah. This is why I'm just like, I want the Supreme Court to fucking, I want them to adjudicate this in its entirety. And I hate the fact that for so many of these things, the court doesn't want to adjudicate, because unfortunately, we're in a situation, especially because we're so politically polarized, that the Supreme Court hasn't wanted to do a lot of things lately, simply because it could either cause unrest, or it would make the court look so bad that people would lose faith in the court system. And that kind of sounds bad, right? That instead of adjudicating based on the law, that the Supreme Court might adjudicate based on how the Supreme Court is perceived. But see, this is the problem, right? Laws are not always moral, right? We know this, right? It was legal for the Jews to be rounded up and exterminated. So, though it pains me to say it, there is a legitimate argument to be made that if a Supreme Court makes a decision based on the fact that they need to ensure that people still trust the Supreme Court and that it has integrity, that's important. That's one of the reasons why I don't like activist judges. That's one of the reasons why I like a few of them, both on the left and the right, like Sotomayor and Thomas, is because they have often, on many occasions, gone against their own political side based on either of those two criteria that I just made. Either it's because it threatens the legitimacy of the court, or it's just fucking wrong, morally and legally, right? Or just legally, I should say, because that's usually what they rule on. Let's just be real. Like, there have been several of the red team ones that I despise because they, Kavanaugh being the prime example. Just some of his rulings were just like, oh my god, dude, you're such a fucking neocon. So we're really in a place where, what do we do, right? Right? Because here's my contention. The people that essentially allowed this to take place are now bitching that we're not following the rules. That's the real problem that I think so many people have with this, is that you have an entire team, right? The blue team basically didn't follow the rules, broke the rules, and facilitated changing the rules to allow this to happen. And now that it has happened, now they're bitching that the other team, who's trying to fix what they fucking broke, is not following the rules. Do you see how retarded this is? Now, it's true they should follow the rules, and that two wrongs don't make a right. 100%. Unless you're Abraham Lincoln. So I was trying to find something. But apparently vacated. Vacated all reason. Basically, damn it. I apologize. I saw some clips earlier. I didn't save them because I thought they'd just be there, and apparently not. So the algorithm just kind of fucked me on that one. That's why I need to save them, right? But it's basically like, let me see if I can find it.
This is not going to be a free ride.
By the way, I voted for this motherfucker the first time. And you want to know why I voted for this motherfucker the first time? Because he spoke eloquently about the Constitution.
It's not going to be some instant amnesty. What's going to happen is you are going to pay a significant fine. You are going to learn English. You are going to go to the back of the line so that you don't get ahead of somebody who was in Mexico City applying legally. But after you've done these things over a certain period of time, you can earn your citizenship.
What the fuck?
So that it's not something that is guaranteed or automatic. You've got to earn it, but over time, you give people an opportunity. Now,
and you know what's funny? I really do agree with this. I do think we should allow those who have come here illegally a pathway to citizenship that is very similar to this. And the reason is because if you give them, it's like this, it's a general principle. If you do not allow for forgiveness, then the people who have done you wrong have no reason to abate. They have no reason to come clean. They have no reason to stop doing what they're doing. But if you show them the light, if you give them a path in the distance, it's like if you do right, you can come back from the brink. Many will take it. And they'll do it with fervor. And they'll do it with gratitude. Damn it.
It only works, though, if you do all the pieces. I think the American people, they appreciate and believe in immigration. But they can't have a situation where you just have 500,000 people pouring over the border without any kind of mechanism to control it. So we've got to deal with that at the same time as we deal in a humane fashion with folks who have put down roots here, have become our neighbors, have become our friends. They may have children who are U.S. citizens. That's the kind of comprehensive approach that we have to take.
Yeah, I'm not comfortable with anchor babies. I think it's possibly one of the most retarded concepts we've ever come up with. I do not like it. Because it essentially rewards people who break the law by allowing them to come here and use it to basically keep themselves here. Because if you have a baby, right, and let's say they're like 2, and you're like a single mom, or maybe it's 2 parents, right? It's one of these things where it's like it's going to be hard to deport you now because your child is literally an American citizen. So we either have to fucking give them to up for adoption, or put them in a home and then deport the parents. Like, that sounds fucking horrible, right? That's not something you want to do. And so that's why I fucking hate it. That's why I hate.
This is not going to be a free ride.
Citizenship based on just being in the United States. Like, that is not cool.
The U.S. illegally, your chances of getting caught and sent back, if you're...
Let's see, yeah, we're gonna listen to more.
Those who are,
I love listening to Obama's speeches about immigration and all the constitutional stuff. Like, he's a good speaker. He's a great orator, and this is why I voted for him.
we are a generous and welcoming people here in the United States, but those who enter the country illegally and those who employ them disrespect the rule of law, and they are showing disregard for those who are following the law. We simply cannot allow people to pour into the United States.
And I want to say this just as an aside. As a man, I have way more in common with Barack Obama being a fucking black man from Chicago and me being a white man from Tennessee than I ever would have with Hillary goddamn Clinton, who's from fucking Arkansas. Okay? All right. I just want to state that for the record. Like, fuck this racism bullshit. Me and him have more in common with one another than me and her, right? This is why when this man speaks, he actually can speak to me, whereas Hillary Clinton never fucking spoke to me, dude. Never. Ever.
Undetected.
Except when she was parodying him.
Undocumented, unchecked, and circumventing the line of people who are waiting patiently, diligently, and lawfully to become immigrants in this country. We are a generous...
Makes me mad. Makes me really, really mad.
Administration authorities.
These are always funny. Shall we watch some people being fucking retarded? Let's watch some people being fucking retarded.
To seek out people living here illegally that have broken the law, to deport them. So I have a quote for you here that's been making the rounds on social media about the deportation of criminal illegal aliens. We are a nation of laws. Undocumented workers broke our laws, and I believe they must be held accountable, especially those who may be dangerous. That's why over the past 6 years, deportations of criminals are up 80%, and we're going to keep focusing on threats to our security. What's your thought on that quote and that policy in general?
I think that policy comes from a place of like white American nationalism. Donald Trump has kind of like embraced this rhetoric of like racism and xenophobia that is not beneficial to our country at all.
I don't think that that quote really stands true.
This administration has totally not done anything moral.
This is really awful.
Amnesty does not necessarily mean that we're losing border security. I think that Trump feels that way.
I think that's a bad decision because, like, the United States should be open to, like, immigrants.
Like, literally, I would have been like, that's some base shit. Let's do that more.
Like, it's, like, they call it land of the free for a reason.
We just have to advocate for those kind of people, and people like in Congress, like Ocasio-Cortez, who is helping people overcome these kinds of things.
Crimes do not nullify your humanity, and people are coming here.
People bitch about how people are like in a cult of personality about Trump.
Come these kinds of things.
Crimes do not
call it land.
Ocasio-Cortez, who is helping people overcome these kinds of things.
Crimes do not nullify your humanity, and people are coming here in search of opportunity. I'm going to show you the person that said that quote.
We're also a nation of laws. Undocumented workers.
Is that surprising?
Yeah, a little bit.
Why is that surprising?
Because I thought it was the Trump administration that said something like that.
Yeah, it's quite surprising. I thought it was from Trump.
I didn't expect it to be Obama either.
Why did you not expect it to be Obama?
Because I guess, I don't know, like, it just never occurred to me that it could be Obama.
Is that surprising that it's a quote from President Obama?
Yeah, that was surprising for sure, yeah.
Do you think it's still a practice of white nationalism, though, to deport?
To be fair to these people, it's I mean, they're young, they're stupid, you know, they're in college for a reason, right? Like, let's just be real. It's not, you know, anything against their character. I was absolutely this ignorant and fucking stupid when I was in college and I was in the Navy. Like, I'm still just, I'm like, no. I'm still this ignorant and stupid. Okay? So, there's nothing wrong with these people, right? It's just, they don't think outside of their Overton window.
Criminal illegal aliens.
I think the way Trump...
Practice of... Surprising that it's a quote from President Obama.
Yeah, that was surprising for sure, yeah.
Do you think it's still a practice of white nationalism, though, to deport criminal illegal aliens?
I think the way Trump's doing it is.
Okay. But President Obama, to this point in Trump's presidency, Obama actually deported more people, though. So it's... In practice, it was more from Obama, though.
What's your question?
I'm pretty sure he's right.
I'd say my understanding of Obama versus Trump is that Obama was more liberal as far as amnesty and border security. I expected that quote to come from Trump.
Yeah.
I mean, it just shows the hypocrisy in politics. So one person can say something 5 years ago, and next thing you know, it doesn't apply to them anymore, and that they can now be the morality police for whoever is in charge now.
Bro. That pretty much sums up what I was talking about when I was saying that the people who allowed the criminal alien situation to get out of hand are now bitching about the current administration not following the rules when they're trying to fix the problem. That doesn't mean that they shouldn't be following the rules. It's just know where these people stand. Remember that.
Does that change your opinion of the practice to know that President Obama did the same thing? Actually, to this point in his presidency, deported more people than President Trump had at this point.
This was during his first term, actually.
No, again, I just think that there's a moral way to do it, and I don't know a ton about Obama's deportation policies, but I imagine that they were a lot more humane than the ones currently going on.
You mean the giant cages he built? Yeah. And there was another one. That's not that one. There's one with Hillary Clinton too, where she's basically saying the same thing. Go to the back of the line, pay fines, pay back taxes, and then maybe, just maybe, you can get amnesty from your criminal actions, and you can get a pathway to citizenship. And like, that's the thing, is like, I was totally on board with all that shit. That was back when Team Red was like, no amnesty, no path to citizenship. And I was like, fuck that shit. Because it's like, if you don't give people a path to redemption, then they're just gonna keep fucking you in the ass. There's no reason to stop being an asshole if there's no reward for not being an asshole, right? If I still treat you like shit, you're not gonna want to do anything. All right. So, let's see. What else? There was... is. Ah, yes, Bill Maher.
President Trump.
I kind of want to watch this with you guys, but I don't know how. I don't know how YouTube is going to handle the copyrights. I can't make a fair use chicken. So I guess we could just,
Dinner that was set up by my friend Kid Rock, because we share a belief that there's got to be something better than hurling insults from 3,000 miles away. And let me first say that to all the people who treated this like it was some kind of summit meeting, you're ridiculous. Like I was going to sign a treaty or something. I have no power. I'm a fucking comedian, and he's the most powerful leader in the world. I'm not the leader of anything.
So, I guess I'm just gonna continuously pause it because you know it's gonna trigger copyright or whatever. But he's right. Treating it like it was a peace summit is absolutely ridiculous. And this is the kind of thing that they have. It's one thing to use rhetoric. Oh, Trump's Hitler. Trump's a Nazi. Yada yada yada. Like we just roll our eyes at that. The problem is they literally drank their own fucking Kool-Aid. And this is just kind of proof of that. That this is the liberal. This is a guy that helped me on my journey away from religion. Right? I watched his movie Religulous. Like, he is the quintessential liberal when it comes to like entertainment. And it blows my mind that this is where we are. This is where we are.
Except maybe a contingent of centrist-minded people who think there's got to be a better way of running this country than hating each other every minute. So, thank you. So meet up in person. Maybe it'll be different. Spoiler alert, it was. First good sign, before I left for the Capitol, I had my staff collect and print out this list of almost 60 different insulting epithets that the president has said about me. Things like stupid, dummy, lowlife dummy, sleazebag, sick, sad, stone cold crazy.
Notice, I'm just going to say this, he doesn't dispute any of them. I just want to say that for the record.
Really a dumb guy, fired like a dog. His show is dead.
Okay, the show is dead one was a little bit out.
It was 60. I brought this to the White House because I wanted him to sign it, which he did.
That looks Photoshopped, but that's still just 100% baller move. Like, from both of them, actually. He's like, I wanted him to sign it, and he did.
Which he did.
He also says something during this that I really want to, like, point to as to why I think Trump is so scary and why he is so effective at bullying essentially everybody to do what he wants.
With good humor. And I know as I say that, millions of liberal sphincters just tightened. Oh my God, Bill, are you going to say something nice about him? What I'm going to do is report exactly what happened. You decide what you think about it. And if that's not enough pure Trump hate for you, I don't give a fuck.
Thank you.
So...
I'm not going to lie, the first time I watched this, I was waiting for, like, the double middle fingers, but then I forgot. I'm the shitbag that does that, so.
So, no, I didn't go MAGA. And to the president's credit, there was no pressure to. After we left the Oval Office, he showed me the little room off the office, you know, the one where Clinton used to...
There was a picture of Clinton the other day behind his desk in the Oval Office, and it said, young people don't realize that there are two people in this picture. And it was just Clinton sitting at his desk with his arms on the desk.
Okay. The blowjob room. Okay. Well, not anymore. That's where they keep the merch now. It is. And he gave me a bunch of hats, but he didn't ask me to take a picture in one, which I appreciated. The guy I met is not the person who the night before the dinner shit-tweeted a bunch of nasty crap about how he thought this dinner was a bad idea and what a deranged asshole I was. I read it and thought, oh, what a lovely way to welcome someone to your house.
If I had to guess, it was probably just he was throwing bones to his base. And he just shit talks everybody, so normal behavior. Like, it's funny just how out of pocket Trump can be, and everybody's just like, I mean, that's Trump. But that's the thing. That's like, here's the thing, man. Why can Trump act like a complete asshole and get away with it? because he never pretended that he wasn't. I think that's really what it is. He never pretended to be, you know, approachable, or like he wasn't some rich asshole like Mitt Romney did, or any of the other like Republican or even Democrat politicians, where they all try to be relatable and they all try to, you know, they code switch and do all that stupid shit. You know, when they come down south, they talk down there like this, as if whatever. I mean, to be fair though, Hillary was from Arkansas, so she should have had a Southern accent. I actually don't remember what the Arkansas dialect sounds like. Arkansas accent. Thank you. Because there's definitely a difference between like Texas, Alabama, Georgia, Tennessee, and Florida, right? Florida's definitely got more of a Latino bend to it. Let's just put it like that. I love my Cubans, man. You know what I'm saying? If you hate communism, we can definitely be friends. That's all I got to say about that.
But when I got there, that guy wasn't living there. Now, does Trump want respect? Of course. Who doesn't? My friend said to me, "What are you going to wear to the White House?" I said, "I don't know, but I'm not going to dress like Zelensky. I'll tell you that." But, okay.
I hated this interaction. Not the fight that they had afterwards. The fact that the reporter called Zelensky out for not wearing a suit. And I think Zelensky did a really good job of slapping him back. It's like, if I'll wear the costume when the war's over. Like, that was a pretty good response. This is like the reason he's not wearing a suit. It's a straight PR propaganda kind of move, where it's like he's showing solidarity with his people. They're at war, so he's not going to pretend that he's, you know, he's not going to walk around in a suit and pretend like they're not at war, right? That's kind of the whole meme of it. And good or bad, like, I respect the move, right? It's a thing that, yeah.
Just for starters, he laughs. I've never seen him laugh in public, but he does, including at himself. And it's not fake. Believe me, as a comedian of 40 years, I know a fake laugh when I hear it. And I thank you for them.
I missed that.
Okay, example. In the Oval Office, he was showing me the portraits of presidents, and he pointed to Reagan and said, in all seriousness, you know the best thing about him? His hair. I said...
Of fucking course, dude.
Well, there was also that whole bringing down communism thing, waiting for the button next to the Diet Coke button to get pushed and I go through the trap door.
I still think the contracts are out on that one, Bill. I think you're good.
But no, he laughed, he got it. I said to him at one point, Mr. President, you know the dog, that's unusual in the White House. He said, well, a lot of the presidents, they had a dog for political reasons. I said, no, people love dogs, that's what that is. Oh yeah, okay, that's true.
Does that not sound like something that he would do? Like, if you've ever watched Trump in some of his unfettered moments when he's just bullshitting with people, I could totally see that.
I'm telling you, what happened?
This reminds me of an anecdote I heard about him, about something that he said about lower class white trash people, like me. In the fact that he said, I'm just like them, I just have more money. And I mean, if you know white trash, if you know what I'm talking about, then you can kind of see it when the man has like a golden toilet and like gold filigree all over some of his ballrooms and stuff. It's just like, yeah, I could kind of see it. It's not like it's relatable in any way. It's not like he's actually some kind of like poor white person. That's not what it is. It's the fact that he has the same kind of white trash mentality. Where it's just gaudy shit all over the place.
At one point, we were walking through it is an amazing tour of the whole house. And I don't remember exactly what we were talking about, but it must have been something with the 2020 election, because I know he used the word lost. And I distinctly remember saying, wow, I never thought I'd hear you say that. He didn't get mad. He's much more self-aware than he lets on in public. Look, I get it. It doesn't matter who he is at a private dinner with a comedian. It matters who he is on the world stage. I'm just taking as a positive that this person exists, because everything I've ever not liked about him was, I swear to God, absent, at least on this night with this guy. Bob, Kid Rock, told me the night before, he said, if you want to get a word in edgewise, you're going to have to cut him off. He'll just go on. Not at all. I've had so many conversations with prominent people who are much less connected, people who don't look you in the eye, people who don't really listen because they just want to get to their next thing, people whose response to things you say just doesn't track like, what?
It sounds like background music's a little loud.
None of that with him. And he mostly steered the conversation to, what do you think about this? I know, your mind is blown, so's mine.
It happens.
There were so many moments when I hit him with a joke or contradicted something and no problem. At dinner,
like it's very weird that even a man like Bill Maher doesn't see this in him, and then he only sees the caricature that some of the media put up. Because let's be real, the right-wing media also puts a caricature of Trump just in a more flattering light. But, I mean, it is what it is.
he was asking me about the nuclear situation in Iran in a very genuine, hey, I think you're a smart guy, I want your opinion sort of way. And I said, well, obviously you're privy to things about it, I'm not, but for what it's worth, I thought the Obama deal was worth letting play out because we made Iran destroy 98% of the uranium, and they were 15 years away from a bomb. And then I said to him, but we got rid of that. You got rid of that. He didn't get mad or call me a left-wing lunatic. He took it in. I told him I thought...
And the funny thing is that I was also against that. And the main reason is because, oh, they get rid of all the uranium, but we give them billions of dollars. What? It's like, okay, maybe?
Parts of his plan for Gaza were wacky, but that I had supported him in the idea that Gaza could be Dubai instead of hell. I told him he was wrong when he tweeted the night before that I was critical of all things Trump. Not true. Check the tapes. Moving Israel's embassy to Jerusalem, loved it. The border did need to be controlled. I'm glad the cops are getting their morale back. DEI had gone too far. Biological men shouldn't be playing women's sports. Europe should pay for their defense. And of course, it makes sense that Arab countries...
That's a big one for me. The NATO thing. This is why I hated everybody. Oh, he wants to break up NATO. And it's like, bro, you're such a fucking retard. He's talking shit because he wants them to pay. That's the fucking entire point. He literally does it every day. He does it all the time. It is a consistent pattern over and over and over again. He will shit talk the fuck out of you, and then when you come around and do what he wants, he will fucking glaze the ever-loving shit out of you. Right? That's his whole fucking modus operandi. It really bothers me because it worked. It fucking worked. All of them started paying their dues that they were supposed to pay instead of not. I think only Germany was even close to their let me see. NATO dues. If I can look this up real quick. So, the whole point was that several of the countries, like, I believe the deal is that they're supposed to pay a certain percentage of their GDP and spend it on defense. And they weren't. And he wanted them to increase their funding to be consistent with the promises that they made. And of course, I'm reading an entire article about this, but none of them are working. Let me see here. Yeah, and so many of them were not. And of course, like I said, I pick up an entire article, and because it's leaning anti-Trump, it's not actually giving me the information that I want. Anyway, whatever. The point is that they weren't paying their fair share. That's how it was worded. Many of them weren't, anyway. I believe, like I said, I think Germany was the closest one, or either they were. You know, I'm probably full of shit about it. I didn't look it up. I couldn't find it. And then they did. So it worked. For me, it's a... Yeah, 2% defense investment guideline. That's what it is. Minimum of 2% of their GDP to defend spending. Yes. That's what the treaty says. And they weren't doing it. Trump got in, talked a bunch of shit, and they started.
Should take in Arab. Europe should pay for their defense. And of course, men shouldn't be playing women's sports. Europe should pay for their defense. And of course, It makes sense that Arab countries should take.
And it's one of these things about Europe paying for their defense that this is the part that really bothers me. We guarantee Europe's security. Not only do we guarantee Europe's security from outside influences, like Russia, for instance, but we also do it internally. So in case they decide to fucking go with war with one another, you get what I'm saying. I seriously doubt they would at this point, considering how closely they're aligned over the past like 50 years, 80 years. Yeah. But that's one of the reasons that Europe is as safe and secure as it is because it has the United States military backing it up. I don't know what Europe would look like if the United States hadn't been there as a defense backer the entire time. It is entirely possible that Russia would have taken large chunks of Europe. I mean, they had all the way up to Germany during the USSR. And then once that fell, you know, look at what Russia's been doing. I seriously doubt he would have been able to take much, Putin that is, out of Europe, but doesn't mean he wouldn't have tried. And if we're going to pay a gigantic military to secure world trade, to secure free world trade, to secure free trade around the world, and we're going to have our giant military literally occupy Europe so that it's safe and doesn't get invaded. Hang on a second. My dog just barked. I'm checking my cameras. Be right back. Hang on. We're gonna take a break. I need to go do something. Had to pull him out of the AoE over there. There he is. Boom, 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 boom. Yes! Yes! Explosions! More explosions! Not likely that anything crazy is gonna happen here. So I'll tuck in next to Joker. You know, lovey-dovey style. And then we'll see what happens. With 5 dudes still up and moving. Lancer. What is he doing? What's he doing? What's he doing? What's he doing? What's he doing?
If I die here, I'm going to kill you.
Ooh. What was that? What? Look at him. Look at him. He gives no fluffs. No! Brother!
We have our chance.
Holy Terra indeed. Holy oh baby. Okay, here we go. It's rocket time, baby. Freya! I think it's time, baby. Lay it down. Let's do hang on. Let's go. I want to make it as accurate as possible. Damn, it's being weird. Let's do here. Plus or minus 1. Bada boom.
Fire Hunter Seeker missile.
Yeah,
baby. No deaths, but look at all that juicy damage. Oh, it's so good. So good. Yeah, I know, no Overwatch, it's okay. Oh boy, is that something I can do? Oh, never mind.
Light of the Emperor!
Don't hit Astro Boy.
Avenge me!
Shit. Where's his body at? It's right there. No! Alrighty, sorry about that. My dog barked and I thought it looked like there might be somebody like prowling outside my freaking house. So I had to go see what was going on with that. And we're good. No problems. I mean, let's just say if they're worth. All right, I can't. Okay. So yeah, with the fact that the United States is basically securing free trade around the world and is ensuring the security of Europe as a whole, it kind of bothers me when they're like not living up to their treaty expectations. And now they are.
Europe should pay for their defense. And of course, it makes sense that Arab countries should take in Arab refugees, like the million Syrians who wound up in Germany when Saudi Arabia took none. He said to me, "You're right, it took none." I said, "Well, you should remind your boyfriend in Saudi Arabia that the next time you see him." He laughed. I never felt I had to walk on eggshells around him. And honestly, I voted for Clinton and Obama, but I would never feel comfortable talking to them the way I was able to talk with Donald Trump. That's just how it went down. Make of it what you will. Me, I feel it's emblematic of why the Democrats are so unpopular these days.
Does it not speak to how fucked up it is that he has to say things like that?
You will. I was able to talk with Donald Trump. That's just how it went down. Make of it what you will.
Immediately, as soon as he made that statement, he had to genuflect to be like,
the way I was able to talk with Donald Trump. That's just how it went down. Make of it what you will.
Because he knows the people on his own team are going to eat him the fuck alive for even talking to the man.
Me, I feel it's emblematic of why the Democrats are so unpopular these days. He was even okay when I checked him on the orangutan lawsuit. He was. You know, he said to Dana White, "You know, Bill said my father was an orangutan, and I really love my father." And I said, "Well, Mr. President, I did that because I didn't like what you were doing regarding Obama's birth origins. I thought that was low." Again, no anger, just a little smile, as if to say, "Yeah, I get it." The most surreal part of the whole night was when I got home. I flew back right after.
I'm not gonna lie, that's actually pretty cool. Because they're literally talking about how he insulted Trump's father by calling him an orangutan. Like, if you did that to my mom, I probably wouldn't like you, right? So...
dinner, and I'm in bed watching 60 Minutes from the night before, and there's Trump in one of their stories, standing at a podium in a room that looked to me like one of the rooms and places we'd just been in. And he's ranting, "Disgusting, you're a terrible person." And I'm like, who's that guy? What happened to Glinda the Good Witch?
Glinda the Good Witch.
And why can't we get the guy I met to be the public guy? And I'm not saying it's our responsibility to do that. It's not. I'm just reporting exactly what I saw over 2.5 hours.
Again, genuflection to defense, where he's like, I'm not complimenting him. I'm literally reporting what happened. It's like,
I went into the mine, and that's what's down there. A crazy person doesn't live in the White House. A person who plays a crazy person on TV a lot lives there, which I know is fucked up. It's just not as fucked up as I thought it was.
That was pretty good. Let's listen to that one again.
White House. A person's down there for 2.5 hours. I went into the mine, and that's what's down there. A crazy person doesn't live in the White House. A person who plays a crazy person on TV a lot lives there, which I know is fucked up. It's just not as fucked up as I thought it was.
And the thing about it is like I said, this specifically, that he plays a crazy person on TV, shows you that he is using it as a tool, that is not who he really is, necessarily. Like, there may be a little bit of that in there, obviously. Like, even when I do that kind of stuff, like, it's still me. Even when I do, like, super, you know, wacky tango shit on my stream, it's still me. It's just played up for effect. And if you're going to be a world leader and you want to appear to be a crazy strongman, and to be, because yeah, that's what you do.
And I have no illusions now that I'm back to work at my job that he might start a new list. Because I don't have a good feeling and will be critical about a lot of what he's doing, the trade war and disappearing people, ruling by decree, threatening judges, gutting the government with glee. But I also think he now understands I have a job to do, or at least he did on this night, because he said to me early on that he'd seen our last episode, which was the Friday before this dinner. And he said, I thought maybe you'd be nice, but you hit me really hard. I did, because I'm not going to pull my punches that presidents get to propose a third term for themselves. He understood that, and without animus. That doesn't mean he's not going to try to do it. At one point, I said to him, you're scaring people. Do you really want to be scaring your own citizens so much? And I know now you're all saying, and what did he say to that? Honestly, I don't remember. But it wasn't, okay, I'll stop. So MAGA fans, don't worry. Your boy gave me nothing. Just hats. Hats in a very generous amount of time and a willingness to listen and accept me as a possible friend, even though I'm not MAGA, which was the point of the dinner. My favorite part of the whole night was we were standing in the blowjob room. We were. And he said, you know, I've heard from a lot of people who really like that we're having this dinner. Not all, but a lot. And I said, same. A lot of people told me they loved it, but not all. And we agreed. The people who don't even want us to talk, we don't like you. Don't talk, as opposed to what? Writing the same editorial for the millionth time and making 25-hour speeches into the wind? Really? That's what liberals have? He takes the piss out of everybody else and we can hold ours? Okay. That's my report. You can hate me for it, but I'm not a liar. Trump was gracious and measured, and why he isn't that in other settings, I don't know, and I can't answer, and it's not my place to answer. I'm just telling you what I saw, and I wasn't high. Damn, missed opportunity.
All right, that's it. So, I mean, the thing that really... The main reason I wanted to watch this on stream is because it's telling that several times during this speech, especially at the very beginning, he had to literally defend himself preemptively because he knows the people on his own team will shit all over him and give him just all kinds of fucking shit for even talking to Trump, let alone not completely bashing him over and over and over again, right? So it's sad. It really is. And to be fair, there are people on the right who do exactly like this. Like, don't get me wrong. Like here's the problem that I think a lot of people have. It is something that a lot of right-wing people fell into this trap during Trump's first term, Biden's term. And what it is that it's like Tim Pool is a good example of this too, where once the culture shifted enough to allow liberals to control the culture, and that default Democrat policy was essentially the thing for the government, especially after Bush, because fuck that guy, that the left abandoned most of the principles that they said they would uphold. Free speech is the big one, right? With the online censorship, censoring people you don't like, blah, 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 blah. It's one of the reasons why the cultural right ascendancy was basically foretold back then, is because when you censor people, it does two things. It doesn't make people stop listening to them. What it does is it galvanizes that person to think they're right, because instead of proving them wrong, you simply shut them down. So that galvanizes them and makes them push harder. And what it signals to everybody else who's not sucking your dick, i.e. on your team, is that you're scared of them. And you're scared of what they have to say because it might be true. You're so scared, in fact, that you would go against your own principles to ensure that nobody can hear what they have to say. You do this long enough, you do this enough times, and what happened on Twitter specifically is that all the people on the right were mostly level-headed, nice suit and tie kind of people, or not crazy, not the crazy Nazi types, right? Screaming, fuck the Jews and all that other stuff. They were presentable because they had to be, because if they stepped out of line even a little bit, they would get banned. But on the flip side of that, you had almost all of the crazy people on blue team who were just allowed to run free and say whatever the fuck they wanted. No matter how retarded, no matter how bad, you know, you could literally juxtapose two people saying the exact same thing just from different sides of the aisle. One would get banned and one wouldn't. And so what that meant is that a lot of people, like Tim Pool, started to say things like the right wing is now the party of free speech, or the right is now the Republicans are now the party of free speech, or the right is the party of free speech, or whatever the fuck it is, right? But he was wrong. He was wrong. The underdog is always the champions of free speech. The right is not the champion of free speech. The left is not the champion of free speech. Democrats are not champions of free speech. Republicans are not champions of free speech. The underdog is champion of free speech, because when you're the underdog, free speech is the only way that you can, you know, exercise power. And when you're not the underdog, you want to tamp down free speech, because that's how you maintain power. Because God forbid you be criticized when you're governing, right? And so it created this like false narrative that the right was now being basically disaffected liberals like me and Tim Pool and everybody else were basically moving to the right, and now the right was, you know, champions of free speech. And that's just not true. That was never true. What it was is that, yes, disaffected liberals were moving more rightward, but they weren't joining the right. Like, I'm not right wing. I'm not left wing either. I try to make decisions based on what I think and my own morality and principles, rather than team play. And I know everybody says that, but fuck them. I don't care. This is why I went through those court documents. This is why I said I was wrong. Right? This is why I was like, oh, I literally read the fucking law. I got the wrong information. I was wrong. 100%. No doubt. Easy. Like, it's so fucking easy. It's not even funny. And it blows my mind that more people can't just do that. And I think going into the future, we're really gonna have a lot of these problems, is that these narratives are gonna pop up, and we're not gonna be able to get rid of them, and we can't, you know. But like I was saying about, you know, disaffected liberals moving to the right and being the champions of free speech and all the shit that, you know, the supposedly liberals were champions for, they basically, it felt like they abandoned when they went woke, right? And yes, I can define wokeness. Fuck you. It is what happens when you take Marxist praxis and you apply it to things outside of economics, like race politics, gender politics, sex politics, and sexual orientation politics. Where you take the Marxist paradigm of oppressor versus oppressed and you apply it to things where it's not applicable. Hell, it's not really applicable to economics either, but, you know, communists are going to be fucking communists, so let them fucking be communists, I guess. It's not illegal, and it probably shouldn't be. That doesn't make them not retarded for believing essentially what is a religion. Like, if humans were ants, then communism would probably work. Yep, sure would. But we're not. Close, but no cigar. Anyway, so there was this false narrative that, oh, the right is now the new counterculture. Tim Pool and Paul Joseph Watson said that a lot back during Trump's first term. And they were sort of right, but not really. Basically what it was is that everybody... that basically people on the right, people in the middle, and everybody in between allied together to fight off essentially woke bullshit. Not just woke, but the general idea of inserting gender and race politics into every fucking thing and talking about it incessantly, when most of the time we just don't need to. And dying on the hill of males in female sports. And I'm sure you've heard about that John Oliver thing where he basically just lies through his teeth and pretends like, well, you know, he's funny. He pretends he's funny, so he can lie as much as he wants, right? When the literal expert he brought on is that males will always maintain a competitive advantage against females. That's just how biology works in most instances, right? Hashtag not all. So, and here's the really funny thing is like it's easily disproven because all male sports are unisex. If you're a woman or you're a female and you want to go play football, you can try out. You want to play basketball, you could try out. You want to play baseball, you could try out. You want to play hockey, you could try out. They don't prevent them from joining. They just can't compete with the men. And it's these things that basically lost the blue team cultural hegemony. Hegemony. It's what lost them their cultural hegemony. Because I absolutely hated the Republicans and red team for so long. Trying to ban video games, trying to ban music. Motherfucker, I listened to ICP and I played fucking Grand Theft Auto and all that shit. And you know what? I've never shot a single fucking person. Well, I've never illegally shot a single fucking person. We don't need to get into that. And not because of gangster rap or ICP or GTA. That's not how any of that shit works. I don't commit crime, and I never have. Outside of a few incidents when I was young that were, like I shoplifted when I was 15. I was a dumbass. Stole a CD. Like an idiot. And I never did it again. Easy peasy. See, this is the kind of like thing that I agree with. It's like 100%. The Metro prosecutor offered me probation for 6 months, and if I didn't fuck up, it would be expunged from my record. I just had to pay the government and take a class and, pay my fine, take some stupid fucking class that was even more of a fine, and then I was good to go. And that's exactly how it should be. Absolutely. And this is the way it should be with almost everything. It's like if you can come back from the brink, it doesn't really matter what your crimes are, with exceptions, obviously. If you are someone who goes around and gripes women all day, every day, then yeah, you should be locked in a cage because you're an animal. If you're a psychopathic murderer, obviously. But it's one of those things where it's like, even if you've done those things, or excuse me, there are some things where there's just almost no coming back from, right? Killing a single person because you're more high on crack or something like that is different than if you premeditatedly murdered a bunch of people. Coming back from the brink is going to be a lot harder, right? Especially if you're, a sexual assaulter or you do any of those sex crime shit. Like, it's a lot. I would say it's a lot harder to come back from that. Even if you've done your time, it's like, I don't want to associate with you at all. But you committed armed robbery when you were 15. You get out when you're like 35 and you're like, I am fucking completely never doing that shit again. And you fucking set your life straight. While you were in prison, you did a bunch of stuff to make your life better. You got your diploma from high school and all this other stuff, and you've literally done everything you could to prove to civilization that you're good to go. I'm okay with that. And I love how I went off on that tangent. It just, like I said, it really... We really do live in just like upside down clown world. And I naively thought that liberals and Democrats were on the right side of history. I legitimately thought that. Gay marriage was one of those big things that I didn't understand as to why. It's like, we live in the United States of America, right? If I want to marry a man, I should be able to marry a man. Like, what the fuck is... Yeah, it's an institution of religion, 100%, but our government is not run as if it's a religion. We are not a nation. We are not a Christian nation. We are a nation of Christians. That's essentially what it boils down to. And it's simple because I can go down I can literally walk down the street saying "Hail Satan." I can erect statues of Baphomet on my own property. I can worship any pagan god I choose. I can shit all over Christianity 24/7, 7 days a week, 365 days out of the year. And there ain't a goddamn thing they can do about it. And that's the way it should be. But it really felt like blue team got high on power. And then you had all of these essentially, you know, Marxist individuals who basically marched their way through the institutions, who had all this critical race theory bullshit ingrained in their skull. And in my opinion, it is essentially a religion, because it's just like communism. Like, none of it's based on fucking facts. It's all based on feels, and it doesn't hold up to scrutiny, and it never has. And when you apply that Marxist practice to anything other than economy, it's essentially listen and believe. You know, when Bell Hooks wrote her treatise on fucking feminism and all this other shit, she essentially asserted that the United States was a white supremacist patriarchy and could never be redeemed. And nowhere in that book did she supply any evidence of that. It was just stated and moved on. And motherfuckers cite this bitch constantly. So I don't want to fucking hear it. And then you anyway, all right, let's move on from this. I've ranted enough about that. Is that all I wanted? Oh, Alexander spitting facts. Enlisting in the military is still a good option if you're young. True. I would not have necessarily, with all the woke shit going through the military, I would have been like, you know, maybe might not be such a good idea. If we could keep all that shit out of the military, then I'm okay with it. Because the thing about it is like the military is one of the few places in the government that's allowed to discriminate for any fucking reason outside of like race and sexual orientation and stuff like that, right? And the reason is because it's like trans individuals. The reason the military should be allowed to discriminate against trans individuals is because it's a mental disorder. If I have I forget major depression, the military can kick you out if you get major depression. If you have major depression, you try to join the military, they can discriminate against you for that reason alone. Right? There are many medical conditions that you could have that will prevent you from joining the military. Like being flat-footed is just one among a million, right? I had to get a waiver because I took prescription medication known as Zoloft when I was 16. I had to get a waiver for that to join the Navy. And I had to get another waiver to get on a fucking submarine because of that. So, yeah, it's one of those things. It's like, why do you do that? Well, because when the shit hits the fan, the last thing they want you to do is freak the fuck out because you've got some kind of disorder that doesn't allow you to function as efficiently as someone who does not have that disorder. It's ridiculous to like have to make this argument. Like it would be like saying that someone who is in a wheelchair can join military combat roles. Like it's just it's laughable on its face. Laughable on its face. And we now have the SAVE Act, which would require proof of citizenship to vote. I wonder if, oh yeah, and look at this. 216 versus 208. Almost every Democrat voted against it. Almost every Republican voted for it. Does it have fuck the redcoats. Okay, it doesn't have the speeches. During this So basically, the Democrats were arguing that it's going to disenfranchise. Oh, here we go. If you got married and changed your name, your ID will not match your birth certificate. If you do not have a passport and your ID does not match your birth certificate, you cannot prove your citizenship. According to the SAVE Act, you will not be able to vote. The SAVE Act will disenfranchise tens of millions of women in America. It's blatant voter suppression. I'm going to go with Asmongold on this. Baldy's right. If you can't figure out how to get your ID properly changed you probably are not cognizant enough and aware enough of everything that's going on that you should vote. It doesn't mean that we should make it illegal. I'm not going to go that far. Baldy can have that one. But this is one of those cases where you are making an argument that the dumbest fucking people on the planet should vote. Now, I don't know what it's like in other states, but in Tennessee, it is so fucking easy to fix all of this. Like, my wife has had to change her name several times. She was married before, and so she has had 3 last names. And she's had her maiden name twice, because she had her name changed after she got divorced, and then so back to her maiden name, and then when she got married to me, she changed her name to my name. Guess what? She can vote under this act. You know why? Because she's not fucking retarded.
Side of the aisle using married women as a gotcha for voting. I've never had to bring my birth certificate to prove that I was a registered voter. I have an ID that has a different name than my birth certificate. And also, since we're using women as bait here, maybe in the next round of debates, they can explain to us exactly what a woman is.
I know Destiny makes fun of people that ask this question, but I think he forgets something. I think Destiny forgets something when he makes fun of people. Oh, what is a woman? Blah, 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 because they're asking this as a gotcha question. The problem with it is that it is cringe as fuck to be like, what is a woman? The problem is, and the reason it works, is because when you ask someone who is a fucking... All right, I'm not just going to call him a fucking retard. When you ask someone who leans toward the retarded-ass definition of a woman is a person who identifies as a woman, what you do is you show the entire country that you are essentially flat Earth adjacent. That you believe a conspiracy theory so fucking retarded that you would deny biological reality. Now, is that really what's happening? No. Because I'm just gonna lay it out. A woman is not a totally biological thing, right? Just like a man isn't a totally biological thing. When we say woman, what we're doing is we're trying to transfer what my thoughts are to your brain. So when I say woman, right, I mean something in my head. I'm thinking of a thing. That thing has a word attached to it. It's woman. And when I say woman, I am trying to get you to understand that what I'm thinking about is this thing. So when I say woman, most people would say you are talking about an adult human female. That is what you're referring to. Yes. However, when we talk about things like what is a man? What is a woman? What is a real man? What is a real woman? Right? These things have more connotations. They have more abstract lines and definitions that don't really, truly align with biological reality, right? Like, for instance, one of the things about being a man that people describe is, oh, you take responsibility for things. Well, there are lots of adult human males who don't take responsibility for fucking shit and are shit bags and all this other stuff. And I would call them grown-ass boys. That's what I would call them. Boys. Because that's what they are. They're adult males who are just simply boys. And so we have taken, in that context, I have taken man out of the biological reality ever so slightly, because even though they fulfill the biological reality of they are an adult human male and they produce small gametes for reproduction, they have not attained a level of status of man, because they do not fulfill the social role that men are supposed to hold. And in the same way, women have a social role. Woman is not just adult human female. When I say woman, you think of a lot of other things, right? It used to be that you would think of, a homemaker, a caretaker, and various other feminine qualities that come along with that. But the thing about it is that a male can, in fact, do the performative aspects of what we would consider a woman is, right? So if you have essentially someone who cross-dresses or a trans individual, if they put on the essential costume, let's just call it that. Not a derogatory term, let's just roll with it, okay? And then they start acting like a woman would in almost every way that a woman would act. And they take on the gender roles of a woman in almost every way that most women do. By all intents and purposes, for our society, they are women. But not really, right? So like, it's just like this. If you didn't know who Blair White was, always use Blair White. We always got to use Blair White. Blair White is a good example of this. This is Blair White. This is a trans individual. And if you have someone like Blair White who passes enough, actually, it might be better to do it on. That way I can actually stare at the screen without going blind. Yeah, here we go, Blair White. But Blair White, now obviously this is filtered. She's got makeup on. And you notice how I use the word she just naturally? Do you want to know why? Because she tricked me. She presents herself in such a way that my brain doesn't register as man, it registers as female. Even though I know that Blair White was born male, that she has XY chromosomes, and that she produces small gametes, right? Sperm. Because she looks enough like a woman, because she acts enough like one, it tricks my brain into using the pronouns automatically. That's why when a trans person doesn't pass, it doesn't trick your brain automatically. Because if you can pass, and you're just a normal person walking down the street, other than the fact that you may be transgender or you're a crossdresser or whatever the fuck you want to do, right? Lady boys, I don't care, whatever. We don't need to get into my fetishes, so. My point on this is that you can't, is that this is what my brain does by default. That's essentially what pronouns are, is they describe who you are. And if I see you as a woman and you present yourself as a woman, then I'm just going to default to the female pronouns. Just as the same with like, was it Buck Angel? Is that the name? Buck Angel? Yeah. Yeah, female who lives as a man. Now this dude walks down the street. You're gonna think it's a man. Because they pass. Fair. You're gonna use he pronouns. He, him. By default. Because that's what your brain does. Right? But when you... Her face looks plastic as fuck. But I thought she might have some other stuff on here. Anyway. When you pass, your brain just automatically uses the other pronouns. And so what is a woman? Well, a woman is an adult human female. But it is also someone who fulfills the gender roles in society of definition 1. And so, is Blair White a woman? Technically, no. Does Blair White fulfill the gender roles and societal expectations of a woman? And the answer is yes. And if your brain can automatically do it, and it automatically pushes it, then that's all that's needed. But if you want me to use she, her pronouns, and you look like Buck Angel, you can fuck right off, right? And if you want me to use he, him pronouns, and you look like Blair White, you can fuck right off. Like, this is not they, them, this is she. That's just how it fucking works, right? You don't have to like it, but this is how human society and biology has coexisted and merged into the amalgam of what it is today. It's not a top-down system. This is why the pronoun shit is so fucking retarded. Almost all of our gender role stuff and pronouns, also, hey, Flaming Cam, what's up, buddy? Cheers, mate. Almost all of this stuff is is a bottom-up thing that we all do. No one programmed me to use she, her pronouns for women. What it is that I was taught in English class, hey, when you're referring to someone in the, I forget what the term is, but when you're referring to someone and you don't want to use their name, and you're talking about someone to another person, you use pronouns. Well, if it's a female, you use she, her. If it's a male, you use he, him. Because those are just the ones we use. Those are the ones we describe. Because if I say him, that you know that I am thinking about a male, right? Basically, this is how it works. Language is information transmission. It is like transmitting information over a data line or over the internet, except it's very, very, very low wavelength, or not wavelength. What's the word I'm looking for? Frequency of data transmission, right? The God damn it, what is the bandwidth? That's it. It's very low bandwidth information transfer. So when I say he, you know, in my brain, I'm thinking of a male. Now, it could be an adult male, could be an adolescent, right? Anywhere in between. He only means male, right? And so if I say he, you know, I'm thinking of a male. That is how that works. Because I say the word comes out of my mouth, it goes in your ears, and your brain translates that he to mean a male. Easy. When you say woman, what I am doing is I am thinking of a thing, and I say the word that I correlate with that thing. And the vast majority of people correlate the word woman with an adult human female, and or someone who performs the socially expectations and social roles that that an adult human female would take on, right? This is how you can have, you know, young women or young girls take on those social roles of a woman. Let's say if their mom is sick and they have to take care of their siblings. Well, she's taking on the social role of a woman by basically being the mother, right? But we would never call her a woman, even though she's taking on those social roles. I think the issue is more the trans person is a jerk or not. You can't force. Yeah, that's really what it is. It's the top-down nature of what they're trying to do. They're trying to force people to conform to this, rather than just being like, you know, look, this is a thing. Because like if they came at it from if the trans activists came at it from a thing where it was like, look, you know, this is just something about human decency and respect, and you know, we're trying to fit in. We don't want to cause no trouble. We just want to be part of society. You know, and if that's where they did it, then I think a lot more people would be amenable to it. Like, I'm fairly amenable to it in general, even though all the crazy motherfuckers say all this shit. But if you're a crazy motherfucker saying this shit, I'm absolutely 100% not gonna do it just to say fuck you, because I don't care. Fuck you. I'm not gonna. You do not get to tell me what to do. Simple as. And if you try, fuck you. Anyway, so the reason our rant coming to a close, that when you ask a lefty, a Democrat, or somebody on blue team what a woman is, and they stumble and blah, 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 or they use the stupid ass, you know, undefinition of a woman is anything that identifies as woman. You cannot have the fucking word of the definition, because that creates circular reasoning. You fucking morons. It makes you look retarded. It's like asking you, if you ask a lefty or blue team, if you ask someone on the blue team, is the world round, or is it an oblate sphere, or whatever the fuck it's called, and they stumble and stammer and blah, 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 and or they provide a definition that no, the earth is flat, or no, it's actually more like a cube, or any of that other nonsense, people are going to look at you like you're fucking stupid. And if you're a fucking politician who is in our government and you believe in something that is akin to flat earth, people are going to think you're ridiculous. I just want to point that out. It's absolutely ridiculous. It makes you look retarded. It absolutely does. And Destiny had a really good conceptualization of this, and I should have mentioned it earlier, that words don't actually have like true definitive meanings in most lexicon, and lexicon meaning like how we communicate with one another, right? Because bad, what does bad mean? Well, bad means something that is not good, It's the opposite of good, and it is something that is detrimental to you, right? But if I say that's badass, well, most people who speak English as a first language in America would be like, oh, he means that's cool and awesome and potentially good, right? Or even just, oh man, that's bad, dude. Ooh, that's bad. You can, like, especially if you grew up in like the fucking 70s or 80s, that is a signal that, oh, it actually means good. He's just saying it in a, it's also cool. Not just good, it's also cool, right? And so this is how our language evolves, is that we use idioms, double entendre to communicate ideas with one another. It's like an inside joke, right? A lot of stuff like bury the hatchet. You say that to someone who speaks English as a second language, like from China or something, and they didn't learn idioms. That's going to confuse the fuck out of them. And there's a lot of them that I can't just come up with off my head. Badass is another one. Just like in British English, bollocks is good and dog bollocks is bad. Or is it the other way around? I can't remember. But anyway, these are things that are not, they're not able to be top down. In fact, most dictionaries, the way they actually work is not them dictating what words are and aren't. Because if they did, then ain't wouldn't be in the dictionary. But so many fucking people use ain't, they had to add it because it actually is part of our lexicon. It's a conjugation. But it's not supposed to be. It's not proper English, but now it is. I think they did it like 10 years ago or something like that. And so, again, when you say, when you are asked what is a woman and you can't answer the question coherently immediately, or you provide a definition that sounds ridiculously stupid to 80+% of the population, you're going to look like a fool and nobody's going to want to vote for you outside of your own team. And even your own team are going to roll their eyes and hold their nose as they check the box because many of them also don't believe it. No, transgender people cannot become transgender man. A man who wishes to transition to a woman is not actually a woman. They can accept those gender roles, and I am more than happy to treat them as if they are a woman because they are doing those gender roles. I have absolutely done this, right? Like, it's automatic. When I went to a drag show one time, we one of the queens, we were leaving to go outside to smoke or something like that, and I opened the door for them like a gentleman, like my granddaddy taught me to. But it's a man in a dress. But it doesn't matter because it tricked my brain into perceiving this person as if they own that female gender role. And so I just reacted. And that's fine. That's fine. But we cannot upend our entire society just because somebody wants to pretend there's something that they're not. Okay? We have to abide by reality. And then once we agree that we abide by reality, then we can make small exceptions here and there for those who need it the most. Right? Like I said, if somebody like Blair White approached me, I would think they're a woman because they look like one. If you pass enough, and let's be real, there are women who look a lot more like men than they probably should. Flamin', honestly don't care if somebody's trans or even if they had a harder life than me, but the wokes use it as a reason to hate people. I mean, they do, but they use it as a bludgeon, right? You're basically, if you keep telling somebody you're wrong, bigot, and go away, they're gonna fuck off and just not listen to you anymore. Which is pretty much where we're at with this, right? This is why the vast majority of all this woke trans shit is just fucking flying out the window, right? Like even earlier when I was watching Bill Maher, he was like, men shouldn't be in women's sports. Like, this is easy. Easy peasy. It doesn't matter how few it affects. It's pure and simple. Males should not be in female exclusive sports. End of story. We have female sports because females cannot compete at the same level as males do. It's a biological reality. There are a few instances in which a few special women could defeat men who are not at the top of their game, 100%. But in the vast majority of sports, a male at the tippity top of the game is going to beat a female at the tippy top of her game. That is a biological reality. Very few sports, this is not true. Very few sports, right? The vast majority of them are physical. Like, I don't even understand why there are differences in male and female chess leagues, or why they have like different leagues for billiards, but apparently it's one of those things where I don't know. I don't know why they would have that. If there is statistical evidence that females can't compete in those sports either, I'm open to it, but I don't see how chess is a thing. It's literally a mental game, right? It has nothing to do with the fast twitch muscle or body mass or any of that other shit, right? It's all intellect, so it should be unisex. Same with StarCraft, right? Why would you have different leagues for males and females in StarCraft? That just sounds retarded. The only way not to is to never go to the gym or to be brainwashed into believing that there are a lot of women who have literally drank the Kool-Aid on the men and women are equal. And it's just not true. Not even a little bit. As far as like even if you're the same weight, same class, like let's say you were to take two boxers, a male and a female, and you take a featherweight boxer and a heavyweight female, or not a featherweight boxer, like they're in the same weight class essentially, is what I'm trying to say. So if you have a male and a female in the same weight class, right? Who's going to win in a boxing match? Even if they're both have the same level of skill, more than likely the male is, because he's going to be able to hit harder, he's going to be able to move faster, and in many instances, he will have more endurance. Because he's able to train harder. Not only that, men are able to train more than women are, and better than women are, because of the biological reality of how female bodies work. If you have a fucking period, it will affect your ability to train. Simple as. I don't know how much. I'm not an expert on any of this, but I do know that it does. And it is detrimental in a way. It is detrimental in that way. So yeah. When you do this, it makes you look like a fool. And this is why it's a gotcha. It's not because these people are virtue signaling.
I rise in support.
That's what she's doing when she says
is. Of debates, they can explain to us exactly what a woman is.
This is a virtue signal. I 100% admit that. But it's also, the reason it's a gotcha is because when the people on blue team try to explain, they look like fools to the vast majority of Americans. Because it's just like, why can't you answer this fucking question? It's adult human female. And then you can go on to explain that there are gender roles in our society that correlate with women that transgender people can fill, and that they should be accorded respect if they can fulfill those roles and if they try hard enough. Right? Because if you're trying, I can meet you halfway, dude. It's just like speaking English. If you're Chinese or Japanese or freaking Indian, Pakistani, I don't give a fuck where you're from, and you're speaking broken-ass English, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. Why am I going to give you the benefit of the doubt? Because you're trying. If you try, I'm with you, buddy. I'm with you. Because I speak the most broken, fucked up Spanish you've ever heard, and that's what I would want. I would want people to be like, okay, cool, we can work with you, right? I can work with that. I can't tell you how many times I've done it in my life where I'm talking to some dude who barely speaks English. He speaks mostly Spanish or any other number of languages. And it's just like, you just go slow. It's not like they're stupid. These people aren't stupid. They're smart. Many of them are smart. But when you speak a second language and it's very broken, it makes you sound retarded. So it's not like they're stupid. And so you just give them a little bit of grace. You give them a little bit of leeway, and you'd be surprised how far you'll get with that. And it's the same, and I feel the same way about the transgender thing. It's that if you're trying to fit in, if you're trying to be part of society, I can meet you halfway. You know? I can do that. Absolutely 100%. But if you're just going to say fuck you and just look gender ambiguous all day with your fucked up hair and all that other shit, and you're screaming at everybody that they're bigots, well, then I'm not going to meet you halfway. I'm going to take a few steps back and hold up the double middle fingers and tell you to, and dare you to come get me. Fuck around and find out, asshole. Make it harder to vote. Yeah, shut up, dude. So here's the thing. It's really easy to get another birth certificate. It's $15. You can do it online. Military service papers with sensitive info. You mean like your security number, social security number? One I had to take to the DMV. The military papers I had to take to the DMV. to get this. Get this. This bad boy right here. See that? I had to take in my military paperwork to get this. To prove that I had handgun training. How about that? Buckos. I mean, women can still run fairly well, but they also weigh very little in comparison to their muscle. Yes. When they do pull-ups, it's easier. They have skinny body, but good arm muscles. Yep. True. It's because they have a different weight to muscle ratio than men do. So they are, so like, yes, women, like the whole, a bunch of army dudes standing around watching a woman do pull-ups. It's like, well, they're if you didn't expect a muscular woman to be able to do pull-ups, then you're fucking retarded. Like, you literally weigh like $120. Like, of course you could do 20 pull-ups with the fucking, 20-inch guns. Like, get the fuck out of here with that shit. All right, so here's the propaganda. Here's the propaganda that Red Team is putting out. Un momento, por favor. Can I zoom in on this? I can. Okay. Let's look at the propaganda. Don't even get me started on saying it was racist or something to make people vote or not against poor. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, this will work. Radical progressive, blah, 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 blah. Myth, the SAVE Act prohibit women and anyone change their name from voting. Facts. Under the SAVE Act, those individuals who have updated their documentary proof of citizenship, which includes things like real ID, passport, government-issued identifications with their place of birth. If you've got a real ID, that's how they... No action is needed. They can register to vote. For the small fraction of individuals who have not yet updated their documentation to reflect the name change, most do immediately for the other life purposes. True. SAVE Act explicitly directs states to establish a process for them to register to vote, irrespective of those discrepancies. Huh. I wonder if that's true or not. Like other areas of law, citizens will be able to use combinations of existing identification documents, certifications of birth from state, and other similar documentation to demonstrate citizenship. No one will be left unable to register to vote due to a name change. Would require everyone in the U.S. to have a passport. I don't think they made that. I think they said they have to have a passport or these other things. We could just ignore that. Federal elections, because this is a straw man. In federal elections, we have no evidence of illegal voting. That has to be. I can't believe that someone would fucking say this. I can't believe that, because that's absolutely not true. Yeah. So I don't know if this is a straw man or not, but yeah, there absolutely is evidence that illegals vote. We just don't know how many. Like, if you've been convicted of voting and you're you're a criminal alien, that's proof, right? And there have been. So I don't know if unnecessary because it already illegal for non-citizens to vote. While only U.S. citizens can legally vote in federal elections, the National Voter Registration Act effectively stops states from checking citizenship during registration, preventing the law from being enforced. The SAVE Act is needed to require states to verify citizenship when registering individuals to vote for federal elections, giving states the tools to remove non-citizens from their voter rolls and penalize officials and non-citizens. If it's unnecessary, then it shouldn't matter, right? This is the appeal to it doesn't matter. Well, if it doesn't matter, then why the fuck are you against it? If it's unnecessary and it's going to do something that's already on the books, then why are you fighting so hard against it? Because of this stuff? Probably not true. That sounds like absolute bullshit to anybody who knows how to get any of this shit done. Make it impossible for U.S. service members. No, I can't. You cannot. Like, I need proof that somebody said this. The SAVE Act will make it impossible for U.S. service members to vote if deployed abroad. This is so fucking stupid. I can't believe someone would say this. Like, it's so dumb. It's hard for me to believe someone would say this. Because of literally Uniformed overseas citizens absentee voting. I voted on a fucking submarine, dude. I was literally under fucking way, and I got to vote in my state fucking elections. All right? Like, shut the fuck up. Like, no one, I can't believe someone said that. That's just beyond the pale for me. Like, I need proof that somebody said it. SAVE Act is unconstitutional and violates principles of federalism. That's a very vague statement. The election clause, naturalization clause of the 15th, 19th, 24th, and 26th Amendments clearly give Congress the authority to enact the SAVE Act. The SAVE Act is a narrow bill that simply strengthens the law that has governed federal voter registration process for 30 years. The NVRA by requiring states to verify citizenship for registration in federal elections. And this is not to vote, this is to register to vote. Which I already provided my birth certificate and proof of citizenship in Tennessee to vote because of the ID that I have. I had to have a birth certificate to fucking get the goddamn thing. And you know what you need with a birth certificate? Do you know what you need? You know how to get it? You go online, you go to the state, and you pay $15 and they'll send you a copy of your birth certificate if you don't have one. If it's got the wrong name on it, you know what you can do? You can take your birth certificate with mail of yours and other identifying things. You take that to the DMV and you're like, see the birth certificate? Yeah, I got married and here's my name now and here was my name then. Here's my marriage certificate that's got my original name on it. Oh yes, I see. This is your birth certificate. This shows that you changed your name. Here's your ID, ma'am. It's fucking easy. If Democrats were so goddamn concerned about people not being able to get IDs and have this, claiming it's a poll tax. Lovely. What the fuck was I even going to say? I forgot. They treat adults like children. It does feel that way. It really, really does feel like they treat adults like children. So yes, it costs like $25 to get a copy of your birth certificate. Something that you should already have. A $5 copy of my name change, which you should already have if you changed your name. And a $3 copy of my marriage license, which you should already have. And an $89 driver's license. Okay, it didn't cost $89 for me to get a driver's license, but sure. But all of these things you should already have. And here's the thing. Oh, this is what I was going to say. If they're so concerned about people not being able to do this, then why are they not helping the people get these things squared away? If you think these people are too retarded or too poor to get a motherfucking ID, why don't you start a fund to get them fucking IDs? You can bust them to the goddamn polls, but you can't bust them to the fucking DMV? Is that what you're telling me? Is that what this is? You can't help these people get IDs, but you can help them vote. You can bust them all around the fucking nation, spend millions of dollars in gas, putting carbon in the fucking atmosphere like you give a fuck about the environment. But you can't start a fund or try to put an amendment in that helps people who are poor or who are old or who have this fucking problem to get an ID. You can't do that. You can't do that. Instead, you're just going to bitch and moan that it costs money to get these things. You know what else costs money? It costs money to get gas to go to the fucking polls. Did you know that? Must be a poll tax. Oh, unless you're a Democrat, and then you could just get bussed to the fucking polls for free, I guess. I know that was out of pocket. It's just something stupid. Don't worry about it. That's not a real opinion or anything. It's just it irritates me so much when it's like there are easy solutions to this problem where we could make it effectively free for those who don't have the ability to do it, and they don't offer solutions for that and instead just bitch that it is like this. It's not a poll tax because you don't have to pay money to go vote. Simple as. It's a pink tax. Well, you know what pink taxes are? They're for fucking stupid ass motherfuckers that won't buy the cheap version of the product because it's fucking pink. Because if you weren't fucking stupid, then you would just buy the man's version. Because most of them, if they're exactly the same, then why do you buy the pink one? If it says for women on it and it costs more, why don't you just buy the man one? Oh, you mean because it's a different product that's designed differently, that's made for different people, and it costs more to make? Yeah. Also tiring. But I also don't agree with this. Okay. All right, what else? What else we got? I think we're going to move on. Oh, I love it, man. Now, there were definitely people who were talking about Cuba and were talking about how Mao didn't lose. And it's like, well, I mean, if you kill 40 million of your own citizens, is that a win? Is that what we call a W? Or is that loser? I don't know. But it is a fair criticism for people who make this fucking dumbass argument. By the way, I want to point out that Confederate soldiers are actual veterans of the United States and are treated as such. I want you to understand that. They are. This is why when we have historical marches, the Confederate soldiers are there. Because the thing that a lot of shit libs don't get is that most of the men who joined the Confederate Army, many of them were conscripted, and many of them were literal patriots of their state. Like, how many of you motherfuckers on the left hate the United States? Right? Now imagine you get conscripted for a war that you have to fight because somebody's invading your goddamn country. Guess what? You're still fighting for the country that you hate. You're still fighting for the American Empire. That's what they did. Like most of the, like, you think, like, think about it like this. How many people do you know today barely understand fucking politics at all? And we have access to so much information it's not even funny. Right? And they still are so mouth-droolingly retarded that you cannot believe they believe the things that they do. Go back to 1840 and think about all the hick-ass motherfuckers and stupid motherfuckers that lived during that time that had almost no access to the information the way we do. The best they had were fucking like newspapers. I think the Telegraph was around then, but you know, you gotta have money for that shit. And so news spread, but I mean, like some of this shit took weeks to get anywhere. You know, they'd actually have people who would take newspapers from like DC and they'd go around the country and read it in different cities. Like, so you'd hear about the president signing a bill like weeks later. And you think these motherfuckers cared about slavery? You think they knew what the fuck was going on? They didn't. They don't. And that's why people still glorify the Stars and Bars, is because it doesn't just represent the fact that the South seceded. It doesn't just represent the fact that they wanted to keep slavery. It also represents all the men who died, who were patriots of their sovereign state, who loved their country and their state, and they fought and died for it. Again, many of them were conscripted. Many of them tried to not join the army. They actually tried to escape, and they couldn't. It's all about making sure they get their votes. I feel like politicians don't want to solve problems, and they treat them like this because they're getting votes. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I know. I agree somewhat anyway. But yeah, this is why this shit bothers me. Is because was the Confederacy bad? Absolutely. Did they want to keep slavery? Absolutely. Was that the arguments for states' rights? Absolutely. So was the war about slavery? Sure, but it was also about states' rights. But it was the state right to have slavery. But it was also the fact that the states wanted to do other things too, and they couldn't. That doesn't make it right. That doesn't make it good. But you have to tell the truth. You have to be honest about these things. Because those men died trying to protect their homes, trying to protect the people that they love. And if you knew anything about the Civil War, you would understand that. But most people have only the most basic surface level definition of what the Civil War is. Abraham Lincoln committed fucking war crimes in the South. Was it General Sherman who slashed and burned like almost the entire goddamn state of Alabama, like a straight line down to the coast? And he wanted to keep going, and Lincoln wouldn't let him. Well, technically, Flaming KM, the United States does function that way. Each state is a sovereign entity unto itself, but subordinates itself to the federal government for mutual protection. That's essentially what it is. So this is why each state has its own Department of Transportation. Each state makes its own speed limit laws and all this other stuff, right? So that's essentially what it boils down to. And after the Civil War, we became more federated than we were, and so that's where that comes from. But yes, they were supposed to. Our sovereign states are supposed to be countries unto themselves, sort of. It's just less so nowadays. And so it's like they lost, sure. That doesn't make the soldiers any less veterans. Honored veterans, in fact. They fought and they died. You don't have to like it. That's what happened. And when you shit on them, you shit on us all. Because they were doing what they thought was right. Just because you don't agree with it doesn't mean they didn't do that. Now, one could say the same thing about the Nazis in Germany, and that is actually true. How many of them were conscripted as well? How many of them didn't like Hitler, but they were patriots? They loved their country, and they fought for Germany anyway. Are they to be shamed when they didn't know they were exterminating the Jews? Are rednecks who have no conception of how politics works, law, order, justice, or what slavery really even means? Are you going to really shit all over them? Because when their state called them to action, they answered that call? More like the EU now in some ways. You can compare Georgia to Denmark and Germany to the USA as equivalent to the EU. What? Yeah, the Confederacy was essential. Like when the United States, before the United States was founded, the Articles of Confederation were how the government was formed. It was basically the states formed a confederacy to fight off the British. It was temporary. And then when the United States was founded, there was a big argument between going federal or Confederate. And federal won, Confederacy didn't. And the reason is for more mutual protection. In a Confederacy, the only time you actually combine your resources and stuff is during times of war. Outside of war, basically each state is literally a sovereign unto itself. They levy their own taxes, they print their own money, so on and so forth. And we chose federated government because it allows us to do things more easily, even though there's a lot of powers that the states still have over themselves, right? So this is why this is like loser thing. This is why I think this is because you're not taking anything into the historical context. You're not thinking about the people. You're not thinking about the people, right? You're just thinking in grand terms from like a grand strategy view, like you're playing a fucking video game. Hairs off. Have I ever been to Nam? I have not been to Vietnam, no. I have not. But like the EU is, in my opinion, what it looks like to me now, based on what I know of it, the Confederacy is a good analogy, or a confederated government would be a good analogy for the way it looks like the EU operates, because like each country is its own sovereign nation that makes most of its own laws, yada yada yada, but they're tied together economically and they're tied together militarily through NATO. So it's not quite the same thing. It's a variable difference, especially considering that the countries we're talking about have been countries forever, right? That not literally, obviously, because like Germany used to be the Holy Roman Empire, right? It was divided up into like 100 fucking little principalities or whatever. And but the like concept of what German is, the concept of what being French or Spanish or British has been around for a long fucking time. A lot longer than the United States has, and a lot longer than the individual states themselves have. And so it's not quite the same thing, because even though the states originally were supposed to be a country unto themselves, it was pretty much like England dividing up Great Britain dividing up the 5 countries in England and being like, everybody's their own state and they get and we're going to start a confederacy rather than an empire. It's kind of like that instead, right? Because it's like, and even then that really doesn't do it justice, because, you know, Ireland, Scotland, England, Wales, these were all places that had their own identities for centuries before they became, you know, a unified empire or whatever. And so it's kind of unique, because even though the states had been around for 50 to 100 years by that point, they were still all mostly English. Right? You had some Germans, and you had some, especially in like New York, you know, you had Germans and Dutch and all this other stuff, but it was mostly Englishmen that populated the states in the early colonies up until the American Revolution. And I mean, the thing about it is like George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, John Hancock, Benjamin Franklin, these men all considered themselves loyal citizens of the loyal subjects of the British Empire until they seceded. Like, they literally wrote the king a letter being like, we're English. We're Englishmen. We bow to the crown, but the crown does not do us service as is guaranteed under the rights of being an Englishman. Right? That were like laid down in the Magna Carta. It's in their, you know, what is it called? They don't have a constitution. They have a constitution by what is it called? Precedent, right? So they don't have like an actual constitution where all this shit is written down. It's all done through precedent. And in the British government, you're supposed to have, the king does have power, but the people have power too through the legislature that is allowed to allow an Englishman to be able to redress his government of grievances. So that if there's something going on that the government's not addressing, he can go to the government and be like, hey, you're failing me in this way. Please help me. And that grievance can be redressed. The government can be like, okay, well, we'll see what we can do about that. But the problem with the colonies is that the king just fucking ignored it. And yeah, it was not good. So, and it's funny because if the king had acknowledged the Englishmen that lived in the American colonies as true Englishmen and gave them the rights that they should have been afforded if they were in England, we would probably still be an English colony. Or at least more to the point, would be more like Canada, where it's like, you know, that kind of thing. Although, who knows, man? Who knows? Because, yeah, who knows, dude? Who knows? But it's entirely possible we would have separated much later, if at all. All right, I'm going to take a break. I'm going to go grab some coffee. I'm going to be right back because I am nice and thirsty, and I ran out of coffee. So I am going to be right back. Also, Krav, I was in the Navy. So yeah, I did figure eights around the Atlantic Ocean in a ballistic missile submarine. So on that note, I'll be right back.
Oh, what have I done? What have I done? Oh, mission my gunner.
Fireburn. VIP is secure.
Woo-wee, baby. That's a double kill. Juicy. Juicy, juicy. Whoopsie. Boy. I'm sorry, what? Hang on. I'm sorry, what'd you say? What'd you say? I didn't quite hear that. Did you say something? That's what I thought. Out of my way, coppers! How did that do damage to me? Get out of my way. Wow. That's crazy. That's crazy. All right, here we go. Yeah, that works. I can drive, I swear. I swear I can drive. My car's only a little bit on fire. That didn't save his ass. I love how they just like appear out of nowhere. Welcome. Good to see you. Yeah. Damn it. Right in the buttocks. What? In your butt. A sniper bullet. What? In your butt. A sniper bullet. That bitch tagged me in the head. Richard. What's up, Dick?
It's all for nothing.
He is disoriented, so you know what that means? That means we do bonus damage. And aim! And crit!
Destroyed.
See you on the other side, bitch. God. Every time. Every time. He's. Flashbanged and like. Well. Requires 2 actions, yes? Ends turn. Goodbye. Nuclear launch detected! Hold. Already. All right, we gotta throw him. You little bitch. Ow. I pressed the wrong button. I literally. I'm gonna have to change it. I'm gonna have to change it. The solution to life, the universe, and everything is the simultaneous sip. That's right, boys! And we got it right here. Exclusively, not really, at the Tango Hotel. And all you gotta do is grab that cover mug or glass. Perhaps you have a tankard, chalice, or a stein. Maybe you have a canteen, a jug, or flask. A vessel of any kind. You fill it with your favorite fluid. I like my morning coffee. Waifu made. And join me now, friends, for the gloriousness. That's right, the stupendosity. The absolute awesome sauceness. And the thing that you would give your life to the Imperium for. That's right. The simultaneous sip. And it's happening right frickin' now. Go! I mean, we probably should get everybody moving and just move them all. It sucks, but we can easily get back up here if we come out the front door. Alrighty, boys. What's up, Wolf? Greetings and salutations, boys. Here you go. Wow, I'll give you a good one. Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, probably XCOM's not gonna be coming back anytime soon. I got so burned out. And frustrated. I just can't. The sky, of course. Okay, let's move on from retards. Yep. I mean, I pretty much we went over this earlier. I pretty much agree with the court's decision. It was pretty good. But it's not the win that the blue team says it is. It's a little bit weaker than that. Oh, I wanted to talk about this too. This is I'm probably not gonna make too much of this. This is just something that I want to go over. That, you know, I didn't have a man in my life when I was I didn't have a father in my life when I was a child. I had a grandfather up until I was the age of 10, and I had uncles who, you know, gave me masculine role models. Not that they were the best, but, you know, you got to do you do with what you got, right? And so I had a lot of issues growing up because of it, because there was no man in the house to literally control me. Because I think that's what a lot of people miss about not having a father in the home, and how single mothers can, you know, single mothers are okay, and single mothers are okay. It's not something like that. But when you have a young boy in the house, if there's no man, you're going to have a lot harder time controlling the young boy, specifically if you do not understand how male psychology works. And most men tend to be able to do a little bit better than that, simply because they understand it intrinsically by being a man. Although, you know, there are many exceptions, including the weak father example that's right here. You know, they yell, they spank, they ignore their children, they punish, they drink alcohol. I don't think punish is necessarily bad, but I think they mean they punish just, you know, randomly. They don't listen. That's a big one. Demand obedience. That is 100% a sign of that's a bad sign. Sets a bad example. Takes misbehavior personally. Yeah, that's really bad. And I try really hard to do these things. Like, this is probably one of the hardest ones for me, is controlling my emotions, because I'm so emotionally dysregulated, because it took me such a long time to actually figure out how to do it. And like I said, as a young man, not having an actual man in the house to literally control me and help me to learn how to control my emotions, eventually, once I got big enough, I just kind of rolled over my mother. Right? There's no ifs, no ands, no buts. She at one point stopped being able to control me. And you know what the really funny thing is that the only reason I didn't turn out to be a fucking stupid ass motherfucker in jail and a delinquent is because of her.
Because what does she do? Instead of becoming the nagging bitch of a mother that that you see a lot of single mothers become, trying to nag their young boys into obeying them. Where the fuck am I thinking? Sorry, I'm looking for my appetite suppressant. I don't know where the hell it went. I just put one in like not too long ago. Where the hell did it go? Like I'm blind. Blinded by the lights. How am I? I'm doing pretty good. Feeling pretty good. Now that I'm doing a different kind of stream format where I'm not just gaming all the time, I feel a lot better, and it makes me want to stream even more. Because I'm not just playing video games. I'm actually like I'm not talking about politics and playing video games at the same time. I'm talking about politics then playing video games. Hang on a second. Of course. There we go. Found it. Sorry about that. Yeah, so what happened with my mom is that once she realized, because that thing where they nag you and bitch at you and all that stuff didn't work. And my mom did it for a little while, and it caused a lot of problems in our relationship, to the point where it turned me into a hellion. And it wasn't her fault necessarily. You know, I was a hellion. What can I say? And what the thing that really was a turning point is when she just stopped bitching and moaning at me and started asking me nicely to do things, and you know, telling me she loved me, and when I mess up, not be overly like screechy about it. Like, I know it sounds like ridiculous what I'm saying, but she went from someone who it looks like treated me with disdain and respect by bitching and nagging and yelling at me when I'm not doing what she wants, to someone who asked me nicely to do something, and I'm like, well, yeah, Ma, I love you. Of course I'll do it. And it completely changed who I was. It was the weirdest thing, and I didn't even notice it till I became an adult, that like, wow, that was a real power shift there. And it took a long time to do. It didn't happen overnight. But by the time I got into high school and into adulthood, I didn't want to treat my mother badly. And so when she asked me to do things, I did them. When she said that, you know, you should and shouldn't do these things, sometimes I listened, sometimes I didn't, but the point is that she wasn't a harpy about it. And what that meant is that I didn't do shit just to spite her. She tells me not to do something, I'm not just going to go do it because she told me not to, right? That kind of thing. And like I said, controlling my emotions has been one of the hardest parts about being a father, is because you really, 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 really have to not punish your children in anger. And it took me so long. There's nothing wrong with single mothers. Yes, there is. It's just children do better with two good parents. Yes. That's the thing. It's just like, it's not single mothers, it's single parents. That's the difference, right? It's not that there's a problem with single mothers, there's a problem with single parents, because children do better with a two-parent household. Simple as. But the thing about it is that, you know what is better? Check this out. So if you have two parents that are shitty, or at least one that's really, really shitty, having a single parent is probably better than that. But, I mean, my mom could have just killed me. You had that option. But she didn't. And so here we are. I try, this one is what, these two right here, I do every day. Absolutely. If like my wife has called me out on this. It's like, you told them this, and then you're turning around and doing that, or you said this, and then now you're saying this, and it's like, you know what, you're right. You know what else I do? You know what else I do? This right here, you see this show grace? You know what that means to me? When you're wrong, you apologize. When you punish your children and you're wrong, you apologize and give recompense. When you tell your children something and you're wrong, you tell them. Oh my God, they're both Karens. I'm so sorry. Don't spank. I 100% agree with this. That doesn't mean you should never hit your children.
But you should never spank your children as punishment for the things that they do. The only time you should hit your children is when they hit you. And that's to show them that hitting is wrong. That's my only exception to that. And that is only because it's like there's no real way to express that hitting is wrong unless you show them why hitting is wrong, right? But obviously you need to be proportional. You're an adult. Don't be an idiot. Don't hurt your children overly much. Give them what they got. But yes, I often have to apologize to my children when I see my daughter doing something and it's something that I said that I think she's not supposed to be doing, or that did she ask permission or any of this other stuff, and then it turns out my wife comes home or some whatever and she's like, yeah, I told her she could do that. I will sit down and I will apologize to my daughter and I will tell her why I thought I did the way I did, why I was wrong, and that I will do better in the future. And you know why that's important? Do you know why it's important to do that? Because my daughter trusts me. And she trusts me because she knows that if I'm wrong, I will apologize. If I'm wrong, I will correct it. That I will never, ever, ever do her wrong and not make it right. And that's why she trusts me implicitly. Like, no fear, no regret. She trusts me 100%. And I have no doubt that this is the reason why. It's because she knows that if daddy is wrong, he will make it up to you. Right? One of the things that I never could get over when I was a kid is being punished by adults for no fucking reason and not even being given a reason. Right? It is just arbitrary authoritarian bullshit. Right? Where it's just like, you were doing something that you thought was in the bounds of reality, that you thought you could do, and you just maybe did it slightly the wrong way, or you stepped a toe over the line, and then now it's like the end of the fucking world. Or, my mom, what was it? Like my uncle said I could do something, and then my mom or whatever, like it was atrocious, right? Sorry, I hate to just jump around like that and sound like, and not be coherent in my speech, but anyway. And so I don't want to be that parent. I don't want to be a parent that just that makes a mistake and pretends like I didn't. Right? That pretends like I can't do no wrong. That's how you get your children not to trust you, because they can't trust that you're going to be fair. They can't trust that you actually do love them and not love yourself more. And you wonder why so many children don't like their parents when they're adults. You wonder why so many children leave their parents to rot in a fucking old folks home rather than take care of them themselves when they have the ability to. Part of that is why. This is why when my mom got really sick, I came the fuck home. I moved my entire family into this damn house. And me and my wife took care of her. And my wife was 100% on board. It wasn't the easiest thing. And she didn't like it. She did it for me. And I love her to death for that. And the reason that I did it was because my mother, for all of her faults and all of the things that she did wrong, she really did try her best. And especially as I got older, she would apologize to me for doing something wrong, for saying something wrong, for accidentally punishing me, or any number of things. And I could not imagine punishing my little girl for something that she did wrong, and it turns out she wasn't doing wrong, that she had permission. And then just being like, oh well, too bad. I couldn't imagine that. Like, does it teach them that life is unfair? Yeah. But it also teaches them that your parents are pieces of shit and that they don't actually love you. That's what it teaches. You should punish your child, but not physically unless it's really, really awful. Yeah. I still think physical violence against children is like last resort. Like if you need to restrain them because they're being violent, or if they're being violent toward you or somebody else and they need a lesson to understand why violence is wrong. This is why my daughter doesn't hit my wife anymore. Specifically, it started to be a problem. Like she bit my wife. She hit my wife. She would hit other kids at school. And we had a nice long talk and quite a few lessons on why it's wrong to do those things. And she now understands that, oh, if I hit someone, it hurts them physically, and that would hurt me, so I shouldn't do it. It took a while to get through her thick ass head. I can't complain. Mine is like twice as thick, but still. But now she doesn't. When she gets angry and frustrated, what does she do? She does the exact kind of coping mechanism that I want her to do. She yells into her pillows. She hits her pillows. These are absolutely, if you need to rage the fuck out, find something that you won't break and rage the fuck out, dude. You got to get it out. You got to get it out, right? And don't be freaking Tony Soprano and shoot a fucking pillow with a gun. That's retarded. Don't be like that. 3 or 5, I was huddled in fear in the corner. Used to run and hide in my bed. Yep. Yeah, that sounds horrible, man. I'm sorry. Yeah. I don't want my kids to hide from me. In fact, both of my children, when they see me, smile and run at me. Like, if I'm coming home, my son, like, he absolutely adores me. Smiles, runs at me, and he'll be 4 next month. And it's hard, man. It really is. Even though, you know, I'm disabled and I don't have to work, it's still hard. My wife is also disabled and we have our own struggles, so it is what it is. So we definitely get to spend more time. That doesn't make it not hard. And I struggle real hard with that. Yelling is also another thing that I have a problem with. I'm naturally loud, and both of my kids are autistic. And I'm autistic, and I have ADHD. My daughter has ADHD. So we're all super triggered by fucking loud sounds, and I'm naturally loud. So when I get excited, the volume of my voice goes up. The tenor, I boom really loud. Especially when I'm talking about things like Star Trek or things that I'm really passionate about. It used to trigger the shit out of my wife, but now she understands, and she'll just pat me and be like, "Hey, you're getting really loud. You want to bring it down a little bit for me?" But oh, my bad. And I will literally start whispering to compensate because I'm trying to force myself not to be overly bombastic and loud and whatnot. It's a really hard one for me. This one is actually quite easy for me. Understand that kids will be kids, and the reason I say that is because my whole philosophy of being a parent. The reason I apologize, the reason I don't use physical violence against them unless it's necessary for teaching the lesson that physical violence is wrong, and things like that, is because and I try not to yell at them specifically about the things that they're doing, is because I remember what it was like to be a kid. I remember what it was like for every adult around me to be an idiot and just be like, "'Cause I said so." Or hit me because I'm asking questions, or tell me to go the fuck away because I'm bothering them. I remember what that was like. I absolutely remember. And so when this is why when I tell my children to do something and they ask me why, I tell them. I give them an actual example and specific information because they deserve it. They need to know that if I'm asking them to do something that seems weird, ridiculous, or just plain fucking stupid, that there are reasons behind it and that I have logic. And here's the big one. If I tell them to do something and I can't come up with a reason, then I retract it. Simple. Simple, 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 simple. Colo! What's up, buddy? How you doing? It took me 40 years of my anger and lack of confidence flawings are my father. Yeah. Yeah. It does stay with you, man, and you got to work through it. You really do. And I'm not religious. I'm an atheist. But it is one of those things where it's like the closest I've ever come to God was the day my son was born. And I was in that room with him. It was just him and me, his first day of life, and I fed him for the first time. That was a very powerful moment. And I didn't want to be my father. Because not just the fact that he wasn't there, it's not just that. It's the fact that I knew who my father was by this point. I know who he is now, obviously. I found out when I was 18, and as I got older, I found out more about him. And what kind of man he was. And I found out real quick, he was not a man I wanted to be. Cheater, philanderer, wife beater. God knows what he did to his fucking children. You know, his other children. The 3 that I know about that are his third wife's children. Yes, third wife, the one he's married to right now, he cheated on his second wife with her, and he cheated on his first wife with his second wife. And I'm pretty sure he has at least 2 or 3 other children from random other women as well. So, yeah, I do not want to be him. That was not me. I did not want to do that. And so understanding kids will be kids and practice what they preach kind of go hand in hand for me. Because if I tell my daughter, hey, I need you to do this, or hey, don't do that, I need to have a good reason. Because if I can't give her a good reason, then there's no reason I should be telling her she can't. Right? If I tell her not to do something because it's dangerous, I can explain the danger. I can articulate it perfectly. And you really should make the time to explain it to them. Because my daughter now understands why the rules exist, and she follows them. Not because I demanded obedience, not because I beat her into submission, but because I explained to her the reasons, and I told her what I expected of her. And I held her to a higher standard, and she met it. Not always. She falls and trips sometimes, but that's what daddy's for. To pick you up when you fall down. Brush you off, get you back on your way. Because one day she might not have me. She might have to do it all by herself. And I don't want her to be alone. She'll always have me there. Always. Even if I'm physically not there. Family should mean everything. Did it pick up Mubot? It did not. Okay, good. Should mean everything to someone. Family, you get along. Get along with her good to ground in your life, yeah. This is why that it's often misquoted. Blood is thicker than water. Blood is thicker than water is a gaslighting, by the way. It is not blood is thicker than water. It is it's a proverb, and it is blood is thicker than water. And there's a blood is I can't remember what it's called, but it has something to do with the blood of the covenant is thicker than the blood of the womb. That's yeah. And so the reason that blood is thicker than water, it's basically, in my opinion, gaslighting. To say blood is thicker than water when your family is like mistreating you or whatever, or they're doing you bad, and then someone tells you, someone in your family or someone else tells you, but blood is thicker than water. Horseshit. That's why blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb. And basically what that's saying is that when you choose of your own volition to join a covenant of any kind, it will always be thicker than that of the womb. Because, Flaming Cam, in your instance, look at your dad. Look at my dad. Right? These motherfuckers, at least mine, is a piece of shit. And I want nothing to do with him. He means nothing to me. And if he died tomorrow, I might go to his funeral to laugh over him and tell everybody what a piece of shit I thought he was. Sorry, my Amazon device is going off. Yeah, exactly. And so why would I care? Why would I do anything for that man? If he was on his deathbed and his entire family abandoned him, what the fuck would I do for him? Why would I do anything for him? He's never done anything for me. And you want to know what the worst part is? I reached out to him when my son was born. And I told him I forgave him for all the stuff that he did. And I do. There's no reason to really hold a grudge. I wouldn't actually go to his funeral to shit all over him. I wouldn't go to his funeral at all. He's irrelevant to me. That was just me speaking in anger. And the reason I did that was because I wanted him to be a part of my son's life. Because my son deserves to have a grandfather. Right? My wife's parents are dead. And so his only grandkin was my mother, who is now dead, and him. He's still alive. You know what that motherfucker told me? Oh, I can't. It would ruin my marriage. Oh, I can if she found out. Oh, I can't this. I can't that. And it's like, so you can go around and fuck around behind your wife, still to this day, but you can't come over, spend time with your grandson? Yep. And that's why he's a weak father. This and this. And he also did this. So 1, 2, 3, 4. You absolutely should not take misbehavior personally. They're children. Kids will be kids, literally. So like when they say, when feminist fucking Karens screech about boys will be boys, it's misogyny or whatever the fuck it is, it's rape culture, they're fucking retarded. The thing about boys will be boys, just because idiots used it to excuse bad behavior toward women, does not make it a bad saying. Boys will be boys, kids will be kids. Boys will be boys is an expression that young boys are rambunctious as fuck, usually more so than girls. Girls fall much more easily into social norms and rules where boys push against them constantly. And the reason this is because men really don't become civilized until we get civilized by women. Having kids, having a wife, and providing for them civilizes the living fuck out of you, dude. Like, it changes your entire perspective and paradigm. Everything else is just, yeah. Like, it's half the reason I don't do most of the crazy, dangerous shit I used to. My sister tried showing him a picture of his family once, and he only cared about a picture when he had some younger woman he thought was attractive that would likely not have... Wow, yeah, that's fucking dad of the year material right there. And I mean, the biggest thing, and another big thing, is spending time with them, right? Like, even if it's just 5 or 10 minutes. This is actually a problem I'm having with my daughter right now because she's more like me than I'd like to admit. In some ways, she shuts herself in a room to play on her little tablet for her little games. It's a kid's tablet. It's not like a real tablet. She doesn't have unfettered access to the internet. We monitor it, blah, 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 blah. But, you know, I was a video game junkie at her age. She's a video game junkie. And she's in a room all day because she can't leave it open, because if she does, then my son will walk up in there and destroy her shit because he's 4 years old and doesn't understand. And so it's been harder to spend time with her because she doesn't want to, you know, spend time necessarily with me. It's not that she doesn't want to. She wants to play her video games, right? She's obsessed with them. I understand that. I was the exact same way. So we have to make time. You know how it is. And I mean, with my son, it's literally just spend 5 minutes. I'm sitting on my lap watching TV. You know, this is time that they will. This is why my son, when he hears my voice, when he hears me coming through the house, he smiles and gets excited because Dad's here, right? And this is how you make your children love you. It's not how you make them. That's why they love you. If you're this asshole, sure, they'll love you, but let's be real. Yeah. Anyway. Sober. Big one. Like, it doesn't mean you can't drink, but you should be sober for your children. 100%. No drugs or alcohol or anything like that should ever, ever, ever take precedence over your children. Used to say things to people talking over him like, shut up when I'm talking. Yikes. Jesus, man.
See, that's where he fails to show grace. I used to have a problem with the demand obedience thing too. Because it's like, look, I provide for you, I do all these things for you. All I ask is that you do what I say. But it's more nuanced than that. So that's why this is bad. Demanding obedience is bad. You don't need to demand obedience when you're a strong, good father, because they will literally just obey you. Like my son, who's 4 years old, who is nonverbal, if I say, son, I need you to go in your room, please, or go to your room, mommy and daddy need to talk, or go to your room, he will turn the fuck around and go to his room for at least a minute or two before he comes back out. Because he listens to me, because he trusts me. Same with my daughter. If I ask her to do something, she'll do it. It's not that hard, dude. It's not that hard. And even for disobedient children, the thing about it is that if you do these things, even when they're disobedient, in the long run, they will love you more. And as they grow older and want to become more disobedient and want to rebel more, they will be more likely to listen to you if you do this all from an early age. This is the thing that I think a lot of people miss it with children, is that if you treat them properly when they're really, really young, and you don't yell and scream and beat and essentially abuse them, then what that means is that when they get older, when they're teenagers and preteens and stuff like that, they will more likely just do what you say or acquiesce to you when you ask because of that, because they'll have that implicit trust and bonding with you that they're just like, oh yeah, well, daddy loves me. He always looks out for what's best for me, and he's not a tyrannical asshole, so I should at least think about what he says. Maybe do it, right? And this is eventually what happened to my mom and me, is that once she stopped nagging the fuck out of me and I started to grow up a little bit, I was still a disobedient asshole. Let's just be, but it turned down a lot when the paradigm shifted and it became more about my mom asking me to do things for her and explaining things in a way, because she basically treated me like an adult and expected me to act like one. And so I did. I acted more like one, I should say. So if you hold someone to a higher standard, then they will try sometimes, especially in the situation we were in. I tried to meet it as much as possible. Now, I failed a lot, and I still did a lot of stupid shit. Don't get me wrong. But it was a lot better. A lot better. And like, especially when it came to disrespecting her and her house and her like sovereignty over my life, that went almost like downhill by the time I hit my mid-teens. Because she showed me that respect. All right. I just forget where everything is. There it is. Damn, Tango. Thank you guys for having organized this father me moment here. Oh, yeah, man. No problem. Colo. By the way, Colo, is your name Colo because of a book named Elantris? Or is that not it? I'm just curious. Yeah, when I saw this really hit me in the heartstring. And I wanted to talk about it because of it. The average mind of your atheist, right? It's slang for a guy. Where you from, buddy? Poland, nice. So in the novel Elantris by Brandon Sanderson, one of I guess it would be a side character. His name is Galadon. He's from a foreign place to where the main story happens, and he often uses words that like colo that don't mean anything. That basically means like you know. And so that's why I thought that. And it's a really, he's just like, he'll like make a statement like, oh man, that was really awesome. Ecolo. That's cool though. That's cool. So it means dude. That's interesting. Dude, when I was young, a bit misbehaving, my dad wrote a list of how I should treat him. And one was I should treat him like God or something. At the time, I found somebody feeling that high on their own fart. Yeah, that's fucked up, dude. What book was that again? Elantris. Here, I'll type it out for you. We could just bring it up. Yeah. Galadon. Oh my god, Bjorn Hrythen. Oh my god, what a character, dude. It's like one of my favorite villains of all time. Dude, Brandon Sanderson knows how to write a fucking book, dude. Oh my god, it was so good. So good. Like I'm super stoked, and I love his books, man. And the funny thing is that I heard of Brandon Sanderson through some YouTube dudes that I watched. And it was like, oh, he writes epic fantasy, and his like magnum opus was the Stormlight series, and it's basically it's a tome like super like. I don't own the book. Let me just say. All right, so this is one of the Sword of Truth novels by Terry Goodkind, right? Look how thick that fucking thing is. Stormlight's like that. The first book, it's like 48 hours long to read out loud. So that's how long the audiobook is. And it's Stormlight is really good. I really enjoyed it. I got into it, but it's hard for me to get into other stuff sometimes. I don't know. I just have this aversion to it. And so eventually I read the Mistborn series, which was also really good. Mistborn. Does it actually have the Goodreads? Here we go. This is probably better. Yeah, Mistborn, the Final Empire right here. Bam. This book series is also good. The first book kind of ends on some Deus Ex Machina shit, but trust me, it's worth it. If you like epic fantasy, Brandon Sanderson is the fucking man, dude. And then, like I said, Elantris was so good. And it was one of his earlier novels too. And it's basically a standalone. It doesn't have a sequel yet. One's coming soon. And I finally, after the 5th Stormlight book came out in December, I finally decided to listen to it. So I bought it on Audible, listened to it, and it blew me the fuck away. And you got to realize, I had listened to Brandon Sanderson's all 4 of his Stormlight novels, 5 Stormlight novels, because I listened to the next one, and they're all like 40 plus hours long on Audible, right? So they're huge books. And then I read the Mistborn series, which is it's in the same universe, the Cosmere, but it's on a different planet. And then I read, he's got this one called the Reckoner series, which is in an entirely different universe where people get superpowers, and it's like modern day America. It's like modern day America, in like, I think it's the 90s. I think actually it's like the 90s when this takes place. And that's like superheroes, and it's really good. You know, it's 3 novels, 6 I think if you count the ones after that. I don't know if there's more. I might be wrong on that one. Anyway, the point is that that's the Mistborn series. There's 3 more novels after the Mistborn series that take place 300 years later. Never mind. But the point is I had read all of those books, or listened to all of those books, so I knew how Brandon Sanderson wrote books. And then I listened to Elantris. Just, I don't even know. And the funny thing is, it's one of his earlier works, and he even criticizes it because it's one of his earlier works. But you can really feel
how he developed over time in that book, because it's so much more raw and it feels less planned out than the rest of his stuff. And for some reason it was just really good to me. I really liked it. The ending was kind of like, of course, but you know. What it's worth, I feel, for military families, it's rough on not just the individual, but the kids and spouse. Yeah, my mom was in the Army, dude. I know. My dad was gone a lot when I was young, and when he was here, I wanted him gone, but I can sympathize how hard it was to go through it. Have your family worried you might not come back alive yet. Oh. Yeah, I know. And it sucks that your dad was a shithead as well. That just... And I've known a lot of other military brats in my time, and it's really hard. But I mean, a lot of people can make it if your parents are actually adults and they're mature enough and they know what they're doing and they have a plan. They can make it work, right? I've seen it happen. But usually, what happens is that they are not mature enough. They don't have a plan. They don't work well together. Both of them are just fucking winging it, and they fuck it up horribly because they're both too immature to actually like discuss their issues and problems, and it ends up affecting the children. And it's just I had to move a lot since he was an engineer. Yeah, I bet, dude. Oh, dude, this is so fucked up. Like, this is absolutely 100% an L as far as the Trump administration goes. Seriously, bros. What the fuck are you doing? Today, U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services will begin considering aliens' anti-Semitic activity on social media and any physical harassment of Jewish individuals. Like, the physical harassment of Jewish individuals, you shouldn't be physically harassing fucking anybody, so sure. But anti-Semitic activity? I mean, here's the thing, dude. This is the problem I have with it. If they're literally have, like, Nazi regalia on, yeah, don't let them in the country. That's easy. Fine. If they're supporting terrorists, don't let them into the country. But anti-Semitism is such a broad fucking brush that I like you could have, like, some of these motherfuckers would call me anti-Semitic, right? And I'm the motherfucker that thinks we should all what's the word I'm looking for? We should all imitate the Jews. Instead of bitching about how successful they are, maybe we should fucking imitate them. You know, like marrying properly, not marrying for looks and all that other shit, but marrying like actually properly and being adults when you marry. And what I mean by that is you like have a plan, you work to build a family, you both work to build a strong family unit. You push education really hard upon your kids, and you also push upon them that they need to marry correctly. They don't just need to marry some fucking trollop or some just dumbass dude, Chad, who wants to just bang you and fucking roll over. You teach them that they need to know their worth so that they don't get trapped in something like that. And all of these other ancillary things that the Jewish community does inside of itself to regulate itself, we should be emulating this 100%. Like, not the whole Jewish part about them, you know, and their religion and whatnot, but like the Chinese do, and the Japanese. Like, they push education, sometimes too much. Yes, everything can be bad. You can drown in water. Let's not be idiots. But these are things that we should absolutely push in our culture as well. And to be fair, we used to, you know, the old school WASP culture was hard work, sacrifice, education. Boom, there you go. Just again, if you push any of that too much, it becomes toxic. Like pretty much everything. Water being the prime example. I'm Jewish, but I can't understand why people can hate us due to a lot of lawyers, bankers, and big wigs being Jewish. It's a lot of it is jealousy, conspiracy theory shit. You know, think about it like this: when they say, oh, you know, they control the media and, you know, they control the banks and all this stuff. If you ask yourself why, well, it's basically self-evident. Like I said, what do the Jewish communities do? Well, they do what I just talked about, and so they have their own cultural community that they integrate with our culture, right? I've met a bunch of Jews, dude. Most of them are fucking true-blooded Americans. They're just Jewish. And they exemplify all of these like Christian things that people try to push about family and community and all this other stuff. Like they exemplify that as well, even though they're Jewish, right? Because these are not just Christian values. They're good human values, right? Investing massive amounts of resources into your children, working really hard to become something important. You want to be an engineer, you want to be a doctor, you want to be a lawyer, you want to do something that will make enough money so you can support your family and give them a good head start. And so when you have generation after generation after generation who do this, who start at nothing, like so many of the Jews that came over here after World War II started with fucking nothing. And now their families control media empires. They control like huge lawyer firms, big business, all this shit. Why? Because of that. And anybody can do this. You don't have to be a fucking Jew, dude. It's like, what the fuck? It's just people get screwed by loans. They agree to the loans, but they can be really harsh loans. Yeah, and that's the thing is like, here's the funny thing is like, I've done business with Jewish people. They've always been extremely forthright, just like most business people are. I've never been fucking scammed by a Jewish person in any way, right? This is my personal experience, by the way. That doesn't mean there aren't people who are Jewish who are fucking bad. Of course there are. But it's like, this is one of the reasons why the Jewish community is so strong is because there's so much trust, right? It's one of the things I learned about when I was learning about their communities is that they can do business with one another on like a handshake because they know if they fuck the other dude over, they'll get kicked out of the community, right? They'll lose all the benefits of being part of the Jewish community, right? That's one of those things where it's like, that's a really good enforcement tool for legalities purposes. So if we make a deal, you're not going to fuck me. I'm not going to fuck you. Because if we do, we both lose out, right? You get fucked and then I get fucked by everybody else. Right? And that's kind of what our laws are supposed to do in business is that if we have a business contract and you fuck me, well, I go to the courts and the courts fuck you and give me money. People hate success when they're failures. And that's really what it is. Jordan Peterson said it best is that if you live in a house that's hell, that's full of shit, that's dirty and disgusting, and you take your room, the place that you have control over, and you start cleaning it up, everybody around you will shit all over you. Because you make them look bad by comparison. And if they're immature, they don't know how to cope with it. The same thing happened to me when me and my wife first started dating. She would start cleaning my room and stuff. I know. But she was living with me at the time too. And she would do chores and clean the room, and I'm sitting there watching TV and I'm just like, and it made me feel horrible. I'm sitting here and I feel absolutely just so bad that she's just standing cleaning stuff and I'm sitting on my ass watching fucking Twitch. Like, no, I couldn't have that. And so the mere fact that I felt awful and I didn't know how to process these emotions at the time. And Jordan Peterson really helped me here. And it's like that conceptualization of the reason I feel bad is because if I put myself by comparison to her and how virtuous she is being, I look like shit. But that is not her problem. It's my problem. My wife literally shamed me into being a better man and didn't even have to do anything other than being virtuous. That's all she had to do. She showed me what virtue looked like, and it made me feel like shit. So I changed. And I really do think that's a lot of what it is with the whole like Jewish question, crazy Nazi motherfuckers, fucking all this stupid shit, is that, yeah, they hate success when they're failures. Or they see that this community has more success than average, and they think it's some kind of goddamn conspiracy when it's literally just, they fucking work hard. They push their children to work hard. They push their children to get educations. They push their children to marry correctly. Not just other Jews, but good people who just maybe happen to be Jewish, right? Good, hardworking individuals themselves. And if you have two mature adult people who are both hardworking and they work their shit out and they both, push education, push morality, push virtue onto their children, guess what you get after like 5 generations? Awesome shit. That's what you get. When you make excuses for people, when you allow them to fall again and again and again, and you never help them pick themselves up, you get shit. That's what you get. They think you're doing better means you had it better. Yeah. And it's just like one of those things where it's like, it really gets me down, because it's like, we should be looking at this and emulating it, just like we do with China, just like we should with the Chinese, just like we should with the Japanese. There are things within their culture that are good qualities. You know, putting lots of resources into your children, working hard to ensure that they have a good upbringing, working hard to ensure they have a good education. These are things that will make them be successful in life. And if you raise them right, if you love them and you are a good parent, if you love them and you're a good parent, what that means is that when they're older and you can't take care of yourself, they will take care of you. And so, this is just, what the fuck, dude? It's like, I like the statement. There's no room in the United States. I don't know if you can read this. Let me. Oops. Consistent with President Trump's executive order combating anti-Semitism, additional measures to combat anti-Semitism, and protecting the United States from foreign terrorists and other national security and public safety threats, DHS will enforce all relevant immigration laws to the maximum degree to protect the homeland from extremists, terrorist aliens, including those who support anti-Semitic terrorism, violent anti-Semitic ideologies, anti-Semitic terrorist organizations such as Hamas, Palestine, Islamic Jihad, Hezbollah, Ansar Allah, aka the Houthis. There's no room in the United States, or excuse me, quote, there's no room in the United States for the rest of the, excuse me, quote, there is no room in the United States for the rest of the world's terrorist sympathizers. I actually agree with that. And we are under no obligation to admit them or let them stay here. Also agree. For this is DHS Assistant Secretary for Public Affairs, Tricia McLaughlin. Is that how you say that? Secretary such and such has made it clear that anyone who thinks they can come to America and hide behind the First Amendment to advocate for anti-Semitic violence and terrorism, think again. You could just take anti-Semitic out of that and say violence and terrorism. That is good. I'm good with that. What's the problem? Why did you have to put anti-Semitism in there? We all know you love the Jews, dude. Fuck. This just makes it fucking worse. This gives all the fucking conspiracy theorists everything they fucking wanted. Why do you think this douchebag right here, says the deep state in action? Why do you think that? Why do you think that? When this is anti-Semitism instead of violence and terrorism. You can put anti-Semitism down in here with like anti-Semitic violence, terrorism, normal terrorism, blah, 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 blah. Like, you could put it in the list. That's fine. I'd be okay with that. It's a little on the nose, but what the fuck ever. But to make this all about anti-Semitism, like, fuck you, man. Like, really? Really? Hamas, the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, Hezbollah, and the fucking Houthis, they don't just fucking hate the Jews. They're not just advocating for violence against the Jews. Like, you understand that, right? We get that. So why the fuck do you have to genuflect like this? It feels like retarded. Under this guidance, excuse me. Under this guidance, whatever the fuck that is, we'll consider social media content that indicates alien endorsing, espousing, promoting, or supporting anti-Semitic terrorism, anti-Semitic terrorist organizations, or other anti-Semitic activity as a negative factor. See, this is the problem I have. Anti-Semitic activity. Fuck you about the anti-Semitic activity, right? Like, seriously, dude. Oh. Like, this just gives the conspiracy theorists what they want. This gives them just proof that the Jews control everything. You're giving them everything they fucking wanted. Right here. This is it right here. Thanks. Thanks, dude. Because if, like, you take anti-Semitism out of this thing and it's just violence and terrorism, I don't want aliens endorsing, espousing, promoting, or supporting terrorists. Terrorist organizations. Right? If they've got Islamic Jihad shit, or they've got like fucking swastikas all over their fucking social media and they're like praising Hitler and shit. Yeah, don't let them in here. That has nothing to do with anti-Semitism. That's because they're fucking crazy and they have no right to be here. Right? We get to choose which aliens we let in, and I don't want Nazis coming here any more than I don't want Islamic terrorists coming here. Right? I don't want fucking commies coming here fucking either. Fuck all of you motherfuckers. Flat earth loving sons of bitches. And here's the thing. If you are one of these anti-Jewish fucking conspiracy theories and you're an alien, yeah, we probably shouldn't let you fucking in the country. Because fuck you. Sorry, it really does grind my gears when it's like, because I support this almost in its entirety. But did you have to put anti-Semitism on it? Because guess what? If they're Islamic terrorists, they're probably anti-Semitic too. So that means you could just ban them for the terrorism and not mention the Jews at all. Who could have fucking guessed? But no, you have to virtue signal and genuflect. And it sounds like it does sound like, yeah, I know a dude who had it much worse than me, and he succeeded more than I have. He proved that if there was a glass ceiling, it was never as low as people thought it was. It puts into perspective how much I used to use my bad life as an excuse to fail. Yeah. A lot of people do. Because easy lies are a lot easier to deal with than hard truths. And that's like when I told you about, my wife shaming me just due to the fact that she was being virtuous. Made me a better man. Like, it's 100% true. It's 100% true. I now do household chores all the time because I know that if I don't, my wife will have to do it, and she will do it, and she won't complain because she's a good woman. She's a good mother. She's a good wife, and because of that, I must be a good father. I must be a good husband. It's insane how this works. Like, I can't. When I say women civilize men, this is what I mean. The fact that she is pure and virtuous in the ways that matter, that she gives grace the way that she does, makes me not only want to protect her and my family with the utmost amount of viciousness and violence possible, but it also makes me want to take care of them in any way that I can. And so not only do I provide money through my income, but I also provide stability, safety, peace. And I'm not just going to let my wife do all of the housework when neither one of us actually have a job. That's not, this isn't really a job, right? Not in the same way. And so for me, it's like, I can't just allow my wife who has her own struggles, not just with her virtue, but with just life. And she has to deal with our two kids, excuse me. Like, I'm not just going to put all of that on her and just fuck off and play video games all day. And this is why my wife lets me play like I do. This is why she lets me stream the way I do. And let is doing a lot of work there. It's not let, it's acquiesce. She allows me to do this without much pushback at all because this is something I love doing. I love playing video games. I like streaming. And so because I do the things that I do for her, the thing that she gives back to me is the ability for me to do my hobbies that I like. I am a grown-ass man. You are not going to shame me for playing video games or any of this other bullshit because as a grown-ass man, I do what the fuck I want. And I ask for nobody's fucking permission to do it. Not you, not my wife, not my fucking mama. You understand? I'm a grown-ass man. I do what I want. All that being said, I scale back the things I want to do for fun and all this other stuff so that I can be a responsible and good father and good husband. This is not just about being a father. This is also about being a good husband. My as much as I say lead by example, like my wife does that in virtue, right? But I do this out in the world. She follows me. She chooses to follow me because I am strong and because I am a good leader to her. Because when I'm wrong, I admit it. You know, it's funny because we could, it's one of these things where people in my family I consider it a benevolent dictatorship with voting. Everybody gets a vote, but I'm the dictator. My children get to vote, my wife gets a vote, and I get to make the decision. Right? So if the safety of my family is conflicting with the vote, I overturn it. Simple as. And the reason they trust me to do this is because I do not use my executive power. I do not abuse it. I do not use it lightly, and I do not abuse it. There have only been a few instances in my entire life, or excuse me, in our entire marriage, where I have demanded obedience in the moment because of something that's going on. And everybody in my family followed. Obviously my son was a baby. But my daughter and my wife listened to me and did exactly as I said. And then later I explained my reasoning. They both, my wife agreed. My daughter was just like, oh, okay, daddy. But the point is they trust me. They trust me because I don't abuse it. So when I demand that they follow, they do it without question. Because they know I'm not going to abuse it. They know I'm not going to do things to them or make them do things that are contrary to good practices or whatever, however you want to say it. And so 99% of the time when we're out doing stuff, we're like deciding where we want to eat. I don't use my executive power to override everybody else because I want to go to Pizza Hut or I want to go to Five Guys and everybody else wants to go to Sonic. No, we decide together as a family because we are a family. Because I want my children to grow up knowing that they can trust me. And if I abuse that power, they won't. My wife won't trust me either. She does. She does because I don't abuse it. And whenever we make a decision, hell, when I buy video games, I tell my wife, hey, I'm going to buy this game. Is that a problem? She doesn't give me permission, but when I spend money that's not on the family, I want to let my wife know I'm going to be $30, $40, $50, $60, maybe $100 short out of my bank, and I need to know if this is going to be a problem. 99% of the time, it ain't. But the reason my wife trusts me to buy whatever video game I want is because I tell her. It's because I give her that information. And she does the same exact thing for me. She doesn't go around buying a bunch of stupid shit, fucking spending a bunch of money without letting me know what's going on. She tells me all the time, hey, I'm getting this. Hey, I'm getting this. It costs this much. Just want to let you know. It's like, okay, yeah, cool. Excellent. And sometimes when it's a big purchase, we have to waffle on it for a little while, right? It's not always just executive decision time, right? When we thought about getting a new car, we got a waffle on. I'm not just going to go out and buy one without consulting her. That's fucking stupid. What, we want to get a new washer and dryer. She's not just going to go fucking buy one without fucking talking to me about it. Ludicrous. Fucking ludicrous. And it's just like when, like let's say I wanted to go to out with a friend or something like that. Like one of my best friend calls me up, hey man, let's go out Friday night and fucking chill or something. It happens on occasion. I'm not entirely a homebody, although you probably say that. All I'd have to do is consult with my wife and be like, hey, do we have any plans that I don't remember? Because I'm very forgetful, so yeah. I have several calendars, including one on the fridge, specifically for shit like this. But it's just one of those things. It's like I want to touch base with her to make sure that I didn't make any other commitments because I might have forgotten, and she will help me with that. And it's the same way. Like here in a few hours, she's going to go to the gym and do a fucking Pilates class. And then what does she do? Did she just do it and then just is going to tell me 3 hours from now when she needs to leave? No, she told me yesterday. Hey, I want to do a Pilates class. Is there any reason why I can't do this? No, baby, go right ahead. I got you. Do it. I'll take care of the house, no problem. It's that fucking simple, man. Like it's not hard. Because I've actually been looked at like I had 3 heads because somebody asked me, hey, we're going out this Saturday. You want to come fishing with us? And I was like, yeah, that sounds like fun, but I need to talk to my wife about it. And he looked at me like, what? And I was like, I'm very forgetful. and I often make plans and forget about them. And so I need to make sure that I didn't make plans with my wife this weekend, because she would be very mad at me if I made plans with her and then canceled to go with somebody else, right? And it's like, oh, okay, yeah. And most people understand that. And if you don't, you're a retard. Also want to believe that while you should treat women well enough as a man, this is more if they're good and deserve it. Also, I don't get the men shouldn't hit women thing, because let's be real, no relationship can have physical violence, agreed, against any other in any healthy relationship unless you're in an awful relationship and need to defend your life. Yeah. Well, let's break that down. Treat women well enough as a man. I do not treat women like men. I treat women like women. But the thing about it is that I treat women with dignity and respect that they should be afforded. So the only time I will treat a woman like a man is if she lays hands on me. If you lay hands on me as a woman, you have become a man. And I will treat you exactly like I would treat a man if they laid hands on me. That is about it. The vast majority of women thank me when I open doors for them. When I call them ma'am, they acknowledge that I have been respectful and treat me as such. I have never fucking had a problem with that at all, ever, period. Simple. And the reason is because, and the thing about not hitting women, if a woman, and one of the reasons that you say men don't hit women is because especially for a guy like me, like I'm 6 foot tall, I'm over 200 pounds, you know, I've actually got muscles, I know how to fight. If I punched a 5'5" woman in the face who's like $120, I could kill her. Same as a man, to be fair, but there are more women who are like that. And it's more likely that I would cause more damage to a woman than a man of the same size and stature, simply due to their biology. Not just because they're a man and they learn how to fight. A lot of dudes don't know how to fight or fall or take a punch or any of that shit. So it really boils down to the thing that it's still like I am a male chauvinist. I can't help the fact that I feel this engendered want to protect females around me, right? It's a natural compulsive feeling. And the vast majority of women that I've met in my entire life are understanding of that. Like, I'm not gonna, if I work with a woman, I'm not gonna treat her any differently than I would treat a man outside of the fact that she's a woman. And what I mean by that is that I'm gonna treat her with the same respect that I treat a man. I'm gonna take her opinion in the same way that I would take a man's opinion. Essentially, if you're a coworker of mine, you might as well be androgynous, right? Unless I'm trying to like get with you, which, you know, obviously I'm married and all that stuff, so I wouldn't do that anymore. But that's the point. And the reason that is because that's what professionals do, right? But when we're out in society, it's a little different, right? If I was with a female coworker and some dude walked up to her or something like that and was trying to fucking mac on her and she's not having it and is being disrespectful or potentially violent, you're damn right I'm going to step in. You're damn right I am. One, I live in Tennessee. So if somebody is beating on a woman and I shoot them, I'm the hero. That's the way it's going to be. Period. End of story. Right? There's not going to be any of this, oh, we're going to charge him because he fired a gun inside city lines and blah, 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 blah. No, none of that bullshit. None of that bullshit. One of the reasons I still fucking live in this place is because of shit like that. It's because if I act like a normal goddamn human being, I won't be pathologized by the fucking government and put in jail for protecting the people in my community. Like, one of the main reasons that I carry is not just to protect myself. It's mainly for my family and my community. Do you think I want somebody to walk up into my Kroger with a fucking gun and rob the place? Fuck no. Do you think I want some asshole to walk into a department store and start shooting people? Fuck no. Do you think I want there to be a fucking shooter at the Opry Mills Mall and kill a bunch of people? Fuck no. This is my home. This is my community. This is where I live. And if I'm anywhere near any of that shit, you're dead. You're done. It's over. And there is no question about that for me. I have, like, the United States of America, being the greatest country on the planet, has given me the ability to be the shithead that I am today. I would not be the man I am today if it were not for my country, for my community, for the people around me, holding me up so that I can succeed in the things I do. Right? Could I have been able to join the United States military, the United States Navy, and been a nuclear engineer if I hadn't been propped up by my entire community to be able to go to school, even though I had a single mother, so that my mother could like work as a nurse and make enough money to buy a house and raise me right, at least as best she could? No. Right? I owe my civilization something. I owe it to them. Everyone. This is why when Barack Obama back in the day said, you know, you didn't build that, he was an idiot for saying that, but there's a grain of truth there. There really is. I owe my civilization something. This is why I procreated, by the way. But it's also why I will protect my community. 100%, no question. I would die for my community. I would die for my country. I would die to protect the people around me. Because it is the virtuous thing to do. And I wish to exemplify that virtue. To protect those who helped me get to where I am. Even though there's some nameless face in a crowd, it doesn't matter. They're a mother, they're a father, they're a brother, they're a sister, they're a son. They're a wife, they're a husband. These people don't deserve violence and death. Especially when they pay their taxes. They abide by the law. You know, their taxes paid for my school so that I could be educated. Their taxes paid for my college so that I could be educated. Their taxes paid for the fucking military that paid me to teach me nuclear engineering. They paid me to get on a submarine and do go figure eights out in the middle of the Atlantic. They all paid for that. They paid for me to be trained in how to defend myself and how to use firearms. How could I not be that way? How could I not protect them? When this community, when this civilization has given me so much, how can I not? And it's simple. All I have to do is carry a weapon. That's it. That's all it is. I've never had to use it, thank God. But if I ever have to, it's going to be bad for whoever I have to use it against. That's for damn sure. Like if a woman is hurting you, even if you're a man and she's a woman, she's still hurting you and you're in a relationship regardless, male, female. Yes, you are correct. Yeah. In a romantic relationship or any relationship, for the most part, there should be no physical violence. The few exceptions are like me and my friend Kay. He's the Russian national. Me and him used to fight all the time. And not like, oh, I'd get mad at him and I'd punch him in the face. No. It's we'd get mad at each other and we would be so angry we want to fight. So we'd be like, all right, let's go. And we'd go out in the yard and we'd wrestle and fucking, you know, sometimes we throw punches, you know, do some suplexes, get it out of our fucking systems. And then we're bros again. Go have a drink, right? There's several dudes that I've done this kind of shit with. There was a specific guy in the Navy that I did this with. His name was Law, literally, L-A-W. That was his last name. I am the law. And yeah, we got violent with one another, but it was mutual, consensual violence as men. And even the Navy didn't have a problem with it because we didn't hurt one another. We were literally wrestling in the parking lot of the dive bar that's on base. And somebody called the base police on us to come get us. And by the time they got there, we're both laying on the ground, laughing and joking and just like talking shit to one another. Cops come up and they're like, were you guys fighting? We got in a little bit of trouble, but it was just more like, okay, they didn't hurt one another. They got mad. They wrestled out in the parking lot. Whatever. Okay. It was basically, don't do that again. Bad. Everything was fine. And the reason is for the same thing I said here when I said kids will be kids, boys will be boys. We were being boys. We had anger issues. We needed to work them out. We didn't hurt each other. We weren't going to hurt each other because we're friends. And the next day, we were fucking helping each other bandage our wounds. And we're going to fucking class with black eyes and shit. And our SLPO's looking at us like, what the fuck happened to you two? And we look at one another and we're like, we were playing soccer in the parking lot of the dive bar. And the LPO's like, yeah, sure. And then we moved on. And the thing about it is if either one of us had gotten seriously hurt, we'd have been in real trouble because that literally breaks the rules. Technically fighting breaks the rules. Let's just be real. But that everybody was able to overlook it because it was literally just us being stupid, right? We weren't trying to hurt each other. We weren't actually fighting. We were just wrestling like idiots because we're friends and we got mad. And it was fun. It was really, really fun. And we maintained our friendship until we went to the fleet, and then we just lost contact with one another. It happens. He went to a carrier, I went to a sub. This is what it is. So I do agree that for the vast majority of relationships, and even in the relationships that I describe, violence is not good, unless it's completely consensual. So if you are violent against your friend, you're violent against your lover, no matter if they're male or female, and no matter what you are, that is bad, and you should not do it. Absolutely 100%. With you on that one. This is the reason, this right here. All this brain rot right here, this is what Bill Maher was talking about with the Democrats being so unpopular. I want you to understand, I have a fetish for ladyboys. I'm a bisexual. I have a fetish for ladyboys. So I don't actually mind dating a trans woman. Depending, obviously. Just the category in general, I don't have a problem with that. But if I'm dating and I'm going out with what I think is a woman, and then you turn out to be trans, I'm gonna have a problem with that because you set my expectations for something else, right? Because let's say I wasn't married and I go on a date for women, Blackbeard and Black Sails, strife is good, strife makes man strong. Yes, true. It can anyway. It also kill you. But if I were to date a woman, I'm looking for something specific, i.e., I'm looking for a romantic relationship with a female, so that I can potentially not only have sex, but also date and potentially marry and potentially procreate with. Okay. If I was going out with a dude, I do not get romantically involved with men. I have no romantic interest in men at all. I don't like kissing men, for instance, at all. Mainly because of all the stuff that's on my face. I know, double standard, but I don't give a fuck. It's my sexual preference. You can fuck off. So when I do that with men, there is no expectation of romance. There is no expectation of children, because obviously. And there's no expectation of marriage, because I'm not going to get romantically involved with men. And so if you're a trans individual, if I know you're trans, you're essentially a male who has transitioned to female, especially if you haven't had bottom surgery, I'm okay with that. I'm definitely okay with that. But I need to know that up front because I need to know what to expect. Because if you and I are talking about this kind of thing and I'm perceiving you as a woman, then I'm thinking, okay, well, I'm looking at this person and I need to know if they're, marriage material, dating material, so on, kids, all this other stuff. And if you lead me on in that area and then I find out the opposite, I'm not going to be happy with you. I'm not going to be happy with you at all. Okay? But if you come out and tell it to me, then I'm like, okay, well, I know what to expect. And I could potentially be romantically involved with a trans individual because they are literally adopting the social norms of a woman. So, no facial hair, real soft, smells good, does all the female things. If it's enough to trick my brain, then I'm just not going to give a fuck, right? Because the genitals are irrelevant to me because I don't really care about that as far as like sex goes. As long as I know what to expect, then I'm good with it. And so, but the vast majority of people are not like me. I am like a fucking unicorn, dude. I'm like sitting here with my fucking horn, be like, wee. And you want to know why I know this? Because when I say on Twitter or on X or whatever the fuck social media platform, I don't like kissing men, but I'm a bisexual man. You know what they fucking say to me? Do you know what the fuck they say to me? I have internalized homophobia. My sexual preference is internalized homophobia. Fuck you. Not you, Cam. Not you. Internalized homophobia. Yeah, you can go fuck yourself with that. My sexual preferences are none of your goddamn business. Unless I make them your business by speaking out loud to them like I have. And I'm not going to be shamed for them. At all. I didn't let the Christian conservatives shame me for my sexual orientation when I was a young man. Double middle fingers all around, baby. Stone Cold Steve Austin music. Fuck you. And I'm not going to let a bunch of progressive fucking shitheads do it to me today. Not going to happen. And to me, it is a big deal for the reasons I just described. And these are pragmatic reasons, because I would actually date a trans woman. I would have sex with a trans woman. I don't know if it would go any further than dating, like for actual romance, because I've never been there. I haven't been there yet. I probably won't ever be, because I'm now married to a woman. And unless something absolutely catastrophic happens that I'm not going to talk about, I'm never going to be in that situation. Like, I specifically stopped watching porn for my wife, because the only woman I want to lust after is her. And if I'm lusting after other women, then I'm excluding her from my sexual life, and I don't want that. If I want exclusive rights to her sexuality, then that requires a sacrifice on my part, that I need to be exclusively sexual with her. And that's the thing we came up with. And so for me, like I said, this isn't that big of a deal. It would definitely put me off that you lied to me. Like, if you're lying through omission to me, that means you're not a trustworthy person. That's number one. Number two, it means, well, actually, that's just the biggest thing. It's just you're not a trustworthy person. But for the vast majority of men, this is not going to be okay. Right? If you're thinking you're going to get down with a woman, maybe you're thinking, oh, this is great. We can date. Maybe one day we could get married. And then you find out she's got a dick. You're going to be pissed. You're going to be real fucking mad. Especially if you're just a normal heterosexual dude. Now, I'm 100% against violence against trans women for doing this. It's really bad. They shouldn't do it. But if they do, you as a man should not be violent toward them. Period. End of story. No violence. Just walk the fuck away. And like I said, this really does exemplify the kind of bullshit mentality that these people have, that they can change the entire world top down and think everybody's just going to be okay with it. No, this is commie fuckstick thinking. That you can demand that people change every social habit they have, every social norm, because you've dictated it so. Commie thinking. All right. Someone should clip that? Yeah. Go right ahead. I don't care. China trolls the U.S. on X over its new tariff policy. Yeah, this is pretty funny. So, do we talk about the tariffs? Sure, let's do a little bit. The tariffs. I do think the tariffs are probably a good idea to get the world to do what we want. Because let's be real, when Trump says that they've been taking advantage of us, blah, 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 he says all of his hyper fucking world is on fire rhetoric. He's not right, but he's not wrong either. Because, as I've stated before, the United States guarantees free trade throughout the world's seas, and we provide protection to Europe. Europe does not provide protection to the United States of America. The United States of America provides protection to Europe. Now, all that being said, after 9/11, when Article 5 was fucking instituted in NATO, every motherfucking country that's in NATO jumped right the fuck on board. So, right on, bros. Right on. It's like because of that military thing, the tradition. I was in the military. I served with British officers, and the history that we have with these countries, that means a lot to me. So, I don't like the fact that Trump is shitting all over Europe when the vast majority, and Canada, because the vast majority of people in Canada and Europe, I consider at least brothers and sisters, right? Canadians are essentially pseudo-Americans in my eyes. And the Europeans are like my long-lost cousins, right? I mean, they essentially are. Honestly, the U.S. does so much for Western Europe, and they give so little to us in return. And so that's the thing a lot of people have. A lot of people have that a lot of people feel that way as well. Nice trick, not watching porn to desire your wife. One of the 3 factors of a relationship: desire, passion, curiosity. Yep. Absolutely works. It absolutely. And it's made our relationship a lot better because she didn't like it, right? But I mean, she's going to tell me not to watch porn. But after a long enough time, it was like, yeah, well, you know. Anyway, so like I said, I because of my military background and the military tradition and the fact that, you know, motherfucking Canada was there at Omaha Beach, or not Omaha, they did their own beaches, but you know what I'm saying. They were there on D-Day with us. The French resistance fucking helped us and gave us the ability to liberate their fucking country. And Britain was right the fuck there doing their thing. And we were sending pilots, you know, all the stuff. And then, like I said, September 11th happened. Article 5, they all jumped. Fuck yeah, dude. This engenders a lot of like positive, very, very positive feelings from me to Canada and Europe in general. And specifically their militaries because of that. And so I don't like it when Trump talks shit about them like the way he does. However, I recognize it's his normal way to get people to do what the fuck he wants, right? So you bash the fuck out of them, and then they do what you want, and then you praise the living shit out of them, right? That's just how he works. I don't have to like it to realize that's what he's doing. But it is one of these things where, because we do these things, Europeans have been able to enjoy peace like they've really never known before, right? I'm pretty sure throughout all written history, Europe has been in a constant state of war pretty much the entire time. There's always some fucking war going on somewhere in Europe, right? And to be fair, there's one going on right now with Russia and Ukraine, but that's different when I'm talking about Europe, because I'm literally talking about the big powers and the major ones, right? But, you know, we could say that too. But they did have a, you know, level of peace before that, blah, 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 blah. And so for me, I don't like that. However, there is a bit of truth in the fact that, you know, they have been taking advantage of that situation, and I don't fault them for that. But they've been taking advantage of it in a way that does feel unfair. That feels like they're getting more out of it than we are. Even though we're the world hegemon, even though we have the dollar as the world currency, it still feels like they get a little bit more out of it in their area of the world than we do. Because the thing about it is that could we maintain Pax Americana without Europe? Yeah. It would just be more expensive. But we could do it. It would probably work. Especially like, because think about it like this: if they hadn't joined NATO, would they be nearly as strong as they are? If they hadn't been involved in NATO, would Europe have erupted in more war? Would they have fallen to the communists? Any number of things could have happened that would have made Europe not nearly as strong as it is today and unable to compare its power to the United States of America. But you can't really, there's no counterfactual to that, so you can't really do much with that. But it is one of these things. And this is coming from someone who literally just said that I have positive feelings about Canada and Europe, right? And even I feel this way. And so can you imagine how Americans who don't have those engendered feelings of military tradition and stuff like that feel when they're told these things, and they feel like it, especially when Europeans like look down their nose at us and talk shit about not having free healthcare, when literally we spend so much money on defense, part of it to protect them so they can have this shit. Because if Europe had to protect itself, if every country had to make its own military big enough to protect itself, would they have enough money for all their free healthcare, free education and shit? Probably not. The British did so much during World War II, and yet they don't get the respect they solely deserve. Well, I mean, that's because Britain created the most fucking giant genocidal empire in history, but you know. And now idiots vandalize the statue of Winston Churchill? Yeah, I know, right? And somehow makes them anti-fascists. Calling yourself anti-fascist does not make you any less fascist, bros. God, people of the current years can be so ignorant. Yes, exactly. And so, I mean, but the British hatred, a lot of it comes from the fact that they are They built a gigantic fucking empire on slave labor and all this other shit, right? So you can't really fault people for not liking them too much. Like, you know, my ancestors who were enslaved by the British and brought to the Americas. And so this kind of does feel like what's going on. You don't retaliate and you'll get a reward. They open their mouth for the reward and we stick the frickin' stick in, right? So, and let's be real, dude. Trump did cave on the tariffs. And he caved because of the bond market. Not necessarily the stock market, which is doing fairly okay. I think. So we're back up to 40K. We look at the month. We started, let's see, the highest was 42. Yeah, 42,583. 42,587. Okay, there you go. And we are down to 40,000. After this thing right here. And it's creating a lot of instability in the economy as a whole. And the thing about it is that here's the thing, man, is I think Trump is literally just going down the warpath of this is the only way to fix this. Because like look at it like this. China has been known for decades to steal IP, do corporate espionage, not follow the rules and laws in the United States economic system. So the Chinese companies can come over here and get on our stock market and not follow the law. I.e., when you own a business in the United States and you're on the stock market, you have to like publish your accounts every year. I think it's what it is, right? And the Chinese have not been following this law, and we gave them years and years and years to become in compliance, and they still aren't fucking doing it. Even though if you tried that, you'd go to fucking jail. I want you to think about that. If you did what China was doing in the stock market, you'd go to jail. Think about that. And so, and then you've got, you know, currency manipulation and all the unfair trade practices. And I've absolutely heard horror stories. I worked at a beer bottling plant. We didn't do business with China specifically for that reason. Because they burned the fuck out of us. And they had burned the fuck out of us in the past before I worked there. And so they no, never happening. That's what they told me. Like, okay. And this was just like a side note back then. I didn't really think about it much. So the problem is that China's basically cheating. And so even if the EU were to lower tariffs on Chinese electric cars, even if they were to make, like, think about it like this. Who wants to deal with China when they do this? Who wants to take their products? Who wants to work with China when, if you want to start a business in China, you have to be partnered with a Chinese business that is controlled by the CCP. There's a literal political officer within the business that is there to ensure that the Chinese Communist Party gets their say. You really want to go to a fascist government and deal with that shit? No, I don't. I don't know why the fuck any of our companies do. Oh yeah, now I do. Because it's fucking cheap-ass slave labor. That's why. And so any country that does business with them is going to have to put up with that as well. And one of the things that I imagine is going on is that Trump is trying to make it to where he's trying to get everybody on board with isolating China. And I have a feeling the reason he did it this way was so that he didn't have to single China out first. And I don't know exactly why that is. Who knows? And I mean, to be fair, dude, he could be shooting this shit from the hip. I fully endorse the fact that he might be doing that. 100%. End up being the first to stop slavery in the Western world? Yeah. That doesn't mean they didn't have a gigantic empire based on fucking slavery. Or trade in massive amounts of slaves. Or genocide a bunch of fucking people. Or starve like 1 million fucking Indians. Like, both of these things can be true at once. They're not mutually exclusive, let me say that. And so,
you have this thing that's going on, and he definitely, like I said, he definitely caved due to the bond market. Like that's there is no way. He even said it. He even said it in an interview. Let me see if I can find it. They have the clip of him saying it, though. Oh, fuck you, New York Times. Get the fuck out of here. I'm not paying your... And so, yeah, basically what happens is that the bond market is a very interesting and complicated thing, but essentially put is that the United States sells bonds that have interest, and if the bond market collapses, it would spell fucking disaster.
Alyssa, how do...
And CNN talking about the entire thing and not letting Trump speak. Gotta love that. Well, they weren't solo for 2 years. We sent them airmen, but I get what you're saying. And supplies. Yeah. There's probably arrogance, but even there in their willpower. Yeah, of course. Of course. Demoralized and destroyed. Yeah, the British are absolutely demoralized. And it's one of those things where, like, the thing about it is like I said, they're not mutually exclusive. You can respect the British for ending slavery and spending a lot of blood and treasure to do so, and even respect them for them fighting during World War II, right? But that doesn't mean that the British Empire didn't do a lot of bad shit. Like, literally, the reason the revolution happened is because the king was fucking the colonists in the... Yeah, it's being reported that the bond market is where it is, but Trump actually made a statement on this where he talked about it. And I'm trying to find that. An hour. Apologies, this is taking so long. Anyway, he was in the White House behind the desk and basically said that he had to be flexible, right? And so that's a great. Basically, he's just trying to save face when he said when he was like, you need to be flexible, and when he was like, oh, 70 countries have come to the table to negotiate. That's him saving face. And if you don't understand why saving face is important, that's one of the reasons why you have to negotiate with dictators like it matters. You have to let them save face. You have to give them an off-ramp. Because if you don't, there's no reason to do anything that you want. So we're really just going to have to let it play out, right? I have no idea what the right answer is. I don't think that just letting China fuck us and the rest of the world is a good idea. I don't think that allowing unfair trade practices in general is a good idea. We shouldn't let China do it to us or anybody. And we should demand, or at least respectfully request with a stern voice, that our allies do more to be fair to the United States when it comes to trade. I'm on board with all that. Oh, the fact that he talks like a madman, like, yeah, does it rub me the wrong way? Sure, but I think this is one of the reasons why he's so effective at doing what he's doing, is because he essentially, like I said, a lot of it is shooting from the hip. And if you give a lot of, like, there were a lot of reasons for the tariffs.
They wanted to collect money. They wanted to have trade balances, and other people also have tariffs on us. And so I imagine that one of the reasons they gave 3 reasons is so they can be vague about which one is the real one, and he can have all of his people go out and say all these different things, and then when Trump opens his mouth, he doesn't confirm or deny any of them. What that does is that creates uncertainty in everybody else of like, oh God, I don't know what the fuck he's gonna do. Let's go talk to him so we can figure this out. I think that's kind of like how he works, right? He gives vague enough answers, lets other people do most of the talking, and then he comes in with a big ass fucking stick and is like, look, motherfucker, I'm gonna put a 25% tariff on you, right? Just like he did on that C-SPAN thing in 2012. And I think that's kind of the way he's operating. Whether this is good, whether this is bad, I don't know. And for all the people saying it's bad, you don't know either. Like you can think it's bad, that's fine, but it's like you don't know how this is gonna play out. Like, that's the thing is, like, all the people saying it's bad, like, this could actually work. That's the crazy thing about it. This could work. And if it does, you're going to look like a fucking fool. If you're shouting that he's a Nazi and it's not going to work and he's blah, 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 blah. But if it does, you're going to look like an idiot. And this is why I don't make those claims, because when you don't know, you don't know. Don't know. And I don't think anybody else but Trump could do this. Like, Obama couldn't do this. Hillary couldn't do this. Bush couldn't do this. None of them motherfuckers could do this. And it's because they're not authentic. None of them are. Trump is authentic because he's himself. By the way, we're on trade right now. I don't exactly like the Ukraine-Russia war either. I hope we made the right choice, but I don't. We're on trade. Yeah, well, no, we could talk about the war because this has a little bit to do with it. In fact, we could pivot to the fact that look at what happened with Trump and the Ukraine war. He was like, oh, I'll get this solved on day 1. We all knew it was bullshit, but sure, whatever. Which is why all the people going like, oh, he said he'd do it on Joe. Everybody's just like, yeah, dude, we all knew it was hyperbole. Anybody who thought he would actually do it on the first day was a fucking dick sucker. We all know this. You know, nobody needs to fucking point it out. Well, I mean, if you want to point it out, go ahead. Forgive me for that. You want to point out the people who are dick suckers? Please go right the fuck ahead so we don't listen to them anymore, right? But it's just it's just, yeah. It was not, nobody really thought that. Nobody that was honest really thought that. And it was just his usual bluster and bullshit. And one of the reasons he does shit like that is because it's literally like, there's this thing where if you think positively about your life will have better outcomes. And there's this thing called manifesting, where if you think about something hard enough and then you do the work for it, it's more likely to happen because you're constantly thinking about it and putting forth effort to do it. And if you do that, it's more likely to happen. And I think that's what Trump is trying to do. He's not literally trying to like go crystals and all that other metaphysical bullshit. It's just more like he's trying to meme it into existence so that it goes from no leverage to at least a point of leverage, right? And when it comes to the war in Ukraine, you know, Adam Friended from the Sitch and Adam show was absolutely 100% correct. He said that Trump would get bullied into the status quo. And he was correct. Because Putin doesn't give a shit. He just doesn't. I mean, look at all the stuff Trump tried to do. He wouldn't call him a dictator. He wouldn't call him a murderer. He wouldn't call him all these names. So he's given, like, Putin a pathway where he can come talk to Trump and not look like a bitch. That's essentially what it is. So if Trump had called him all those things and then Vladimir Putin came into peace talks, he'd look like a bitch. This dude trash talked you and you capitulated instantly? Oh, well, you must be a little bitch. And when you live in a dictatorship, a house of cards that is based solely on how strong you appear, you can't look weak. And so Trump gave him that off-ramp of being relatively neutral when it comes to his rhetoric about him, and even complimented him several times on the fact that he's a smart guy, he knows what the fuck he wants, yada, 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 yada. You know, he's doing what's right for Russia, whatever, you know, all the stupid jargon. The same thing he does with Xi, by the way. He's literally the other day, he's talking shit about the tariffs, and he's like, but I love Xi, we're friends, you know, I like him a lot. He's doing what's right for China, but, you know, if you're gonna mess with us, you can't do that, right? It's that kind of thing. He's giving them the respect that another strong leader needs so that they can come to the table. Because if you don't give them that respect, they can't come to the table. If they can't come to the table, then you never get anything you want.
Simple as. Crystal messages, ugh. And so that's why he compliments them. And if you're wondering why he doesn't do it to the EU, think about that for a second. Why doesn't he do it to the EU? Yeah. One, they're not dictatorships. Two, well, I wouldn't... The literal term vassal doesn't really apply to the United States and Europe. But it ain't that far from being... It ain't that far from the truth. Just put it like that. And I would never say to someone who's Spanish or German or whatever that your state is a vassal to the United States, unless I'm fucking memeing, joking, and stuff like that, because it's not true, but it's sort of true, because a vassal is a very specific definition when it comes to states, and that's like old world stupid shit, and that's not really what it is. We're strong allies with the United States taking the leadership role. Yeah. So it's not quite, but close. Close enough to be meaningful anyway. And so, and especially when a lot of Americans view that we have been not very nicely treated by those allies that we have, then you can use that rhetoric to beat the shit out of people, essentially. And so whether this works or not, I have no idea. But I do believe that Trump was bullied into the status quo on Russia when he gave Putin the off-ramp he needed to come negotiate, but Putin just said, fuck that. And so now, what does that mean? Well, that means Donald Trump has been pushed into the status quo. He can, that's all he can do. And the funny thing about it is even though MAGA will hate it when he jumps back on board with Ukraine, if he does, hopefully he does, even though the MAGA crowd will hate it, they're more likely to just let Daddy Trump do what Daddy Trump does, because he tried. He really fucking tried, right? Like the not calling him the dictator, the not calling him a murderer and genocider and all this other stupid shit was his way of giving a tip of the hat and a little bit of respect to Russia and Russians in the form of not insulting Putin, so that Putin could come to the table and not look like a bitch. And if Putin doesn't come to the table and then Trump doesn't fuck him in the ass, it makes Trump look like a bitch. So if Putin spits in Trump's face, what the fuck do you think Trump's gonna do? What do you think he's gonna do? He's gonna double down. And again, the MAGA crowd might not like it, but if you say Daddy's home and Daddy goes to punch Russia in the face, you can't really complain overly much, right? Okay? I don't want to hear it. Because basically, he gave him every opportunity to cut this shit out, and he didn't. And at this point, if Trump goes fucking ham hog on Ukraine, and we've got the entire of Europe mobilizing to fucking give them aid, they fucking deserve it. The Putin and Russia fucking deserve it. They absolutely do. And I can't fault Trump for that. He tried. Like, he tried real fucking hard. Like, to the point where he was insulting fucking Zelensky, he was allowing other people in his cabinet and the American media to basically insult Zelensky to his face. And then talking about how he doesn't have the cards. He did all of that, and Russia just spits in his face. This is Trump we're talking about, right? Like all the people who don't like Trump think he's a fucking madman, strongman dictator. What does a madman, strongman dictator do when you spit in his face? So, I imagine it's going to get real fucking bad in Ukraine very, very soon. Due to the fact that, and the thing about it is that this is one of the reasons why I like Trump, specifically in this instance. It's because he tried really hard to get the negotiations going. He tried to meme it into existence. He tried so fucking hard, and it didn't work. And so now that it didn't work, well, what's Trump going to do? He's going to do exactly what I want him to do. Double the fuck down. At least I hope that's what he's going to do. Him being Trump, I expect that. And that's what I want. I want him to double the fuck down. I want him to send all of our weapons to them. I want him to send more fucking trainers. I want more drones. I want Russia to bleed now. We gave you the opportunity to stop being a bunch of pieces of shit.
and you said no. I have no sympathy anymore. None. I didn't have much to begin with, considering what's been going on there, right? But that's a over there kind of thing, and I'm just like, whatever. It's more like submissive to the left-wing USA magically when Biden told them to do a trade embargo on Russia. They did it and loved him for it. But a tariff pisses off all the Western Europe, and it's about the left and the right, not about Western Europe loving the USA. Yeah, I get it. I get it. But still, it's one of those things. It's like, why the fuck wouldn't they cut off? Why wouldn't they embargo Russia? Of course they're going to embargo Russia. Biden didn't need to tell them to do it necessarily. They probably would have done it on their own anyway. Eventually. I might be wrong on that, but that's the way it feels to me. Europe would be stupid not to embargo them. Just like Germany was stupid not to listen to Trump in his first term when he was like, you know, you get all your oil from Russia and they're still going to fucking invade. And what the fuck are you doing? You're going to be dependent on them. And they could crash your entire economy and blow your country up just by shutting off the fucking oil. Yeah, how ridiculous is that? So... yeah, like I said, I think he's going to get bullied I think he's bullied back into the status quo, and I hope he doubles down, and we make him bleed, and we make him suffer for it. They're already one of the most sanctioned countries on the fucking planet. Make it worse. Make it as bad as we can make it. The only thing they can really do to the United States of America is nuke us, and I don't even really know if they can actually do that. Because God knows, like, look at our nuclear arsenal. It's old as shit, but it still works. And I seriously doubt they've been maintaining their nuclear missiles like we have. When you look at what happened at the beginning of the Ukraine war, when all of their military equipment was just fucking just under maintenance, overused, just it was laughable, fucking laughable. Now maybe they maintain their nukes better because they're more important. Maybe they do. But I got doubts. I do have doubts. Do I have enough doubt to risk thermonuclear war? Probably not. But yeah, like I said, man, I really don't know what this is gonna bring. I really do hope it works. If it doesn't, I'm gonna criticize him for it. Yeah, I'm gonna criticize him for it. There we go. About it. Oh, there was something that Wick said earlier about Tim Pool. Well, we don't need to get into that. Do I want to do this?
Is moving very rapidly in the direction of oligarchy. The United States of America today is increasingly becoming an oligarchy. More and more moving toward an oligarchy. We are moving in the direction of oligarchy. We will move even more rapidly in the direction of an oligarchy. This great country is evolving into an oligarchic society. It is called oligarchy, and that is the system we are rapidly moving toward. This is a budget that moves our country rapidly into the direction of oligarchy. A handful of billionaires are moving this entire planet toward an oligarchic society.
Start off with the bad news, which is pretty bad, and that is that under Donald Trump, this country is hurtling rapidly toward oligarchy.
The funny thing is, it's like, it doesn't mean he's wrong, Elon. It just means he's been saying it since the 90s. Probably since the fucking 80s. But it is kind of funny to see that it's same line. But again, that doesn't mean he's not wrong. In fact, there's a little bit of truth to it when you look at what's going on. When you see the Democrats funded by billionaires, when you see the Republicans being funded by billionaires, and the only difference between Elon Musk and the rest of them is he's like completely upfront about it. He
not only is everybody required to disclose how much they donate to people, but Elon's just basically like,
This great country of ours.
I support this 100%. This is what I want. I'm giving him a bunch of money. It's legal. I'm going to do it. And he does it right in front of fucking everybody. Oh my God. This is so true, dude. No one makes it harder to be pro-Israel than hardcore pro-Israel. Yes, that's true. Do you remember this? Do you remember this? Remember this? This is fucking why. This is why. This is why. Which is so comfortable about lying about people who don't agree with them, not hard to see why the issue is flipping in a huge way. Exactly. Like, it's one of these things where it's like, man, lying and covering up shit is bad. It's so bad that if you had just admitted it, and held the people responsible, accountable, would people still hate you? Yes, but all the normies would be like, oh, well, they fucked up, but, you know, they took accountability and they fixed the problem, right? They got those people, you know, those people are in jail, and they paid recompense. That's as good as it's ever going to get. People make mistakes, right? But you know what people don't like? When you make mistakes and then you cover up the fucking bodies. That's what they don't like. When you make mistakes that kill people and then you cover it up. And then later, when they find the goddamn mass grave, and they find a cell phone on one of them, and it shows exactly how you fucking lied, people don't like that. They don't like it at all. And neither do I. I don't know if we talked about this yesterday, but this is just crazy. A woman diagnosed with metastatic breast cancer ends her 13-year marriage in order to explore herself and her sexuality before death. I've heard differing synopsises about this. One of them is that her husband was not supportive of her breast cancer shit. But I don't know if that's true. But if this synopsis is true, that's really fucked up. For real. For real. That's really fucked up. Like, that's how you end up dying alone in a hospital. I just want you to understand that. I'm gonna tell you right now, if my wife did this... All right, I think that's about it. No. There's a few things on Reddit, of course. This one was just so funny. I had to. If something goes down 10% and then up 10%, are you back where you started? No, because the decrease is from a bigger number. Example, 100 minus 10, 10% of 100 is 90. But 10% of 90 is 9. So if you go up 10% from 90, guess what? You're at 99. So you're one less. Where did the 9 come from? Where did the 9 come from? The Department of Education has failed you. Yes, indeed. Oh my God, that's so good. Yeah, there's that meme. Death Touch. Fantastic Four: First Steps explores gender politics with Sue Storm. What else can I say, man? Like, two groups are the cause of all of our problems. Incels and Karens. I just, like, it's like they don't learn that their stupid shit doesn't matter. That when you make this the forefront of your stories and of your media, you're just going to turn people off. Because if you say this, what that means is that I know you care about this more than the story. I know you do. Because almost every piece of media that these fuckos come out with cares more about this stupid shit than the actual story. How many examples do we need? Star Wars with Rey?
Lord of the Rings with Galadriel? I mean, what about that fucking Lord of the Rings show? What the fuck was it called? This cartoon, War of the Rohirrim, whose main protagonist is a female who doesn't even have a fucking name in Tolkien lore. And the stories end up being horrible, bad. Why? Because all they care about is the strong women's. That's all they want. Girl bosses. They don't give a fuck about anything else. That's all they care about. Because they see fucking action heroes from the 80s and 90s being all fucking stupid, retarded, and like, you know, just ridiculous. And they don't understand that a lot of that shit was spectacle and that the story really didn't matter. And it's not because it was a strong man. It was just because they were strong and they were awesome. And it's gun porn and shit like that, right? But when you make a movie like this, like even women don't want to go see this shit. Especially when it has to do with fucking superheroes, which is a primarily male category. Like 90% of the people who consume superhero shit are males. Period. End of story. That's your audience. Young men. That's your audience. And this does not appeal to young men at all. So we'll just go on from there. Yeah, this shit about the, I think I talked about that already. Oh, did you hear about this girl? Brianna Rivers? I think she got charged. Brianna. How they tore down tropes and made them even more obnoxious new ones? Yeah, exactly. National Review. NYC woman arrested for punching pro-life activists in the face during street interview. Remember this bitch? She tried to excuse it. Oh, she was a provocateur. She egged me on. Like, literally, look at this stupid shit. Look at this stupid shit. I shit you not, son. I shit you not. Unbeknownst to me was a pro-life advocate. That's irrelevant. That's when her true motives shined through. What did she do? Did she assault you? Did she pull a gun on you? No, she rage baited me and antagonized me, anticipating a harsh reaction, which she is villainously known for. This viral moment altered my life. Rage baited me and antagonized me, anticipating a harsh reaction. Let me ask you a question. If you're anticipating a harsh reaction, is someone able to punch you in the face like this? Because if I were anticipating a harsh reaction, you probably wouldn't be able to hit me, or I would at least block some of it. Or dodge a little bit of it, you know, you scrape me or something like that. That's what the anticipation is called, is when you're ready for the blow. I just got word from the detectives. Rivers was arrested. That's what she wrote. The attack was caught on camera. Asked Rivers questions about abortion and pro-life. In the clip at the end, the attacker tells, "You don't understand the magnitude of having a child. I'm not one who admitted they would be okay with killing babies in a foster care and killing children that had been abused." Yes, what she said is that this is one of the reasons why we should have abortions, is to prevent these things. And to be fair to the assaulter, the victim did twist her words to make him sound a lot worse. That's not the point. And then punched her in the face twice, sending her off camera. Yeah, she was just assaulted. Updates. Abortion supporters are violent. Yep, there you go. The woman became aggressive, learning. I intervened to protect my wife. I mean, he did intervene. But she did walk away right after she punched her because she probably knew she was fucking retarded for doing it. We will not be intimidated. That's fine. Rivers, for her part, claims she was provoked. I sincerely apologize. Go to jail. But I cannot sit around and allow you to continue pushing this one-sided narrative. Go to jail. Fuck you. I hope you fucking rot. She probably won't because she's a woman. She did release the entire thing. And you hit her in the face twice. A woman, she was actually wearing glasses, like as big as mine. And she punched her right in the eye with her glasses on. She could have killed her, dude. Especially considering how much bigger she is than her. The funny thing is that this stupid bitch doesn't know how to punch. Thank God. Though you saw the first punch in freeze frame, she hits her with this knuckle right here, right in the eye. She could have fucking broke her hand. So not only does she assault people, not only can she be baited into violence like a fucking animal, she also doesn't know how to fucking fight. How about that? How about that? All right. So I'm gonna go take a. Let's see. How long have we been going? 4 hours. Yeah, I'm gonna take a break. And then I'm gonna go use the restroom, kiss my wife and my children, and then I think we're gonna come back and play some Path of Exile 2, and hopefully this time we don't rage quit. So no promises. All right, boys. I will be right back.
For a picnic or what?
Oh, shit.
Move on! Safe position taken. Got you in my sights. You like that, huh?
I think we got him, though. There it is, boys. Finally! Death to the Xenos scum!
I have slain the Carnifex.
I'm gonna shit down his neck. Hang on a second. Give me a. Damn, son. Get wrecked. What are you doing? What are you doing? Reverse it and mega eats. Nom nom. Yeah. Boys. Yeah, this is one I want right here. Come at me, bro.
Yes!
Boom.
Fucking own it!
Ooh, that's good stuff. Woo-wee. Sweet pickle. Finally. He's back.
Throwing stuff. Reload.
Kill him, yes!
Hey boys, if you can hear me, I have to take my dog out, so it's gonna be just a minute more.
Okay then. Boom.
Charge plasma to full capacity.
Luda! Make it rain, baby.
Oh my god, it hit all of them. They're all on fire and poisoned. Oh my god.
Alrighty, boys. Are you ready for this? I am totally ready for this. Yes, yes, yes. Let's get stupid bitch off screen, shall we? Yes. Do I need this? Do I have any other things going on? Alright, so bada bing. That's kind of weird. What is that? That right there. Ah. Bane of my existence. There we go. Sweet. Let's do it. Oh, you know what I do need to do? I need to change Twitch. To Path of Exile. Potato. 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 We good? Yeah. Whoa, 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 whoa. What these? Monster speed, Act 1, Act 2, boss changes, minion changes, player balance, crafting changes. Okay. Okay, cool. Wanted to make sure I didn't miss any of that. Let's go. Let's play the Merc, baby. I'm not sure I like this freaking chest piece, though. It's got that furry shit on the top. Not cool. Not cool, bro. Although, you know, those shoulder pads are not bad. I gotta admit, they look pretty dapper. They got the dapness. The dapness about them. Yeah, I was really mad yesterday. Really fucking mad. Oh, that map, dude. Okay, so let's just do a level 1 and just blow through it. Just so we can get the completion. Let's go, bitches. Did I put the stun in here? I did. Oh, that's a lot more stun. Yikes. We need to see about the shock, though. Come on, boys. Let's rock and roll. Wow. I mean, it is a level 1, right? They're level 65. They're literally 11 levels.
Back down or die!
Oh, shit. Was I immune doing that? That's interesting. That's 1.
Back to the grave!
Get wrecked, motherfucker. Dude, the stun reload is so good. It is so good. Because it basically changes how the it changes basically how the rifle itself functions. The crossbow itself functions.
Simply enough.
Because one of the drawbacks of the crossbow is the fact that it requires reload to be able to function correctly. Don't have enough of those. Never fails, boys. Never fails. 2 shots, stunned and dead. Bada bing. Yeah. Again, 12 levels below me, so yeah.
Weak animal!
Oh my god. It is kind of fun to go back down to these lower levels and just erase them.
Easy. You're dead.
Yep. All right. That out of my inventory. That 14. Get the fuck out of here. Oh my god, dude. That's just insane. I probably need to turn this down. Down. Let's turn that down. We'll turn the music down. I don't need to be able to hear it. You do. I can always turn my shit up on over here. I don't know how loud that is for you guys. I should be above it. Out one more time here. Okay. And I think we got one more. So yeah, I'm using the wall now, so it does a little bit less damage. Oh.
Easy.
Boom. So when you see them explode like that when they're shocked, that's the shock burst. It's sexy. Okay, so I guess I'm not immune. Yep, that opened the door. Ugh.
Down or die.
Bitches. All right, these guys are closer, so I'm gonna go with them. Oh. Oh, they just walk right through it, man. It freezes them. That's so good. That's so good. Oh. Yeah, walk through that. Go on, walk through that. Bro. Oh, that was horrible. How'd that feel, motherfucker? How'd that feel? Feel good? Bet it didn't. Crossbow. Oh, now that's an interesting weapon. A bleak crossbow. I don't think I've seen that. 78, 78. Oh, I have. Let me take a look at it. 4 to 99 lightning damage. That's a lot of fucking damage. Okay. So I put all the walls up, and then I let the hailstorm rain down, and it just obliterates him. Obliteration. We got 2 more.
Lock him in!
Ow. Back it up, Holmes. Good? All right. It is a damn, that's really, I can't believe that works that well. That's kind of crazy. That it works so good. I mean, to be fair, they are like lower level. But the full wall, man.
Back to the grave!
Boom. So he wouldn't get frozen because he was resistant. Yep. All right, we're done. Yeah, he wouldn't get frozen because he was resistant. But that still didn't mean I couldn't kill him with it. It did damage. And then all I had to do was make him explode.
Go on. What can I do?
Damn. That was, damn. If I want to keep this, 4 to 99 is pretty good. I could strip that and put it on something else. But I have so many of these things. This is the problem I have, is just getting the mats to do the crafting that I want to do. It seems like it takes 4 freaking ever. Yeah, there's 3 to 62. I guess we'll just replace it with this one. Yeah. I would like intrinsic light damage on this, lightning, but if I use one of my mats on it, it'll probably fuck it up. I'm not cool with that. What can I do for you? That's the weapon I'm currently using. I don't want to mess it up. And unfortunately, there's nothing I can do about that. Nothing I can do about that. Even my omens that I have, these bad boys, they're still only Regal Orb. Regal Orb. Regal Orb. And then so I have a lot of fire, a lot of cold. Not much ignites. Bleeding, frozen. Well, there you go. Okay, dokie. Let's do it again. This time, let's whip out a number 50, shall we? Nice. 30% monster damage. They're going to one-shot the shit out of me. Yeah. It's all good, though. Ba-da-ba-ba. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. You know what? I'm gonna Google. What are they called? Delirium? Delirium? Amazing barrel! Greetings and salutations. How's it 10 going? Pretty good. Pretty good. Okay, Delirium God. Here we go. So I gotta go further. Completing all 15 waves? Oh, of a simulacrum thing. Player ship are prioritized killing player enemies. They fill up rewards meter much faster. Okay. How do you fucking get higher levels of them? Why can't I find any of these fucking things? Like, they give me a guide. It tells you everything to do, but how to get the higher versions. Jesus Christ. Like, what do I got to do? I got to do higher level maps? Do I got to do them faster? Which one is it? Jesus Christ. Doesn't say. Lovely. Oh, once you reach level 3, a second reward bar will appear at level 1, at level 5, a third reward bar appears. Wow. Oh, so that's in the mirror, okay. Unending Nightmare? What the fuck? Prevents delirium mirror encounters from dissipating and also prevents them from being ended manually. Okay. Timer. Okay. So you leave the map, it stops. Extending the fog timer by opening a strong box, beating an essence monster, capturing a red beast. Is this... Wait. God damn it. It's POE. Son of a bitch. Yep, that's what it is. God damn it. Alright, whatever. Apparently it's not an easy question to fucking answer, so nobody fucking answered it. Okie dokie. Steaming Springs. Alright. Let's see what they got, boys. Ready? I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. Bum bum bum. Bum bum bum. Bada bum 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 bum. Get wrecked. Bitches.
Lock him in!
So does that mean it would behoove me to clear these dudes out? I don't think it does it? I don't think it does. That just feels wrong. Because even though they don't increase the timer as much, they still increase it more than not killing shit, right? All right, here we go.
True strength comes from within, and I know for a fact you are everything.
Already got one. Go, 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 go. Just spray it, baby. Spray it. Come on, boys. Come on. We got this. We got it. We got it.
Lock him in!
Fuck you, buddy. No, don't end. God damn it, dude. It never feels like it's long enough. Oh. Oh, God. What was that? Oh, I stood in that thing, huh?
There we go. Yeah, we're still at 69 and we're 76, dude. Like, is it just because is my build bad? Is that what it is? Is that really what it boils down to? Is I just got a bad build? Definitely feels like that may be the cause. There we go. Skill gem 15. I think I'm good on that. Got enough of those things. Like, you saw me trying to do a level 6, and I just get one shot because I can't see what's on the ground. It's so annoying. Gotta reload. Ugh. Oh god, nope. Back it up, home slice.
Another notch on me helmet.
Home slizzle. Very nice. You're nice to me, I'm nice to you. We all live. Yes? Well, you don't. You die. I live. But that's how it works, right? That's just kind of how it goes. Just shredded. I do love the dodge roll, man. It absolutely feels like I'm playing Dark Souls. When I'm playing the Merc, especially. I don't know why. The reloads, boys. The reloads. Can you feel it? Oh, God. See what I mean about the stun, dude? It was just... It obliterated the entire pack. That's crazy. Pack of magic dudes, too, man. Not just a normal pack. Yeah, it's kind of weird because single target, the electric shotgun doesn't do shit. It's groups where it shines because it does that electrical shit between them all. Nope. Sorry, buddy. Not today. I love when they jump, dude. It's so funny.
Back down or die.
Ow. Ugh. What the fuck was that? Stop it.
Simple enough.
Get wrecked. Who gets wrecked? You get wrecked. That's who. Are you ready for this? Oh, nice. This one's like in a corner. I can do stuff like this. Come on, boys. Come on. No! Come on, I didn't even see any. I didn't even see any of the fucking boxes, dude. I was just like, I was trying to like go to the edge, but like, where are they? Where are they? And nothing, dude. God, that is so fucking annoying, man. Like, I do not like those encounters. They are fucking atrocious. Like, I really don't even know what the fucking point is other than to get the splinters so you can do whatever the fuck you want to do with that. So annoying.
We meet again. There, after the spirit. That's the one. Put it down.
Oh no! God, no!
Come on now. Let's end this. Before it slips away.
That was rough.
Bloody beautiful.
Nice. Damn. I got so many of them, man. I like it. I don't even know if I should even care anymore. I don't like doing them. They kind of suck. Like I did one to like get gear and stuff, and it just. Ugh. Where's the thing at? Oh, there's a boss, right? All right, let's reload everything. Oh. Can I break out of these? Ugh.
Gotcha, bitch. She almost killed me like 3 freaking times, man.
My pockets are full.
They are indeed. Spirit Gem, hello. Okay. I really like the fact that they changed it to where you don't have to, where if you die, it doesn't make you lose your map. That shit was so annoying.
You need to create.
Because it's like, man, I'm not one of those dudes who can run through, like, I can't play hardcore, dude. Like, it's just not gonna happen, right? That's just not my gig. My lightning resistance is 54. Okay, hang on a second. Let's
Select more otherworldly remnants. What can I do for you?
throw that bad boy. Get out of here, bitch. Go on. Skip. Skip. All right. So it's got more % armor, but it's level 55. I don't think the level actually matters, but I think it does, right? Because that determines the base armor of it, right? Yeah, I really don't want to waste any stuff on that. Caltrips was pretty good. I mean, I gotta admit, it was pretty. Okay, and it's so weird. There's no place to put that, right? Whereas Delirium has this. Like, why isn't there a thing here for that? I don't understand where the. It just kind of blows my mind, right? Yeah, nothing. Essence. Currency. Yeah, I can't wait till they put in a rune tab. That's gonna be cool. They haven't put it in yet, have they? Map, quad, currency, sense, delirium, unique. Yeah, like even here you can't put them on. Look at how many of these goddamn things I have. I don't even think you can sell them either. So really? Yeah, it's got 5 on it. All right. I'm not gonna waste another one. Not gonna waste another one. All right, we are done on this map, right? We're donezo. Donezo. Oh, that's right. I gotta pick stuff up.
Oh, I'm not. We got to defeat. Shit. Wait, seriously? I can't leave? I thought it would reset the map. I'm so confused. So I missed two elites. I don't understand this at all. I thought I could get on the other side of this. What? What the f is going on? Can I just not do it now? I thought I could click that and it would let me go out. Fine, fuck it. Just another fucking ass mad, annoying fucking thing. Like, yeah, I didn't want to kill those two elites anyway. Fucko. Ooh, 49% increased physical. Yeah, it just makes me kind of mad, that's all. Speaking of which... I'm actually wondering if I need this. Yeah, it does give me the movement speed. It would only give me 2 extra and it's evasion rating. Yeah. I think we'll be fine. I'm not going to mess with that. That's a rabbit hole I really don't want to go down right now. And... go for a tier 6. Ooh, simulacrum, rare monsters, quantity, waystones. I really wish I knew how to get these points. Complete crux of nothingness. What the fuck is that? I gotta do a simulacrum. Okay, that's fair. Slay in an area 79 plus. Burning monolith. Okay. Oh, so I got a logbook, so I could get some of that. I could get one of those. Twisted Domain. What the fuck is the Twisted Domain do? Whatever. Let's go. Now this is going to be a perfect map for this shit. Flawless second HQ assault. Let's go! Nicely done, sir.
Close to the end of its life.
Ugh, that hurt.
I'll break you.
Come on, there we go. No! God damn it! What the fuck even hit me? Fuck! Well, at least the splinter's still open.
I have no idea what even happened. Oh, okay, I see. Yep, I see what happened. That'll pucker your butthole. That will pucker your butthole. Damn, that's a lot of gear, too. Holy shit. Okay. Yeah, so basically what happened is there were so many mobs, I didn't see the caster bitch elite, and she did one of those circles under my feet, and I did not see it because they're hard to see, and it killed me instantly. I think I was at like 90% HP when it killed me. And I still got only guilt and ire. Lovely. But, I mean, it's whatever. I'm getting the splinters, so that's cool, right? I just wish I could get higher levels of them. I'm legitimately thinking I'm going to do a level 1 and see how far I can go just by annihilating everything. And if it'll give me more. And if that's the case, man, then I'm going to be really... Like, it wouldn't make sense for them to do that. You know what I mean? To make it to where, oh, the further you go, the more higher level mats you get, when you could just turn it all the way down and just blast through a level 1 to get all the high level mats.
Lock him in!
Yeah, that explosion right there, that's what killed me. Whoa!
This thing has
Movement speed, energy shield, dex. Your speed is unaffected by slows. Cool. Let's grab this bad boy right here because we're right here. Reload this bad boy too. Well, he did. Yeah. The wall. That's why I wanted to make it the circle. Yeah, it does less damage, but it really freaking traps them. And there's not much they can do about it. Maybe I don't need Hailstorm, but it is one of those things that's nice to throw out when you want to throw some more DPS on the thing, but you don't want to do it personally. Whoops. That's my bad. Excuse me. Just infinite ammo right there, man. It's so cool. We reloaded. Let's reload that. All right. Boom! Like, that's the kind of shit I'm talking about, where it's like, I have to have, like, the twitch reflexes of a god, because I was so close to him because I had a shotgun. I shot him in the face. It comes out for him. By the time I notice, it's already exploding. And I try to roll away and it insta-gives me. And this is why, and look, all the experience that I've gained since I started fucking playing, I've just lost. Oh my God, dude. Like like that kind of shit makes me not want to play. It's like, what the fuck could I have done better other than just not get close to him? That's the only thing I could have done. And the only way I could have known not to get close to him was to read his thing. And in the moment when I'm in combat is to literally read his giant list of bullshit to make sure that I don't stand so close that his little volcanic orb doesn't kill me. Like, I'm not gonna lie, that's shitty gameplay mechanics. If I literally in the middle of combat have to read an entire list of bullshit to know, oh, he's gonna do this thing so I can't get close to him, otherwise when he does it, it's gonna insta-give me. The fact that it insta-give me was fucking just ridiculous. I don't even know where my fucking loot is, dude. Oh, it's all the way up there. Okay. Like, it makes me feel like I take 2 steps forward and 3 steps back. That's why it feels so bad. Like, in that kind of scenario, what's the get good formula? Right? What was I to do other than just stay away? But I have a close range weapon, so it's like... And he's a crossbow merc like me. He was frozen, so I'm like, oh, it's safe to get close because he's frozen. No, it's not. Insta-gib. Peace, bitch. It's like everything kills you so fast, it's hard for me to react. So that's kind of my deal. Boom! See, that wasn't half bad because I could see the thing that was around him and I knew he was gonna explode. And it showed me how he was gonna explode. It didn't just come out of his body and just insta-fucking get me. You know what I mean? To be fair, I am getting more experience at the higher level, so it kind of makes up for it. Oh, God. I hate those things. I can't tell you how many times those fucking things have killed me. I hate them.
One down.
Ugh. The fuck out of here. Bitch. Nice. Highs and lows, boys. The highs and lows. Oh.
All right, we're about up to where we were earlier. Oh, shit. Tango wasn't paying attention. There it is. Okay. Reload.
Lock him in!
Boom!
Who's next? No room.
No room? What? Blazing Ice, greetings and salutations, my friend. How you doing, bud? Hope you're doing well, my friend. Hope you're doing well. It says there's 2. Oh shit, those are minions.
Down!
Bitch. Oh, he's... Oh god! That fucking red circle of doom. Oh, fucking get away from me. Nope. Nope. No circle of doom for you, ho. I will desecrate your goddamn corpse.
Me pockets are
All right,
full.
we gotta go back. We got 2 elites left. Been playing World War Z? Nice. Nice. War Z. That was a book. I read that. Who made World War Z? Oh, it was the people who made... there was another game they made, didn't they? Aren't they... What other game did they make? Was it... I actually don't remember. Didn't they make a new game recently, the developers? Because I remember hearing makers of World War Z. I just don't remember for what. And I take it it's just a classic zombie shoot 'em up kind of deal. Saber, that's right. They made Space Marine 2. One of the best fucking games ever made. Hands down in my book. Hands down. And see, you can't just... And it's like one of those things, it's like... It's not just because it's Warhammer 40k. It's not just because it came out in the... Or it's not just because it is a great game in and of itself. One of the reasons it is such a great game is because of when it came out, too. When it's like, let's go back to X... Because, like, if you're doing something new and innovative, then that's a quality in and of itself, right? And while they didn't do anything that's new and innovative, what they did do is they brought back a lot of shit that so many people have been moving away from, and that's pure, unadulterated fucking machismo. Where it's like, oh, what? You mean I'm the target audience? Say it isn't so. And for all those assholes and fucksticks, pieces of shit that keep yelling about DI, fucking woke shit. The 2 people in your squad, one is Asian, one is black. One of them is disabled. He's missing a fucking hand. No one gives a fuck about any of that shit. The reason the hand thing isn't a problem is because he's a goddamn space marine. Half of them are missing arms. They put animatronics on that motherfucker and they're good to go. Black, Asian, white, brown, red, who gives a fuck? Are you human? Yes. Do you want to die for the Emperor? Welcome aboard, motherfucker. And females, like, did you not play the fucking video game? Did you not see all the badass fucking military bitches? Like, fuck! Here's the new torso. Good luck. Yes. I've seen a bit of Doom Dark Ages. I am not interested at all. I don't know what it is, man. I played Doom 2016 and it was fun and all, but I didn't have any interest to play the new one. I don't know why. And then not the new one. I'm talking about the one they released not too long ago. I forget what it was called. I don't know why I didn't. I don't know. I guess I'm just not interested in old school shooters anymore like I used to be. Oh, fuck. See that little red circle, man? They really need to make that brighter. They need to do something with that because I can barely see that shit. Are there colorblind options in this game? Maybe that's what I need to do. Because it's hard for me to see like hot pink on green and yellow. I don't know what it's called. I have a mild form of color blindness. I've told the story before when I was in like 4th grade. One of my teachers, a female, of course, wrote on the chalkboard in bright pink chalk, and I literally couldn't see it. I had to go to the desk that was at the front on the wall right next to the chalkboard and like lean over and look at it. Like where the light reflected off the thing, where it just lit it up and made the chalkboard white rather than black, so I could see the letters. And she gave me a bunch of shit for it, and I was like, I literally can't see it. Like if I stood more than a foot away from it, I could see there was letters on the board. I just couldn't tell what the fuck they were. Blend in really well, yeah. This is why you need really good art direction and really good color coordination. Otherwise, people are going to get frustrated because they can't see what they're doing. Like yours truly. And you see, I know the argument about, oh, you should only do one element, true, and my main element is lightning, right? But the thing about it is that not much, like most of my gear doesn't have bonus to elemental damage that's singular. And I'm not, and other than being spec'd into increased shock, everything else is all of them. Ignite, freeze, shock, electrocution, yeah. Penetrates elemental resistances. I have elemental damage on my weapon, I think, or something, right? So I've only got these few talents to do lightning, and so I don't see a reason why I should just stick to one element when so many of them do so much fucking damage. And it's really nice to be able to go more than one element. I can use lightning for the damage, and when I need to CC, I can use ice to CC. Oh my god, did you see the destruction? I'm not getting nowhere near you, son. Easy. Nope. Better back the fuck up. I ain't having none of that. None of that. Get the fuck out of here. Come here, you fucking stupid mangy ape. Ooh, hello. Boo. Bad rolls. Fade, mana, dex, mana regen. One can hope for treasure. Maybe it's just because I don't understand the crafting system enough, but it feels like I never have enough. Oh, fuck. He exploded. I didn't see. Damn it. No. That was my bad. I should have. That was all me. That was all my fault. Nobody but me. Nobody but me on that one. I just wish, like, it's like I either don't understand it, but I've watched tutorials. Did you notice? Did you not? Did you notice how you didn't see the circle on the ground? Did you notice that? I just lost all the experience I made that entire time. Dude, I fucking hate that, dude. I hate it so goddamn much. The losing the experience just sucks, dude.
sucks so fucking bad. Like, it makes me not want to play. That's exactly the kind of shit that makes me not want. Like, losing the map was one thing, but losing experience. So it's like I literally spend 45 minutes to an hour getting that much experience, and I die one time, and then it's all just gone away. And you know why I didn't see it? You want to know why I didn't see it? Because it was under that. Because it was under that. So her circle of death spawned right here, and I didn't see it till the last second when I saw the animation that she was doing the point thing. So frustrating. I want to love this game, dude. It's such a good game. And it feels like I'm playing, isometric Dark Souls, which is baller, by the way. I mean, you saw me earlier when I was standing next to that dude that exploded. Like, that was my bad, and I admitted it. And if I had died, I'd been like, well, I fucked that up. But I literally couldn't see the thing that was on the ground. Dude! Again? The same fucking mob, too, dude. There goes another fat chunk of my fucking experience. And you wonder why I was sticking to like level 1s, 2s, and 3s for so goddamn long. It's like I just don't feel like dying. I don't want to die. And I still die on those on occasion. And that was a regular mob. That's not an elite mob. It might be a magic mob. Yeah, just a regular vile hag. Look at that shit. One shot me with that shit. One shot me. 100 to 0. 1,400 fucking damage. Oh, and by the way, if it's chaos damage, I have 12 of that. I have 27 fire resist. What the fuck, game? And it's like, I can't even trust that one's not just going to spawn under me from off screen, dude. Like, that's the really crazy thing.
Chill to the bone.
Shit like that, too. Oh, you little fucking bastard. Fucked up my shot. There it is. Yeah, those mobs, dude, they suck ass, dude. They suck ass. And there's my other checkpoint.
Oh, Commander Emily, greetings and salutations. Oh, how you doing? I am about to get off because I have to spend some time with my wife before she goes to the gym. That's what we're doing. And I'm tired of fucking dying. So I'm basically right where I fucking started when I started that map. Lovely.
Have you found more of what we see?
Yep. It's got good cold resist. I could give it a couple. Cold and lightning. Okay. There we go. Okay. All right. Well. Maximum energy shield. I'll keep it for the lulz, right? For the lulz. I just moved to Japan. Oh, fucking A, dude. That's awesome. Wait. So I think that's going to be about it for today. Yes. I want to thank you guys for being here. Yeah, you missed it. I've started. I'm doing a new format. Instead of ranting about politics while I'm playing video games, which never was beneficial to anybody, in my opinion, mainly due to the fact that it felt like I was stopping the game to do a rant, and I can't. It's hard for me to make videos to cut between the game and all that other stuff. I decided to start. Whoa, dude. Man, I'm so mad I'm getting off. I'm doing that next time we get on. All right, boys, I might do that off screen. So, on that note, Commander Emily, Blazing Ice, Amazing Barrel. Thank you guys for being here. I love your faces. Flaming KM, you too, buddy. And we're gonna be back probably tomorrow morning, same time, same place, same Tango channel, 2 a.m. Central Standard Time, right here at the Tango Hotel. So, thank you very much for being here. I very much appreciate it. And if you guys want to hear about all the stuff I talked about beforehand, it's just basically American politics. Do it. I'm also going to be posting most of it on my YouTube channel in cut-up segments. So until then, my dudes, my bros, my homies, it's been a pleasure and an honor. I'll see you next time, boys.